What is going on, everybody? Always great to see you guys here on Wednesday night as we're going to go through a Chicago Bears Las Vegas Raiders game. And as I stare at myself on this little camera, I can already see I look like a Raiders analyst. I don't know what I was thinking, wearing a gray polo. I think I just saw a nice looking, slim fitting polo and thought, you know what? Wear it on stream, Robert. Looks good on you. And did not think about the team color aspect. So this is me coming to you hat in hand, apologizing. I know. How could I? What's going on, everybody? Let's see. Hey, Jason, honestly, great to have you as we go through this. This is going, or like Raiders fans, if any Raiders fans that are in here, by the way, jump on in. Like, let's have a good time together. We're going to be focusing mostly on the Bears. I mean, I'm going to be very, very blunt with you guys. That we're going to be playing it fast and loose here. So normally I go through the game on Tuesday night and then I pick out what I can on Wednesday. And on Tuesday, yesterday, I had this really awesome opportunity to talk with Coach Vass. And we ended up doing that, me, Vass, and Lauren Cox, just talking about the Bears defense for like 3.5 hours on his YouTube channel, Run Vass Option, which, hey, just saying, a lot of similar naming right there. But so with that in mind, I have gotten a little less time to review the game than I would have liked. But you know what? We can play through, or like we will go through it together. We can talk through what we see, because at the end of the day, think of me as your All-22 connection. Khalil, I'm doing well. How are you doing? It'll be super fun watching this one. Defense looked great. Offense looked kind of goofy. I mean, it's hilarious. I think, anyways, because when you really want to take things away from this game, I don't think the Raiders defense played badly specifically. Like, I think that the Raiders defense took a lot away and certainly made Justin Fields uncomfortable, but at the same time, I think that the Bears offense got a lot out of the ground game on a day when they desperately needed a ground game, and that was really good for them. I'm going to go ahead and just tell everybody who jumps in the chat right now one thing that I think is just incredibly interesting, right? Watching this game right back, one thing that was hilarious to me is that I get the impression that the Chicago Bears walked into this game thinking that they were going to throw the ball a lot more than they did, which might sound a little weird because they only threw the ball about 20 times and they ran the ball about 36 if it comes to mind. But when you go back and you watch this, and you will see, I'll show you, you get the impression that they had a lot of design stuff that they wanted to hit early with Justin Fields, and Fields looked more comfortable than he did in the Browns game, but a little bit less comfortable overall. Like, or a little bit less comfortable than you want to. And that's not weird, by the way. Justin Fields is still a rookie. He's still extremely green. He hit basically all throughout the game of the gotta have it's, which we'll go over what I mean when I say that. I'm going to button one more button up. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of skin. But so all jokes aside, yeah, there we go. That's nice and pinned up. But so when Justin Fields wasn't able to necessarily break things loose in the passing game, he ultimately stood in. He took a lot of hits, one of which basically sparked an entire drive, and then the Bears were able to leverage him in the running game to open up a few extra creases that, as you guys are already saying in the chat, Damien Williams and Khalil Herbert, my goodness, Khalil Herbert could not have had a stronger debut. I already liked the kid going into this game, was excited to see what he could do in the offense, but goodness gracious, they were rolling. Khalil Herbert just struck all the way through, and it was great. It was a really fun one to watch. It's interesting from an offensive perspective. You can really tell that they are just barely getting this offense installed on a week-to-week basis, but the defense came through on a week when they desperately needed them to. I am not the savant that Coach Vass is when it comes to calling out defensive scheme. I mean, really, I am not. But At the same time, I can definitely go through the basic gist of what the coverages are going, or like did, how they were able to put pressure and strain on Derek Carr. I mean, it's a cool game from a defensive perspective as well, but the offense, I think, is this funny mix of clunky and things that went well, where it's where I want to start. I mean, come on. We're the Chicago Bears and the Chicago Bears fan base, and if you know anything about what the Chicago Bears are, they are so defense and running game focused that I feel like we spend basically all of our time talking about offense. So let's go ahead and start off this game right here, where, we're going to talk some special teams, but, special teams were goofy. Because I would argue, you know what, we can start with this play right here. I thought Jakeem Grant looked like the most dangerous returner that the Bears have had in a very long time. He just ignored basically every special teams catch and return rule I've basically ever heard about. And I wish I was kidding. We'll get into it, but and I'm sure you guys have heard about it. I don't want to belabor things. I feel like everybody's just been dunking on Jakeem Grant since he caught that ball in the end zone, which he returned to the 17 or the 19, by the way. But it was interesting because I feel like Grant's return yardage was way better than what we've had with, I don't even remember some of their names. For instance, was it Dwayne Harris and Ted Ginn and Nisimba Webster? We've had some extremely lackluster returners, and Jakeem Grant was anything but lackluster, maybe just a little bit more firework than we wanted to, or than we wanted to see. Returning punts from your end zone, spending 3 seconds in your end zone before you run them out, maybe don't. Maybe don't do that. But as long as we can figure out which ones he should catch and which ones he should maybe just let go, he'll be fine. Because he certainly looked a lot more electric with the ball in his hands than I think I would have. Not than I would have anticipated, but you get the idea. Oh, and Ryan, it's funny you mentioned that. I can't go this whole stream not mentioning the fact that it was a little, I don't know if it was funny or just weird, that the Bears beat John Gruden's Raiders and immediately coach resigns for unrelated reasons that were hanging over them. So did the Bears get the Raiders on a great day? I don't know. How much of this stuff was swirling around in the locker room before the game? Truly, I don't know. And I'm not going to guess in this stream. We can't not talk about it. But I do think that, for lack of a better, or for whatever you think about it, this Raiders team was pretty good. We don't need to act like they were terrible. They do have a tendency, Jason, I know you're going to agree with this, that Derek Carr has a tendency to start the season really hot, especially in September, and then kind of fizzle out as the year goes on, especially starting around October is where things start to get rickety again. And he had a rough game. He didn't have a lot of places to go with the ball. I thought the Bears bracketed coverage gorgeously. We'll get into that part later. But the Bears in general caught the Raiders in the right week. I do think that the Raiders made a lot of mistakes of their own right, that it could have been a closer game, but at the end of the day, the Bears did just enough on offense to make this their game. And at the end of it all, I mean, whether the Raiders were beating themselves or not, the Bears kind of were in control of this one. The Raiders fighting to wrestle back control, but the Bears in control seemingly from start to finish. But it started off in good old Bears fashion. It really did, because the Bears pick up a nice 5-yard gain off of what looks to me to be the Bears' outside zone this week looked a lot less outside zone. And somebody could jump in and say that there were a whole bunch, or that this is a totally separate zone or type of zone run. I would almost agree with you. When you watch this kind of thing, which I think is so intriguing, normally on outside zone, you see everybody step way to the side. I mean, obviously it's not this dramatic, but they'll step over here. Everybody steps to the left, or in this case, the left to kick off an outside zone run. And the Bears technically did that, but they wanted to get vertical. They clearly put an emphasis on chipping these inside linemen and then getting vertical. So you see a whole lot of Ifedi stepping over, Mustafa stepping over, when he can. And Peters stepping over with Daniels and Whitehair specifically throwing a thick block on the inside and then kicking up towards the linebackers. I mean, so as we see that, like right there, he's going to check inside, but both of them have their eyes on those second level targets. And the Bears did a pretty good job of getting them. A little bit of a wrap up there, but the Bears get a nice little 5-yard run. Credit to Kmet for a decent little block on the edge out here. Like, I love the fact that the Bears running game is truly simplistic. I mean, they're just hitting you with outside zone, the occasional trap here and there, some wrinkles, but they're mostly just running outside zone. The trouble being that when I say it started off in classic Bears fashion, keep your eye on Germain Ifedi, because first drive of the game, bang, false start. Okay, so now it's not 2nd and 5, is it? Now it's 2nd and 10. And sad. But so I would love to see the Bears at some point not I would absolutely love to see the Bears stop taking these kinds of penalties, but that's pretty fanboyish overall. Penalties happen, especially on the snap count. This was something, by the way, that I found really intriguing because you're going to see this basically all night. I'm not 100% sure who is doing what. I can't remember because I haven't studied recently how a lot of teams do their silent counts. But if you take a look here, you're going to see Justin Fields do his silent count. James Daniels is watching, James Daniels is watching the Fields, and then he's going to tap Mustafa on basically every snap. Tap, snap. And so their timing gets a little weird, especially in the start of the game. So then here's a 2nd and 10, and the Bears do this a couple times. Let me make sure it's the play I think it is. Oh, yes. Okay, so this is something, if you're going to hear me talk about, if you've watched this channel basically at all, you have seen plenty of situations where I'll talk about play calling. But I tend to not talk about play calling quite the same way as a lot of people. At least I hope not. I don't love the strategic attitude behind 2nd and 10, the way that the Bears tend to approach it. I'm not necessarily saying that every 2nd and 10 needs to be a pass. It doesn't. But when you take a 2nd and 10 bunch set run out of the shotgun, where the very common way you're going to see teams defend the Justin Fields and his running, or like the way you're going to see teams try to account for Justin Fields as the running game is that just like the Raiders do here, they're going to basically drop a safety down in some form or fashion, or they're going to pull a linebacker over, and they're going to do what's called, or at least I've heard it called, scraping. So most of the time, it's not going to be this defensive end, Yannick Ngakoue, that has to care about Fields' running threat, and maybe he stays outside, which lets Peters block him. Not really. Most of the time, you're going to see either a linebacker or a safety that covers that gap in the outside lane, which tends to just mean that when the Bears handed this ball off, there's just not really anywhere to go. Well, here they actually got no. That's a later play. But so here on 2nd and 10, they get like 3 yards off of a tough run, which credit to the Raiders defense because they were moving. Like the Raiders defense, especially early on, was very, I don't want to say chaos oriented, but they were wiggling around a whole lot on the front. And so as they were, like in this case, they just crashed down. Everybody steps to their left hard, and that creates just enough opportunity to basically swallow up everything because Fields is obviously not going to go out here like Fields isn't taking this ball. There's no chance. This block gets there just a smidge late because they expected Ngakoue to get frozen by this handoff. He is not. So the basic concept, because I learned this, maybe you'll find it helpful. I find it helpful. So a lot of people look at the zone read, right? A fake handoff inside where the quarterback reads the defensive end. You know what? I should just be drawing this. So it's a fake handoff inside where at the mesh point, the quarterback has his eyes on basically the edge defender. And if that edge defender pinches in, the quarterback takes the ball and goes out. If the edge defender either stays where he is or heads out in some way, most of the time they just kind of stand still because they're accounting for the quarterback. You give the ball to the running back and he takes it up. And so a lot of ways that defenses have tried to get away from this, and in this case the Raiders pull this off well, is that they just give everybody a lane and they say just go. So the general gist, by the way, of what's considered a scrape exchange, and it's done a couple different ways, is that you will have this lineman just cut in with somebody else scraping over the top. In this case, they do it with Jonathan Abrams, the safety, who crashes down while Ngakoue comes in. But you're going to see that this allows Ngakoue to play with speed, and so the Bears, who are counting on Ngakoue to freeze because of that mesh point, he doesn't. And so Kmet gets there, albeit a little later than I think the Bears wanted him to. But that's a quick lesson in just ways that defenses are countering stuff that is very, very popular, like zone read. Super popular in college. Super popular in college. Super popular nowadays in what's the word? In the NFL. And so defenses are going to start picking up other tendencies. We'll talk a little bit about how they're defending boots. We've been talking about it kind of all season. But so stuff like this where you give that edge defender one assignment instead of basically giving him away to the offense as a conflict defender, like there's a lot of cool stuff that's going on. But so, Case, I can't read whatever you said. It's going to pop up. Oh, yeah. 100%. This was always a read with Kmet pulling. He's watching 100% of the way. Good catch. Like you'll see that, or like he's watching. And granted, it's not like Yannick and Jonathan Abrams see him watching like and go, "Oh, it's a read. Kmet's coming across." It's more, I honestly think that they just looked at the shotgun and they thought, "Well, let's set up a zone or a run blitz just in case." And so they got what they wanted, and the Bears get 3. But so that's just a quick lesson in how defenses are defending the read. It's not a read option. It's a zone read attack. And so the Bears get 3 on a down where they probably needed a little more than 3, because you remember how we talked about the silent count and other things like that? I want you to watch Jonathan Abrams here, because he tees the rookie up so badly on this 3rd down blitz. And maybe there's an element of a late snap to it, by the way. Like what the Bears are trying to do on offense, let's take a quick look here, is they want... By the looks of it, I think it's a screen. Like it looks to me like it's a screen. But so they're just trying to run a basic wide or running back flare out screen. But Jonathan Abrams tees this blitz up beautifully. Credit to him, credit to the Raiders, and I think that there's a chance that Mustipher snaps this ball late, because obviously we talked about earlier, Daniels is staring back at the quarterback, but it feels as if everybody on this offensive line, Case, you're talking about how Peters jumps, it kind of looks like everybody moves, like everybody's moving, and granted, obviously the ball's been snapped here, but everybody moves a little bit, including Abrams, who just blitzes straight through and gets a sack. Now, what coulda, shoulda, woulda the Bears done? Honestly, not much. This is a really, really, really nice blitz between, for the Raiders against a rookie quarterback and a rookie center that are going to talk through the, let me see right there. Oh, yeah, just reading chat. Thank you, guys. But so... in this case, a sophomore center and a rookie quarterback are going to take a look at this front right here, right? And they're going to see, okay, so we got 4 down linemen. Here's the linebacker. That's a safety. So we're going to mic up this linebacker, which is exactly why you're going to see that they run, I don't know the technical name for it, but basically Peters is on Ngakoue on an island, and then everybody else is shifting over to their right. So you've got a right side slide with the tackle not sliding right. He's just going to take on Ngakoue there, because they don't probably think that Abrams is coming. And if they do, they probably, or like that would have been a nice play by them to suss it out. But normally, this is going to sound so brain dead, but normally people don't look at a safety sitting in a linebacker spot and think, he might blitz. They take it as it comes, because that's considered a free rusher. The trouble is that as you can see here, Daniels is tapping Mustipher on the butt to snap the ball, and watch Abrams start his blitz from this moment. He leans forward, and by the time that ball gets snapped, he's way up on the line and already moving. This is just, it's a good blitz. Like, this is one of those that I think a more veteran quarterback might suss out. Maybe a more veteran center might see it too, or at least try to account for it. But Fields does what he can to get the ball out of his hands. But that was going to be a problem basically from snap to finish. Like, So there's Daniels watching the snap, taps Mustafa, and he just flies straight through and basically just gets the ball right out of Fields' hands. I don't know. I mean, we'll kind of do. But so, yeah, that's one of those where it's a very, 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 very solid blitz that's just timed up perfectly due to, at least it kind of feels like it had a lot to do with the Bears sort of giving things away with the silent count. Like Daniels, tap, it's very rhythmic at that point. And so I didn't watch specifically Daniels tapping Musty on the butt for the rest of the game, but let's take a look and see how things change from there, because I don't think they continue with that. But let's keep an eye on it, because now here comes the second drive. So that's it. So part of it is that they go under center, at least part of it. Oh man, Adrian, wait, what's 140 miles and 2 days of misery? Tell the story. But so Bears do a lot more under center from there to try to avoid these exact kind of situations. And they end up with, let's go back. They run the ball 1st and 10. They don't get a ton, partially because the box is just clogged. I mean, you look at exactly this kind of this run, and what you end up with is Kmet comes over on motion, and when he does that, everybody moves just a couple meters to their right, which really throws off the blocking pattern, because now Daniels is going to try to get to 34 all the way over here, as well as everybody else basically matching up from there. And this really messes with Daniels' his setup, because as they go through, so Whitehair is going to chip him, get out to the end, and Daniels tries to get all the way to 34, but he's not going to get there because it's just a good shift. The Raiders caught quite a few breaks early on, like, just to give them some credit. They caught some right place, right time play calls. This exact method of shifting basically cuts off anything that the Bears were going to get on the ground from there, and they end up with 2 yards, maybe. So on this next one, we've got a basic passing play, and I appreciate that they try to get the tight ends involved. If memory serves, they have Kmet there. Kmet swings out, running back runs a flare, and then let's just take a look at what the other tight end does. So it's just Jimmy Graham running a curl. So we've got running back flare, tight end curl, tight end there, so it's like a smash in this case. But so let's see. Do they make a move? Not necessarily, Case. They just clog stuff up. Oh, I get you. No, I think they just follow Kmet. So when Kmet moves, he basically reloads the formation. So they go, the strong side changes, and the defense just follows him to adjust. So doubt the Bears expected basically the entire back end of the line to do that. But so Bears are running smash in this case, and nobody gets open. I mean, I don't know if anybody was going to get open, but this is the Raiders. They just call the exact right kind of play or coverage. Let's take a look at what it is, because I wouldn't mind a second look at any of this stuff, really. I did not end up with... So Bears are thinking that they're going to get one out there and draw somebody on Damien Williams. But what the Raiders do that's really nice is that they drop the edge rusher, it looks like. No, that's not an edge rusher, is it? There's no way. Nah, they just got 34 down here. Everybody else shifted over to handle the strength of the formation, and they just rotate all three guys. And Fields basically has nowhere to go with this ball. I mean, he's covered because he's trying to run a route out there. Maybe you could try to dot that ball on the back shoulder, but you're always worried about that safety getting involved. Williams isn't open. And that could very well be a pick waiting to happen. I don't have to explain Graham. And really the only, I wouldn't call it a question. So exactly like you're talking about, Ryan. So you're getting where I was going. Everybody's going to point out Allen Robinson here in the bottom. And you're right. Now, these kinds of things, especially for rookies, let alone collegiate quarterbacks, most of the time you're picking a side. You looked at those three guys in the bunch set and you think, okay, we could get one of them being open. But in this case, Fields basically checks, that's not open, that's not open, that's not open, and that's the whole play call. If he wanted to dot up Robinson, he could have probably done it, but that's one of those things that I'm thinking maybe, as Fields gets older, he's going to I think he'll make a stronger, I don't know if he'll make a stronger play. I don't want to trip over my words or overpromise anything, but I will say that in this setting, I probably would have taken Allen in space, because it looks like Mooney's basically running. I think it's a post. I watched it one time, and Robinson's running more or something more inside, so he's got a whole lot of room on this second down. But I think maybe just it's as simple as Justin Fields wanted the deep shot, and so he tried to take that deep shot. You could see him wind up for it, and then he got frozen with nobody being open and decides he's just going to junk the football, because that's exactly right. So let's take a look. That's a great question, Case. So first thing Fields does is it looks like his eyes are on this guy right here, because that will tell him a lot, and that very well could be just the to look through his vision. He could very well be watching this corner, because generally in a smash set, you've got Damien Williams is going right there, and Cole Kmet's going up there, and the general gist with what you're doing on smash is that you're going to make this corner pick one. He's either going to go up and take Kmet, or he's going to go down and take Williams. So you're going to see he drops, and so once he drops, Fields' eyes are probably going to go to Williams, at least at some point. He might have hesitated there because he could see, or because he wanted to throw to Kmet, because that's the game Fields wants to play, is he wants to make those deeper throws, but ends up just spacing the ball out of bounds. Nothing was open. You never know, by the way, how much of this stuff in these guys' helmets. All we can see is whether his helmet moves, but obviously, there's plenty you can do with your eyes that doesn't involve you actually tilting your head. Believe it or not, I can see the camera from here and here. But yeah, you guys know how that works. So Field spaces the ball. Would have loved to see would have loved to see him see the other side or think about it, but that's one of those hindsight is 2020 things. So then I think it's third down again. So this is 3rd and 10, and they catch a break. But so at this point, the Raiders jump off sides. Good play by the Raiders so far. Seriously, they've been buttoned up. And so this was one that might have let the Bears back in the game, but would you believe it? So there are sometimes, we've talked about this before, sometimes you make a bad play call. You decide that on 2nd and 11, you're going to run right up the gut. You get 2 yards, and you wonder, I don't know what I was expecting. Now it's 3rd and 9. Sometimes, though, you make a creative call, a smart call. This is the quarterback draw, by the way, and I honestly think that that this is a really creative call. I really do. The trouble is that the Raiders run a stunt up here in front of the defense that totally wins. This stunt throws the Bears offensive line off that you're going to see, because Whitehair, who's expecting to block this guy out of the way. So the gist on draws is that you want, obviously, all 4 pass rushers to come this way, and effectively you want to then push them out to the side so that you get a big ol' running lane for your quarterback to go straight up. So here, this is a straight draw. The trouble being, Fields' primary running lane is totally clogged. 100% clogged. That's not what you want on a draw. And as the Bears kind of try to get things out of the way, Fields isn't able to pick up any speed from basically a standstill, and ends up where, the Bears have some decent blocking out here, but he's already having to cut left to try to dodge through this tackle and get by Whitehair, who doesn't push his guy quite far enough. And so from there, he tries to spin on Jonathan Abrams. We've all seen it. We don't need to focus on it. Fields' spin move is slow. The actual time it takes for him to hit the circle button, per se, takes just a little too long. And so in here, you can tell he's in running mode. He's trying to accelerate. He really can't accelerate because Mustafa's man is just dangerous enough that it pushes him this way, but Whitehair hasn't gotten his guy far enough to get out of there. So, at this point, it's a creative call. I really don't mind the call. Fields thinks he can beat Abrams in open space and maybe just, killed a bunch of his nerve endings in his hip. These, by the way, are exactly the kinds of hits that I don't want Fields to take. I don't know what goes into it, because when he's sitting in the pocket and he spins against Detroit, it's sick. That's great. I want him to keep that creativity going. I think that the spin in the pocket makes a lot of sense, but the spin in open field's just gotten him hit a lot. Like Clemson game, that preseason game, this is exactly the kind of thing. You know, Ryan, it's funny you say that. I don't think this hit is dirty at all. Like, this is an open field hit that Fields exposes him to, and he gets smacked. And maybe it didn't hurt quite as much as I would have thought it would, because I don't think that that Abrams necessarily gets all of Fields, but he gets enough with his shoulder right there that, like, that's going to sting. And especially when you're playing a position that you need to step into stuff, yeah, you get the idea. Like, not ideal. But so, well, the Bears punted away, and at this point, as you could probably guess, it's not been a great quarter. Like, let's see. I love that. The spin to win in NFL Street. That's right. That I'm thinking the Madden spin move. The one especially, gosh, do you guys remember the one? It used to have that sound effect on it that would be like, like, I just remember it used to be insane in like 2006. Now, obviously, Madden's changed a lot. In fact, I feel like they nerfed the spin move. I feel like the spin got a lot more situational and a little dull. But but that's just my soapbox. But so, let's see. Yeah, Case. It's funny you talk about the Burrow thing. Like, man, that Burrow dive where he ended up in the hospital, that was scary. I don't know what he was doing, specifically pushing for 6 yards to go instead of 7 yards to go, but I don't want to critique him too much. He was obviously trying to make a play and ended up getting himself hurt again. Finished the game out. Or had plenty of opportunities to win that game, obviously. Wish they would have. Packers devil magic stays alive. Thank you, Alex, for subscribing. But I'm with you, Ryan. I don't want to see that happen to Fields either. So that's the kind of thing that I hope he irons out of his game. Feel free to do it in the pocket, where I think it's a little safer. But especially in the open field, either slide or juke. The juke move seems relatively safe overall. But so Ryan, funny you talk about feeling bad for the Lions. I don't. I mean, I don't know. Detroit and me have not gotten along since that Ndamukong Suh forearm shiver delivered to Jay Cutler. I feel like the Bears and the Lions have played some nasty, chippy, dirty games, like on each side of the ball, where the Bears were given as much as they were getting, but it was a, let's just say, tough to watch with your favorite players just get lit up. And so, yeah, I don't know if I've really gotten over that. Like, I could watch the Lions lose and laugh every time. But so this is a nice example, by the way. So now as this third drive starts, this is a good example of an adjustment the Bears tried to make, and maybe an example of things places where I want to say, Emmett, we're going to get there. We're gonna get there. Like, let's get to Jesper when we get there. But so here's an example of both the Bears trying to make an adjustment and Fields maybe not making the grandest play ever. But so this is a perfect, frankly, example of where Fields is as a player at this exact moment. So the Bears are going to run an extremely simple combination where you've got Allen Robinson on a deep post, and it's one of these two, but it's Damiere Byrd. So Robinson, deep post, Damiere Byrd, deep out, off of a play action standard pass. And so what you end up with is Fields takes the snap, play action, looks for Robinson, and so it's going to look like he's there, but you have to remember that he's running a deep post, so the throwing lane gets pretty well covered up by 42 here. Like, as this play basically comes alive, that throw isn't there. Like, I would tell you, Mitch can't throw that, Fields can't throw that, fair is fair, that's not open. Now, Byrd is. Like, as Byrd hits the deep out, JT O'Sullivan would say this, I'm going to say it, you've got your wide receiver, like, breaking out on a corner who's facing his hips in. Yeah, that's open, and he's wide open. But Fields doesn't throw it there. And I think that there's a lot of reasons for that. Let's talk about them, because it's, again, it's a nice thermometer into where Fields is. Because if this is the Browns game, I think that there's a chance Fields gets sacked. because the Bears have basically pulled Cole Kmet across, and Cole Kmet is one-on-one against Yannick Ngakoue. And honestly, given that it's Cole Kmet on Yannick Ngakoue, I think Cole does a decent job. Like, Fields takes a look, realizes it's not there, probably a smart decision. Maybe he could have let this go a little bit sooner. Like, if that ball's in flight right now, I think he might complete it. So he's a hair late, but he's correct in the idea that at this point it isn't open. But there's also a ton of pocket room to work to that had he made his way over here or something like that, he might have been able to make the throw out to Damiere Byrd. Instead, he thinks check down, then he thinks throwaway because he's got a man in his face, and he gets the ball out, so no sack. Trouble being, as you know if you watched the game, they call this a backwards pass, and he loses the yards anyways. So it's not as if it's a terrible play. I actually think it's kind of funny because you watch this play and you see Fields avoids the sack. Fields goes through his progression. Fields recognizes there's a man in my face. I've got to get the ball out. Big improvement from Cleveland. Really. Step one in being an NFL quarterback is figuring out how to not take nasty, unnecessary sacks. This is too good a pocket to take a sack in, and Fields doesn't take a sack. The trouble is that, like you're saying, Andrew, I mean, I think either way, you could Fields could take a look at this, realize it's not there, realize he's got to check the backside, and if he gets there, that's Damiere Byrd, Ryan, like, that's open. So that's the kind of thing that when you want to see development from Fields, you want to see him, I think anyways, either. So let's go through it one more time, because I think that there's an early window where Robinson has this ball where you take the snap, you look there, throw it now. You've got the linebacker with his hips inside. You don't need to wait. You could just rip the ball right now. So if you throw it immediately, right on time, I think the throw's there. Once he waits, it's not open anymore. So at this point, get to your second read, because that is open. Like, as soon as he looks at Damiere Byrd in this case, he's going to have him. He doesn't take a look, though, and so he hangs on Robinson. He kind of seems like he peeks just a little bit. He started to snap his head over there, but from there, but at that moment, Ngakoue enters his field of vision. He isn't looking anywhere else. I wouldn't even call this a bad habit. He's just a rookie. And so after a 9-sack game just 2 weeks ago, he's thinking, don't take a sack, don't take a sack, don't take a sack, throws it out of bounds. And it's tough to judge, by the way. Like, I can't remember if they looked at this or not, and I don't want to debate too much. I have seen a lot of stuff called an incomplete pass that felt awfully not like, or felt right there. And this is like, so here he is at, let's see, this is the 22, kind of like hand at the 21 by the looks of it. Maybe it's a trick of the eye. Probably, like, let's say that he's at the 21.5. And where this ball lands, it's hard to tell where it goes out of bounds. I'm not trying to dispute the call too much. Like, take the L, whatever. But this is a nice example. Apologies, sir. By the way, Andrew, great seeing you in the chat. But so this is a nice example of like where Fields is, because I think that play was there. I really do. Like, I think that even that first snap to Robinson is like, I'll go through it one more time, because I'm not trying to roast the kid. He's a rookie. He's got plenty of opportunity to grow from here, but I know timeliness is something he's really working on, being on time. And so as like this opportunity right there, if he, maybe part of the problem is that if he throws it on time, now that I think about it, I have to say out loud, Al Robinson's not looking for this ball. I think maybe he even wants to throw it, right? But this isn't Madden. You can't throw it to him so early and have Robinson just magically turn around and catch it. He's not looking for the ball until there, because that's traditionally when you throw the ball and then it's open. So I'll walk back some of this. Like, we do have to remember that just because there's a receiver in open space doesn't necessarily mean that that receiver is going to catch the football. You wish he would, right? But I don't know if this really all I hate to say it, KGE, because it would be nice to say that this is an area of growth for Justin Fields. Honestly, I think talking about that feels like it provides solid analysis, but this is one where the linebacker gets in the way, and I honestly think that maybe all that I would really expect out of the rookie is to recognize, okay, you know what, this is taking too long. Let me check the backside. Because once he sees this corner is playing on the outside like this, he might be able to make the snap decision that the other corner's probably mirroring the coverage. And if he does take a peek at Damiere Byrd, that's exactly what you want. Again, it's probably just like a 12-yard gain. I feel like I've seen Dan Orlovsky do this a bunch, right? Where he's going to look at a play like this and he's going to go, Damiere Byrd catches this, corner, hips inside, touchdown, touchdown Bears, touchdown, Matt Nagy sucks. And so, you know, you take everything with a grain of salt. It's like a 12-yard gain that he passes on, but he does lose 7 yards on the throw, and that's not great. But yeah, so, and like you're talking about Jordan, because you mentioned this, they do a really solid time, they do a really solid job of pressuring Fields pretty much throughout the game. And Alexander, I'll go crazy with the telestrator if you let me. So this was so then Fields takes a delay of game, right? Because that's what this is. This snappy one, I had to go look this up. I was like, what is this? So Fields takes the delay of game at this point. It's 2nd and 22. And Raiders fans, this was it. This was the spot, I think. You want a baseball analogy? The bases were loaded, right? On I don't know what the defensive corollary would be, but basically this was where you could have completely deflated the Bears offense until probably about the second half, best case scenario. But so this play right here, the Bears try to get Fields in rhythm, right? It's 2nd and 22. All they're focused on is getting Fields a completion. So they call a basic curl and flat that's just targeting this linebacker for 4 yards. And Yannick Ngakoue puts his hands into Justin Fields' shoulder, and they get a first down. 15 yards. Like, this is one of those plays. I try not to be too hard on defensive linemen all too often, but this was a gift. This was a gift of gifts. And I think it's a little bit of a soft call. I think Fields sells it a little bit, but at the same time, any fan of a defensive team has seen this exact call go against them so many times. I think we're all used to it at this point, right? You can't do this. You can't, as Mario Edwards, throw someone after the whistle's been blowing for 3 seconds. And exactly like you're saying, Grant Lake, like, it's a little ticky-tack, but it's also 2021, and we're used to this by now. So Fields gets his free completion, and he gets knocked to the ground, and from there, they get the laundry. They move downfield for 15 yards. Like, this was exactly the kind of thing where I would tell you the Raiders let the Bears offense back in the game, and from there, they responded with, in my opinion, like, it's hilarious to call a check down one of the best plays that the Bears had all game, but this is exactly how and why you run 4 verts when you run 4 verts, by the way. Like, so the Bears are running a verts package. Like, that's really all this is. Mooney coming across, Graham goes up. I think it might literally just be a bunch of verts with some little releases here and there. Let's see. Yeah, it's just verts all the way down the field with, looks like he's coming out a little bit, but Mooney heads in there. The Bears are just trying to fill up files at this point. So the Raiders have this guy in coverage, this guy in coverage, this guy in coverage, this guy in coverage. So the deep stuff, they've got it tracked, but all the Bears are doing at this point, because this is what 4 verts basically is, right? Is just trying to catch the Raiders sleeping with too many guys up front. Because, for instance, if this linebacker isn't man-matched on Mooney, or isn't pattern matching, or even just misses his assignment, right? If he thinks Mooney is running a stop and go, or like a deep curl, which the Bears have done. They have done any curl you can think of. Then, at that point, Mooney blows by him, and Fields has a big, deep touchdown. But instead, the best part about verts, in my opinion, is that when you run these kinds of deep setups, you pull the entire defense down the field. You've got this guy's watching the interior right here. He's running with the man. He finally has figured out the running back is open. And so Fields checks it down. This is basically free yardage. I mean, it's 15 yards. It's one of the Bears' biggest gains of the game, but it's as easy as it comes. I mean, really, it's fun. Blaze Infernos, great to have you on board. But so, simple fake, bunch of yards downfield. Like, this is exactly the kind of play call that when you want to be a deep strike vertical team, and credit to the offensive line, by the way, for holding up just fine on this exact kind of play. Like, this is what you want Fields to see. He hits this beautifully on time. Like, Williams has just hit his spot when he gets the ball. Like, this is nice. Again, don't plan the parade for a check down that gets a bunch of yards. But for a quarterback, this, you could kind of tell that late hit helped Fields take a little bit of a deep breath, right? Just so he watches everybody run downfield, sees the check down, wide open in his field of view, takes the ball, runs upfield. Nice play, Damien Williams. Nice play, Justin Fields. Good call by the Bears. This is a great way to come right out of it. Oh gosh. Oh no. Cantrim, I don't want to know what I drew, because I have a feeling I know what I drew, and it wasn't on purpose. No. Don't tell anybody. Shh. But so these unintentional mistakes happen all the time. I really got to work on my pen discipline and my word discipline. When I was teaching what was it? When I was teaching bang, bend, bounce running, that was rough. We'll talk through it because it's going to be Herbert time here soon. But I'm going to have to try to figure out a new way to phrase that. Oh, gosh. Is that KG Doc? Great to have you on. I have to try to suss out everybody's name. But so either way, thank you. I assume that that's an optometrist thing. We need you. So thank you so much. So then the Bears just started to run the ball. We get a Ryan Nall sighting. Ryan Nall in the right there in the Bears backfield, and I love this blocking assignment. By the way, like, I love the idea of this. And Carlo, I agree. This play is better than the draw, especially because what the Bears are basically doing. Let's take a look at this. They're gonna fake a bubble screen, which is only important for these defensive linemen right here, who freeze just a little trying to get down the field to stop the pass. And because Whitehair stays in to block as a pass coverage guy, like, this is really cool because you end up selling the fake. Most of these defensive linemen, they watch the offensive linemen, they watch what the quarterback is doing. So that allows Peters to sneak out and turn this into a mini trap assignment. So Nall picks up this guy, Peters picks up him. Whitehair is basically blocking two guys right there as Williams takes the ball and he's got a lane. So he's able to pick out about 5 yards, but either way, the Bears out-schemed the Raiders as far as generating rushing yards really well. Like, it was simple stuff, right? A lot of it was just as simple as out executing, but they also threw little wrinkles like this in throughout the game to just try to keep the Raiders on their toes ever so slightly. I mean, this was a grounded pound black and blue game in a whole lot of ways. Peters, by the way, check out Peters absolutely lighting this guy up right here. This is fun. So Peters is going to pass him off. That's not the big one. But I want you to watch what Peters does to poor Jonathan Abrams. Kaboom. Like, Peters been violent. It's a 400-pound man. Basically just chug, 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 slamming into people. And little plays like this where, let's see here, Fields basically takes a shotgun snap, and it's not that it turns into anything. It's that when you watch the offensive line, it looks like something it's not. This is... Let's see here. Yeah, this feels like a draw. I think this might be a draw, as a matter of fact. Like, so Fields takes the snap, and up through this moment right here, the offensive line has basically not jetted out, so it looks like a pass rush, or it looks like a passing play from an offensive line perspective, which is exactly why Peters does exactly what he's supposed to. He pushes that guy out. Sam Mustipher gets on open right over here. Well, he doesn't actually end up affecting the play. Shh. But, so from there, it's then one man on the rest. Herbert does a great job just wiggling right on the backside of Peters, and then they're able to take advantage of some space. I mean, it's really solid. Yeah, Marty. Let's see. How much do I think the running backs left on the field? Not a lot. I really don't think. I don't want to be too controversial. I don't. But I thought Khalil Herbert played really well. I mean, I thought Damien Williams played really well. Like, there was a whole bunch of stuff that I thought that specifically Williams and Herbert did that, I don't know. I don't want to sit here and yell about how Monty isn't good, because that's not the case. I just thought that Williams and Herbert filled his shoes about as well as he would have. Like, I think that there are some plays where Montgomery might have gotten more yards due to a broken tackle. I also think that there were some plays where Khalil Herbert gets more yards than Monty because he's faster. It's that simple, right? So you tell me, like, it's one of those where you can make the decision, seriously. I really don't know, Alexander, about that. Like, I personally thought that Khalil Herbert, and we will watch more of it, like, Khalil Herbert just took the ball and ran. And so he'd go get 9 yards, where I think Montgomery maybe gets 5. And so there might have been some plays where Montgomery could have shook a tackler and gone from there. But at the same time, maybe the most important tackle that needed to get broken got broken anyways by Damien Williams' spin move. So They snapped tackles where they needed to, and they created space when they needed to. This is a nice little play, by the way. It's very simple and easy. It's just a play action, play action and throw it. So you get Fields right there, play action, take a look outside. You're 100% going outside, throw the ball, catch 8 yards, and exactly what the quarterback needs to kind of just, again, help him take that deep breath, right? So these are the kinds of plays where we're seeing a little bit more rhythm from Fields, where I think that his footwork it's a little all over the place, if I was going to be really harsh on him, because he's doing a lot of things. So he's dropping, which he's not accustomed to, gets to the back of his drop. I think that foot probably comes out just a smidge wider than you want it to, but he's also falling backwards as he throws it. But either way, there you go. I think saying that David Montgomery would have had 200 yards is bold. Let's just put it that way. Like, I don't know. I really don't think so, because unless you think that Montgomery's faster than Herbert, or that he would have somehow sawn open like 1.5 more tackles per run, 200 yards on 36 carries is nuts. That's like 6 yards a carry. Khalil Herbert had 4.2 yards per carry because the Bears ran a lot of runs that generated no hole. So it's not as if that this day, I really thought that the Bears basically just got what they could. I thought the running backs both played pretty well overall. I don't know. I'm really not trying to go after Montgomery. Like, for instance, I think this was a really, really, really nicely blocked play. The trouble is that in this case, so we've had somebody in the chat this whole evening that's been after Allen Robinson, and this isn't going to help. Like, this was a rough play by Allen Robinson. Rough play. Where you're going to see Alex Bars was basically their wrinkle throughout the entire game, by the way, where every once in a while they would declare Bars eligible and they would bring him on as a 6th offensive lineman. The trouble being, like, if you want to be harsh on it, you could say, thank you so much, Travis Austin. Great to see ya. So the trouble being here that Alex Bars is not great. He's still a backup offensive lineman, but he's better than a tight end when it comes to blocking. And so the Bears were able to use that to then basically just crash down. I would tell you that the Bars thing, it gave as much as it got. That the Bears had some plays where Bars being eligible probably hurt them. But Jordan, I can't even imagine. But they also had some plays just like this one where I think it really helped. So the Bears pull Mooney across the formation. That yanks that yanks somebody out of space in this case. So a lot of what these wide receiver motions are supposed to do is when you catch the defense in man, it basically lightens up the box. So all of a sudden you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys versus 1, 2, 3, 4 relevant people, because this guy's going to be way out. So you've got extra hats, which is exactly what the Bears want, as they get a double here. They get a clogged lane in the middle, and they get Allen Robinson versus one guy on his own. That's it. That's it right here. Like, all they have is wait. Yeah, so all they have is Allen Robinson needing to make a decision. at this point. Let me see, Joe, what did you say in the Chicago Sports Radio? They were saying, oh, yeah, it's almost like the Bradley Sewell transition never happened, right, Joe? Whoa, super crazy. Nobody's ever played 6 offensive linemen before. No, it happens enough. The Bears just wanted to do it. So the trouble here is if you want to go after Allen Robinson, be my guest, because all he's got to do is make this guy pick inside or outside. That's it. If he goes outside and tries to wall him off, Herbert, or in this case it's Williams, knows he's just got to get out and try to get what he can or at the edge. The safety then goes from there. But if he goes inside, which is easier, right? All he's got to do is just run here, set a pick, think basketball on this guy, and then Herbert basically would end up, or it's not Herbert, it's Williams. Williams ends up with all this space to one-on-one the safety. Like, that's it. So this one's probably not a touchdown. Theoretically, if you want to get all the way out and you think you can, that might work better, but Allen doesn't make a decision. Like, he doesn't do anything. And if you watch Williams in this setting, he's just like, okay, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And then ends up just kind of ripping around his back. And they gain 12 yards off the play. Like, they gain a good bit, but this isn't what you want from your wide receiver because he doesn't help. he basically doesn't do anything. And so I would love to see this kind of stuff improve, but Allen Robinson has basically been taking running snaps off the entire season. So, Grant, I hear you, because I know you're making a joke about how this is an improvement over what we've seen from Allen Robinson, but it technically is. But this really is one of those plays where you're like, oh man, do anything. And Damien Williams has more to work with. Credit to Williams for making the man miss anyways by himself. Like, if you do watch, the defender ends up with a shot at Williams and Williams just dispenses him. Like, again, that's a tackling opportunity. It's not a great one. Tackling running backs is so hard. Like, I do think that within the Eddie Jackson dialogue, by the way, there has become this expectation that safeties and defensive backs should just be able to hit an accelerating running back whenever they want to. That's not a thing. Like, Damien Williams does the expected right here, like forcing the wide tackle, and the defensive back does what he wants to do too, just trying to push the running back inside, because then the defense comes up and makes a play. So this is one of those, like, everybody wins kinds of setups. But so then this enters Jordan and any Bears fan at the game. I can only imagine what being here was like this specific part. So we hit the spot where the Bears are at about the 10-yard line, and this is somewhere between the most sad looking red zone set of plays that you're going to see in football, and on the other hand, the Bears score. So, like, we'll go through it. So the Bears at this point, they've got bars still on the field, and they're going to try to make a play off of play action with Allen Robinson coming over the middle. And it's not open, it's not there, and Justin Fields gets punched in the face. Like, it looks like it's there until you realize that 42 is right in the throwing lane. So Fields just throws it over. He throws it over Allen Robinson, no problem whatsoever. 404 people watching. Holy moly. That's a ton. You guys are incredible. But so Bars also gets beat by Max Crosby really, really badly. But so, yeah, 42 at this point is edging into the Allen Robinson throwing lane, which is a bummer. I think they were expecting him to come up a little bit more on the play action fake, especially with 6 offensive linemen. But so, yeah, this is one of those where they try to get rid of the ball, and man, Fields gets hit. Fields gets hit on this play. These are those simple ones where it's like, that's right in the neck. And so credit to him for maintaining toughness at this spot, because he just took Max Crosby's forearm to the neck. You can tell he's feeling it. Like, you don't need to celebrate too much. Just know Justin Fields, tough son of a gun, and he showed it throughout this game. And so they're still running the 6 offensive line thing, right? And this is the negative. Not only Alex Bars, I feel like I have to go back just one more time, right? Bear Grylls. Awesome. Celebrity follow. So the trouble here, we talked earlier about how Alex Bars, at the end of the day, he's a depth offensive lineman. And whether or not he's expecting to surprise Max Crosby, like, just throwing in there, Alex Bars versus Max Crosby is not a good matchup for the Bears. And so Crosby beats Bars way inside. I think they were expecting him to try to go around the edge, because that would be, I don't know what they were expecting. I'm gonna just take that back. I don't know what they were expecting. Like, I really don't. Because Max is playing the run 100%. And so he just beats Bars off the snap. This is a toasting. And so maybe, yeah, the throw wasn't open. But so he gets hit, and they catch a break, basically. So then 6 offensive linemen. The other problem with it is that if you're just trying to create a hole, well, it still doesn't change the fact that if somebody blows their assignment, even just one person, the run's kind of over. Like, in this case, the Bears ran the ball really well until they basically tried to run anything inside the 5. They had 1 touchdown run and a whole bunch of this, where you're going to see Jermaine Ifedi get beat badly to the inside. And so the linebacker knows he can just tee up his fit. Alex Bars is taking whatever leverage he can get against number 34 here. So it's Damien Williams versus a linebacker in no space at all. Oklahoma drill. And in the NFL, the offensive player loses the Oklahoma drill almost all the time. Like, so it's not super terrible. Like, overall, it's more that if 80 just gets beat. And when you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 offensive linemen and 2 tight ends, there's a very, very, very good chance someone is going to get beat, because you've got a whole lot of guys all trying to hit blocks. 8 blocks all consecutively. That is hard to hit, even in the NFL. Sounds simple. It's hard to do. And so if 80 loses his matchup, he really had a rough game. And then he got hurt, which did not help. But so Bears get nothing off there. I don't know if they lose a yard. And Ariana, great to see you. Sethi, I think personally that Fields is in a good spot. I think that you're going to see them take the training wheels off, by the way, after the bye. And I think that that's for everything. Right? It's best for everybody. Right now, Fields is still, the way that I would describe it to you is that right now, Fields is getting used to NFL speed, probably a little bit earlier than maybe he should, but I'm saying that specifically off of the idea that Lawrence could benefit from time on the bench, Wilson could benefit from time on the bench, and Lance could benefit from time on the bench. Like, in the modern day concept of ready, Fields is as ready as anybody else. But as far as when we're going to see Fields really hit his stride, it won't be until I think he's gotten a little bit better control over what's going on, or over just NFL speed, NFL open, everything. Jordan, we are paused. So what are you trying to look at? The quarterback play or the run? Because let me see here. Let's see. Yeah. That's the other thing, Adrian. There is an element of the offensive line is trouble. So you're not going to see them necessarily lean on a passing game until they absolutely have to. But so let's see. That makes sense. I see it, Jordan. It'd be interesting to see. I don't necessarily get the impression they're playing a ton of split zone. Either that or I need to go back and look up what split zone is and get used to it. Bill Hasty, great to see ya. But in this case, I love the idea that the Bears tried to get Fields involved in the running game. A lot of people aren't going to like it because they don't want to see their quarterback run the ball. But when you've got a 4-4 quarterback, using it is no problem. It really isn't. Especially since the Bears almost get what they want if Fady just loses a one-on-one matchup for, I think, the second play in a row. So all Fady's really got to do here is get on this guy's outside, or his outside shoulder, and turn him inwards. So if he does that, you've got Kmet and Ifedi forming a wall with Herbert running for Fields to block the first guy through the hole, and then Fields can basically just work off of that. This would have worked. This is a solid play call. It's kind of like trying to get into a toss crack sort of look from a quarterback run, which is always hard to defend for a defense because you're attacking an unusual gap. The trouble is that Ifedi doesn't hit the block, and Ifedi's man makes the tackle, and yikes. I think we can all agree that is not the extended foot dug into the like dug into the ground is nasty. Like that was the sort of thing, I can't speak for anybody else. My heart stopped when Fields took the hip hit. My heart stopped when Fields took the sack, or that we'll talk about later. My heart stopped here. Fields was getting absolutely lit up throughout this game, and I did not like it. Again, here's a solid second look at Germain Ifedi's. It's not a great block. It really isn't. Like right there, you can clearly tell that Crosby's got command of what's going on the inside. And if Fields wanted to, maybe he could have cut it back up the backside, but that would be ridiculous. Like that's just, no, a running back maybe, but a quarterback's going to follow his lead blocker. And so he follows Herbert. If Eddie's guy makes the play, bad. But you guys all knew that. But so let's see. So one thing to talk about. So somebody mentioned earlier the concept of the short side of the field versus the wide side of the field. I thought this was really interesting, by the way, because so when I was talking to Coach Vass just last night, one thing he talked about is that this concept of the short side of the field versus the wide side of the field matters a lot more in college than it does in the NFL. And that made a lot of sense. Like when he said it, I went, I get it. Like, I don't want to say that the short side of the field is irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. It's more that you got to remember that the collegiate sidelines are basically there to there. It might actually be that ridiculous, by the way. But so you end up with exactly like Coach T is saying, in college, the concept of the boundary to the field is a lot more pronounced. You don't want to run stuff to the short side of the field because if the ball was over, say here, that's no space at all. But in the pros, these hashes are so tight that the concept of the short side versus the wide side, again, it's not that it's unimportant. It's just not a duh. It's not a no-brainer because you've still got probably about 30 yards of space. It's probably not 30. It's like you still got 20 yards of space-ish that like you can use. It's to the point where you're going to end up exactly like Stacy's saying, it matters more about how you can block things and trying to catch people ever so slightly off guard. But yeah, that's the general gist. Marty, honestly, it was new to me too. Like that was the first time that I'd really ever heard it. Like, just who cares? And I was like, oh, who does care? It made a lot of sense to me once he'd said it. So exactly like this is, again, I don't hate this play call. I don't love running the ball on like 2nd and 10 necessarily. In this day and age of Fields, I do think that there's a whole lot of wiggle room there. But this was like a solid play call that just wasn't executed. And I don't know whether Isaiah Wilkinson's going to be better. Apparently I called him Elijah Wilkinson for like the entire week. And somebody pointed out in the comments, they were like, wrong prophet. And I was like, that's funny. So kudos. But so like, yeah, at that point, the Bears then they catch another break, right? So they, at this point, I think it's like 2nd down, and they catch again, I don't know if it's like ticky-tack per se, but they catch a hand to the face penalty off Jonathan Abrams. Like, Fields doesn't even necessarily take the tackle, or like he eats the tackle, but yeah, somebody let me know what his name is. But yeah, you get the idea. So like at this point, and Jordan, I hear you on Fields not cutting it up and being decisive. I honestly always wonder in settings like this, by the way, where I always wonder whether the quarterback who's wearing quarterback pads is seeing at this point that Ifedi's struggling and trying to figure out necessarily like what he's going to do. Cause this is not the front you want to run the ball around. But, is it 3 penalties on this drive, Adrian? Yes. They got a free first down on the Allen Robinson play action. This was 2nd down, turns it into 1st down. They try to run the ball again. I thought it was Elijah. I thought it was. Dadgummit, I should have looked it up. And so there's always somebody that mucks up these like deep runs at this point. So you're going to see at this point, it's James Daniels who just gets beat. Like James Daniels was up and down. He was up and down. So he would make a big play, like a really good play. And then he would kind of screw up, honestly. And this was this was one of those screw-ups where 77 just long arms him, and my goodness, you aren't running there anymore. Like, this whole side of the field, toast. So Damien Williams tries to cut it up the backside, and it does not happen. So that's how it goes in the red zone. Like, red zone running's tough, right? But I don't want to say that, like, the Bears should have necessarily, that they should have gotten a ton of rushing yards of the red zone. Honest opinion. You want my honest take? And Lester Wilfong, who's in the chat, superstar alert, but he'll probably tell you the same thing. The red area running is really where the fact that your best offensive lineman might just be 39-year-old Jason Peters. Like, you've got a solid offensive lineman, a problem, a hot and cold offensive lineman, and somebody that gets hurt but wasn't playing well up to this point anyways. Like, this is where it gets hard to run the ball. Like, within the 5-yard line. You could do it off of sheer grit, right? But these exact kinds of runs, I would expect more of them, because these are where defensive linemen are paid to make things work for the defense, and it hurts. But so let me see. Yeah, so then they get hit here, and at this point, credit to Justin Fields. Like, he just makes play. I think folks have talked about this before, but this shouldn't happen. Like, this should be, quote unquote, should be a throwaway. Like, let's take a look at what's going on here. So the Bears pull Jimmy Graham across, that nobody really moves, so you know that it's a zone play of some kind. But as that happens, the Bears are going to call, who was Whitehair supposed to hit? We'll go back and take a look in a second case, because we have to talk about this. The Bears run a really nice little play action rollout. This is always the threat, by the way, something that the Bears have been showing basically all year, and they've tried to use Fields as a little bit of cover, is you'll actually see that the Bears run outside zone with a play action boot look off of almost every single one of their outside zone under center running plays, and I love this stuff, right? So the idea, watch the offensive line first. It's easy to watch Fields because he ends up with the ball, but up through that point, like, Williams is over there, but imagine him coming up. Like, remember, the defensive linemen are reading the offensive line. It's just straight outside zone at this point. So it's something that they've been running the whole red zone drive up to this point. Ever since they got here, they've been trying to pound this ball in, and so they catch everybody flowed over, and so they're thinking, hey, let's see if we can't get somebody open. Nobody does. Like, the Raiders kept, so 21 turns around and robots beautifully to get into Jesper Horsted's area, and like, Damien Williams gets covered up beautifully by 34, the outside corner over here. There's nothing. With a man running at him, Fields should throw this ball away. Instead, Fields realizes at this point that he's had enough of getting just beat up in the red zone. The Bears need some points. He hasn't thrown a touchdown yet, and he sees that 21 is running back to Jesper Horsted, so he knows he's not watching the football, right? He knows that if he throws this ball, he technically isn't going to be able to see it. And that means that there's always the chance for a play. I wish I could slow this down because it's pretty wild. But Fields basically plants at this point and just decides, all right, you know what? I'm throwing it up. And so, bang, Jesper makes a gorgeous catch. Like, this is ridiculous. It really isn't. And in case you talk about how he's as good as open, it's not that I disagree. It's that I think that this is just, it takes a gutsy quarterback to decide that he's going to throw this ball. It really does. Like, let's take a look at the design under center, or from the end zone cam, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Like, I have watched so many quarterbacks. Andy Dalton's not throwing this football. Mitch Trubisky's not throwing this football. Like, Nick Foles doesn't throw this football. We've watched a lot of Bears quarterbacks that wouldn't throw this football. I really don't, I don't think that that this is easy. It takes guts. And I agree with you, Case. Back turned is as good as open, but you need that, like, you need the stones to make this kind of play. And credit to Fields, he sees it. He gets 52 leaning down, makes a throw while taking a hit, and credit to Jesper Horsted, who hauls in a gorgeous, or like a great touchdown catch. Because exactly like you're saying, Case, or Stacy, there's an element of this kind of throw that you look at and you say, hey, I'm glad it worked out for him. Like, 21 could have easily read Jesper's eyes and pulled the ball out of his hands. Like one of those where Guy catches it, but the defensive back has his hand up and yanks it out. Would it be an interception? Not necessarily, but it worked out the way that the Bears needed it to, and Justin Fields ends up with yet another touchdown to Jesper Horsted that makes highlight reels. So that's 2 at this point. Like, I'm not going to sit here and road grade Cole Kmet, because I do think that there's a lot of things that Cole Kmet did well, especially in the running game in this game, but I do think, it is going to be really interesting to see how they go about using Jesper Horsted, if they maybe try to employ him more, because I don't necessarily see Jimmy Graham making a ton of plays out on the field, and I'm not coming for his job. I don't care enough. But Jesper is somebody that I think moves around a little better. Thank you, Young Dreezy. Yes, if you are enjoying the stream, please like it. That's always helpful. So let's move on to the next drive. If you guys don't mind, I really just want to go through all of it. I think we've got the opportunity to go through all of it. Let's go through all of it, right? Because then you can see the all-22 on basically every single Bears offensive piece, and I think that works because you get the real chronological sense for exactly what happened as this game flowed and flowed and flowed. So then at this point, by the way, Bears make a nice 4th down stop. Like, this was awesome. Like, this was who the Bears were this whole night. When they needed to make a play, like when they had to have it, they got it. Watch Eddie Goldman on this one. This is wild to me, by the way. Like, take a look at 91 right here and the penetration that he gets, just ripping through the offensive line. Like, from the snap, boom, he is full moving backwards that ways, turning this in, as well as I think that might... It's not Tonga, is it? No, it's 97, so Mario Edwards, who makes a nice play at this point. But so, like, there was some really cool defensive stuff that Desai did, but it ultimately comes down to Jimmy's and Joe's on these exact kinds of plays, and that was awesome. Like, Eddie rips through a whole bunch of Bears bodies, then just, like, blow through everybody. Eric, everyone's here for whisper time, but we'll get there. I think that might be against Leatherwood. You're right, Case. But so I also want to point out 90 and Eddie Jackson, number 4. Everybody just flows to the ball. From the space that Goldman vacates, you see everybody just dump towards the ball. And Jackson ends up getting there with his back. 98, Bilal Nichols has just enough of the point of attack with Mac coming down right there. Like, this nice 4th down stop. You know, you can only pat defenders on the back so often for big run stops, but that was a good one. And here starts what watching on tape was one of the most fun parts of the game. I mean, like, I wish I was kidding. I get so excited about watching Khalil Herbert at this point because he's just fun. He is a really, really nice runner. All he does, as you're going to see here, is just take the snap and move downhill. I mean, it's simple, but it's not power back style, take the snap and move downhill. This is a really solid one, right? Where I think this is a good example anyways. So the Bears are running basic outside zone where everybody has stepped to their left, right? And Herbert's going to take the snap and he's going to read this big old cluster of bodies. That's his whole goal, right? So Herbert takes the snap. He sees Mustipher is losing, but he's losing in this direction. Whitehair's got this guy right here. It looks to me like I might have some room right up the back seam. So he chops his feet. He makes a quick decision. He sees, okay, just kidding. I can get to the back end right there because it looks like Cole Kmet has his guy walled off. Wilkinson's losing, but at least he's losing in a direction I can work with. And so then from there, Herbert makes the cut. And it's funny you say, Marty, that 70 has a nice finish. I would tell you that Wilkinson loses the rep. Khalil Herbert just makes it work. And that's, to me, what a really good outside zone runner does, is that they make even the blocks that don't go your way work for you. Like, again, to go back to this one, because I thought this is a really good example, you end up with both Mustipher and Wilkinson, who I would tell you get controlled. Like, if you tried to run this through Whitehair's gap or behind James Daniels, you're not going to get much because these two defenders are both working hard to get over to that. In their case, it would be the right side. In the Bears' case, it's the left side. And Herbert has just enough juice to chop his feet, full cut that way, and retain his speed to stay on the backside of his rushers. And I think he picks up like 8 yards, something like that. Like, this is really solid. Like, this was where I thought Khalil Herbert really shined was simple little plays. And then the Bears try to screen, which is really cool. I love the screen game. I think that the screen game works really well for the Bears right now because what it allows them to do is that you can fake Justin Fields on these big play action shots, and then pop the ball out, gets him a free completion, helps try to keep the opposing defenses from basically just dropping everybody. The trouble here, James Daniels is not too good. Because exactly like Scarface is saying, Bears don't screen well usually, and they don't here. Like, Whitehair loses his guy, but that happens. That's fine. Mustafer holds his guy just enough, but James Daniels gets absolutely nothing on the dropped linebacker, and that pretty much kills the screen on the other side. Like, this is one of those where it's just rough to watch because you watch enough of these Bears screens and you're like, goodness gracious, why can't they run one of them? Like, at this point, you end up with, just to give an example on the way that this could have worked, because there are a couple different ways, right? The first goal is for Mustafer to cut his guy off on this side, with Whitehair playing this guy out there, and James Daniels getting up in front to try to wall him off from getting in there, because the screen lane is basically what I've just drawn, right? That's the ideal. So then Mustafer doesn't get it. He's in the lane. Okay, so now you take it up the back end. And maybe it's probably, now that I think about it, it's probably a little unfair. Ooh, interesting, Brandon. I'm curious to see why. Oh, because the lineman who gets all the way up in there. I get what you're saying, because Whitehair doesn't have hands on his guy. And so because he doesn't have hands on his guy, you certainly can't work that way. Thank you, Dennis B., for jumping on in. And so you end up with just, I like the play call every time. I do. It's just never worked. And I want it to work so bad. I'm cheering for the screen game. And so then they run a 3rd and 1. And just to brag on the kid for a little bit, this is where Justin Fields as a runner is huge for the Bears offensive line. Like, seriously, watch Justin Fields and what happens here, and watch Jonathan Abrams, right? Envision Nick Foles for a second, or you'd envision Andy Dalton, right? So Justin Fields takes the snap, or quarterback, right, and hits this mesh point. It's 3rd and 1, just to remind you. So the ball was snapped from here, line to gains about there. Right? At this point, with the tight end coming across, sure, maybe theoretically Andy Dalton could take this ball with Cole Kmet blocking for him, but I think everybody in the world knows that Jonathan Abrams at this point would just crash down, fit the run, and make sure that they got absolutely nothing. But take a look at Abrams here. He sees Cole Kmet coming across for, I think it's like a whip block, or somebody hit me with the term, because there's a lot of different ways that it's sift. Thank you. I was thinking it was a sift, but I didn't know if a sift was specifically for passing. But so with Kmet coming back across, Abrams recognizes that the Bears could run the quarterback here. They might. And so wham, another that's another solid term for it. Yeah, I figured. Thank you, Coach T. But so because he thinks that he's got to just honor that run, when Fields gives it off, Abrams is in the wrong lane. And so he's trying to get to his fit just a little bit late. Williams is able to get his head into the hole first. And because he's able to do that, he hits a guy right here. And sure, he breaks the tackle. But had he fallen forward, he would have fallen forward with just enough yards to gain. And he breaks a tackle. He keeps going, gets about 5 more, exactly like you would expect David Montgomery to do. But this was cool because, again, watch Fields right here. He's drawing just enough responsibility to make a difference. Thank you, Robert Owens. And I think that's really cool to see from the way the Bears are employing him in the running game. That even when Fields isn't necessarily wildly comfortable in an away stadium that makes him use a silent count, he's able to affect the offense positively pretty much just by existing. So then the Bears, let's see here. At this point, they tried to catch the Raiders off guard, and this play really bums me out. I say with a smile on my face, because the Bears basically try, and I appreciate this, right? The Bears have recognized that you can't just line up under center and never do a drop back pass ever, because at that point you just tee up these guys to just rush downfield one way or another, right? And so I love the drop back pass. I love the throw. Goodwin, if memory serves, it's Goodwin, just doesn't work. He just doesn't get open at all. And so when Fields throws the ball, he's got just enough room to make the throw. Throw comes out on time. Throw's placement is perfect, by the way. Like, this is a beautiful throw because he actually gets bumped out. You can't see it right now, so let me just show it here, right? If you take a look at what happens with the defender on this play, you're going to see that Goodwin runs, and he's going to get pushed right about here, which is fine. This is good defense, right? Like, this is good defense to interfere with the runner. But so because he interferes with the wide receiver, which both of them are hand fighting, so that's totally fine, because Grant, like you're saying, there's a fair bit of contact both ways. This throw comes down about a yard in front of him, and it's right there in bounds too. This is gorgeous. Like, there are some throws that Fields would want back from this game. This wasn't one of them. That's a beautiful throw. Like, these are exactly the kinds of throws that I don't think we've seen in Chicago forever. And so it's fun to see him, like, consistently too, because you'll see Trubisky, Foles, Dalton, Cutler, like, pick your Chicago quarterback, Chase Daniel. They'll hit one in a blue moon, but it does feel like week in and week out, Fields in like 21 attempts is able to put the ball, just stick it on the sidelines in a really catchable spot. Goodwin just gets nothing, like nothing at all. Like, these are the kinds of throws that when you want to look and you want to get excited about the rookie, that's it. Like, these are the sorts of plays that would get you excited, not because they were huge yards. Fields has had a lot of these, like poor box score performances where I would say he did a lot that you could build off of. And this is exactly one of those plays where you say, well, next time maybe we don't target Marquise Goodwin or something like that. And Ryan, it's funny you talk about 89 disrupting the throw. Don't get me wrong, he does, but this is one of those where, like, so it's, you mean 98, by the way, Max Crosby. Like, Max is a good player, and he rushed really well, like, all day long. He was basically, I wouldn't say he was living in the backfield, but certainly Damien Williams. This is probably the one part about the Bears defensive line that really bums me out, by the way. So Damien Williams is going to basically just be the sixth man. He's going to try to just help out wherever he can. I drew an arrow. It's a blocking assignment, right? But what I do think is kind of funny at this point is that Damien Williams has to look around at so many different players that he doesn't trust. Like, this has been the thing all season where you'll see David Montgomery get to this spot and go, I have no idea who I'm helping. I have no idea who I'm helping. Do I help outside? Maybe. Do I help inside? We've needed it. Do I help on the left? That's been a need. Week 1, white hair and only white hair. Williams is practically hung out to dry here because at this point, like, you don't know who needs help, which is so funny. And Lester, like you're saying, I mean, I do think it's a little rich, let's say, to just stick Cole Kmet on one of the best edge rushers in the game at this point, let alone the best edge rushers on defense. I mean, so when I say in the game, let me be really clear. I'm talking like best 15, 20 edge rushers. I don't necessarily think Max Crosby's in that like Brian Burns tier of just like, whoa, who is this guy? But Crosby is clearly a better edge rusher than like Travis Gibson. That's not even me going after Travis Gibson, by the way. Like, he's just really good. And so these exact kind of onages are going to happen. But hey, we talked about this in the Cleveland game. I talked about it in that little breakdown I did of Fields. Credit to Fields, because he gets the ball out on time and it doesn't matter. The magic of a quarterback that can get the ball out even on a deep throw where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hit, drop, or hit, throw. Like, you take a look at the footwork, this has gotten really clean over time, where he's recognized the importance of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, set, throw. And so as he lets that ball go, Max Crosby beats Cole Kmet immediately. And it doesn't really hurt the Bears. Like, at this point, you pin it more on the fact that Marquise Goodwin couldn't separate, and that, again, is exactly the sort of place that you want to see development. Where I want to see development for the crazy 440 of you that are in the chat from Fields is on time stuff. I want to see him, like, he's got a piecemeal offensive line in front of him. He can only do so much. I want to see him continue to grow in his ability to get the ball out on time and make a decision. He does not need to go through 4 reads. He's a rookie. If he goes through 1, that's okay at this point. Like, I would personally take a look and tell you that that I think his timing has just been the number one thing that needed to improve. But that's just my 2 cents. Wait a second. So I'm seeing folks, because I took one look at it. Lester, what were you saying? Let's take a look at where things are. Because, yeah, they've got a nice little bunch set from here. Hey, opposing defenses can do creative things too. It looks like... Okay. So I'm just 100% guessing at this point. I am 100% guessing at this stage. But it looks as if the Bears basically try to account for a whole bunch of different threats at this stage. So they keep everybody somewhat tight because they're trying to make sure that they're ready for 6. But it does seem as if that gets Max Crosby one-on-one. And he baits and switches by the looks of it, where it seems as if Cole Kmet comes in because it's play action. So Kmet steps with the rest of the offensive line and Crosby goes right around him. It's just a nice play. It's well intended, but again, sometimes things work out really well for the defense, and so Crosby thinking, I'm gonna rush the passer, and the offensive line all stepping to do running stuff. Like, you get the idea. And yes, that's a technical term now, do running stuff. But so at this point, this is still Williams at this stage. But so the Bears' offensive line and their specifically their outside zone stuff did really well here. So we talked about how James Daniels is hot and cold. Watch him here. This is really solid, by the way. James Daniels is going to get a great piece of 2 guys. So again, this is where the Bears put a little bit more of an emphasis, and maybe that means it's inside zone, honestly, but they put more of an emphasis on getting to the second level, but also chipping the guy inside. So you're going to see both Whitehair and Daniels give their guy an extra shove. And so James Daniels pretty much gives the block over to Whitehair, does a really good job with that, gets out to the second level. Mustafa is able to just keep enough control of his guy to allow the hole. So now it's Daniels 1-on-1 versus 42, and Daniels wins. And he's able to then generate basically 5 yards on his own, which is awesome. Like, the Bears at this stage have just been hammering outside zone, outside zone, outside zone, outside zone. And I think it's been really good for him. So, hey, credit to the Bears, by the way. That was a 2nd and 10 run. And as much as I would make fun of 2nd and 10 runs, that really helped them set up a 3rd and manageable, but like a 3rd and 2 at this stage. But so... then the Bears run, I think, one of their best plays in the playbook, where you're going to see Darnell Mooney. A lot of times this is Mooney and this is Robinson. But so, let me see here. What are we? Oh, anyways. But so at this stage, you see Mooney come outside with Allen Robinson running basically a fade of some kind that comes in here to basically just set a natural pick on this guy right here. And so it's just a sprint out from there where Fields comes out with this, and he's going to throw to Mooney, and it's very easy. Very easy. Like, this isn't even one of those wow, so talented. Like, I could talk up Fields if I wanted some likes and some retweets, but this is just a really nice play call. The Bears like to pull this one out here and there. But so, this is one that the Bears like to pull out on 3rd and shorts, just like this one. Again, normally they do it with Allen Robinson running inside. I think they stopped because teams got really wise to it, that when you got Mooney on the outside and Allen Robinson on the inside in that setting, that the teams just started sitting on it. Packers certainly did at the late part of the year. But Mooney runs this route really well. Credit to Herbert, who, by the way, the call here is for the Raiders. They bring 25 down to try to blitz, and Herbert does a nice job sticking it right there. So he's able to do just enough to create a very easy throwing lane and fires it off. Solid. And looking back at, because it looks like defensive download is saying that we're running, or that Allen Robinson does a really good job with the rub route. I think this stuff, by the way, always gets this stuff never gets talked about enough is that Robinson does a really good job basically running straight at 39, who's Mooney's man. Like, the way that this zone generally would work is that 39 is playing Mooney straight up. And so when Robinson runs pretty much straight at him, it forces 39 to pick a direction. Is he going to go under and lose Mooney that way? Or is he going to go around and lose Mooney that way? And so credit to Robinson. Like, then he gets away from it. So it's totally legal because he never touches the guy. Like, he doesn't set a pick per se, but he does enough to draw attention from 39. And then he races on upfield. Goes from there. But so, yeah, Adeptus, they definitely don't do a great job at that point of passing assignments off. But in a lot of settings, you end up with cover 4, for instance, on the outside. It looks closer to cover 3. I've not necessarily like gone through and charted everything from what the Raiders are doing, but it looks to me like they're running some kind of standard cover 3 sort of look. So in this setting, the corner is not necessarily supposed to pass the assignment. He's dropping, I don't know, actually. Like, I would need to figure out coverage rules. But so, let's see. Yeah, like, I would love to see him pick, or I need to learn a little bit more about quarter coverage or coverage rules so that I can make sure I really have this sort of thing locked down. But I know that generally the nickel defender is going to just cover the slot guy, and he tries to here, ends up getting there later than he wants to, and Mooney's able to pick up like a cool 15 yards from there. So, yeah. But so, yeah, I feel like, by the way, Coach, it's funny you talk about how they were in cover 3 for most of the game. Jordan, defensive download, a bunch of these guys all in here. Like, we can, I bet you guys could chime in. I feel like we see cover 3 and cover 3 variants all over the league. It's like the Legion of Boom came in, and as soon as the Legion of Boom came in, we just, we saw cover 3 popularize all across the league, and now it feels like basically every single defense, including Chuck Pagano's defense, was like based out of it. Like, we're starting to see more cover 2 quarters defenses that are starting to get through, which is cool, but like, I personally think that there's a whole lot of things that those cover 2 set defenses can do that the cover 3 defenses are really struggling with, but maybe I've just gotten started on cover 3 and now I'm bored with it. So I don't know. There's a lot there. So here's a sack that Fields takes. I think this one is weird, if anything. Like, this one's complicated because Fields basically takes the snap, fakes the handoff, drops back in the pocket. Jermaine Ifedi trips. He gets beat real bad on the inside. Running back does a heroic job trying to step up and do something about it, but there's not much there because the Bears are running, if memory serves, they're running a 4-vert kind of set with Allen Robinson outside, and there's just, it maybe, if I was going to tell you that you could potentially fit a throw into Kmet, I feel like I'd be lying. Because this safety 25, like, he would have to make a poor play to not get to that ball. But especially because the safety's really only rolling over because he sees Justin Fields roll out of the pocket at this stage. But so the running back, 24, tries to get outside. Fields thinks about making a play to him. And I think he gets spooked by 52, who attacks down. That is the only thing that I can think of. Maybe he doesn't like the fact that 96 drops off the line of scrimmage and gets in the way. This was something that I know I used to pick on, I used to pick on Trubisky for not making a play, and hey, Fields doesn't do it here. So credit to the defense for pushing Fields out of whatever his comfort zone and his idea was, and this is where we get that nasty hyperextension, which is not great. The really one of the only things, because Lester, I was reading on Sackwatch that you talked about this. I can only think that there's a chance that maybe Fields thought that if he lofted the ball over, either 96 or 52 was going to get in the way. So I don't know, but either way, it's a scramble drill that does not go well. The hyperextension happens, which nobody likes, and exactly like you're saying, Case, I do think that in hindsight, if Fields decides that instead of playing like draw and dump, he's just gonna bail and run really hard, I think he might have a shot at actually getting there. Like, at this stage, especially if you could pump fake without the hip turn, like if you pump faked and kept running, you'd completely fake the guy out, and now you've got the edge. But it'll be interesting to see how Fields grows at this stage, because when I look at Fields' game overall, I don't necessarily think he's going to become a Trey Lance. Maybe not even necessarily like a Deshaun Watson. Russell Wilson makes a lot more sense. I hate comps. Fields is not the same as those guys. Like, he really isn't. He wants to pass. He wants to pass almost to a fault. But, and in this phase, or in this stage, this is a great example of it. Like, he commits so hard to not throwing this ball that it pretty much creates the sack, because there's no running away from Yannick Ngakoue when you do that. I like the idea, like you're saying, Case. I love the concept that he thinks about it, but it would have been cool to see him go for it. I don't know how you'd practice this kind of play, because I do think that a lofted ball would have made a lot of sense here, because it looks like if he puts the ball, let's say right there, Herbert could catch it and run with it a little bit, but he's a rookie. Like, this stuff's going to happen. He's going to have the idea. He's going to look back at tape. Coach is going to say, I think you had that. And you get the idea. Like, there's cool things there. So then Andy comes in. Andy Dalton. And we're just going to speed through this a little bit, because every time a backup quarterback comes into the game, first thing that happens, like, at that point, you're going to run the ball. So the Bears just try to overload a bunch of guys. Khalil Herbert cuts it up the backside, try to take some burden off of him. Sets up a 3rd and 7, and they run a nice little pick play. Credit to the Bears. I thought this was just a standard West Coast play until I realized that at this stage they've got, I think that's Kmet, by the way, and he's going to set a pretty heavy pick on this inside linebacker right there, which is going to set up a curl route for Marquise Goodwin. Right there, that's the pick that Andy's looking for, which freezes this guy too, frees up a lot of space for a quick throw to Goodwin, who catches it. Converts. Like, credit to Andy. I have to say it, because I appreciate backup quarterbacks. Like, I like the fact that the Bears do have a QB2, as much as we didn't like it when Andy Dalton started, and that made a lot of sense. Like, playing Justin Fields is probably for the best. This is one of those plays where you're excited that you have a decent QB2 that isn't Nathan Peterman to pick somebody. So Dalton drops back. Bears get the pick that they want. Quick throw as Goodwin's turning around, or like it's a basic throw. Like, we don't need to pretend that it's anything crazy, right? But it's a 3rd and 7, and the Bears keep going, and they score a touchdown on this drive. So they're probably punting if they don't get this, and Justin Fields comes back on in the next drive to much applause by the Bears fans. But a 3rd and 7 keeps the drive alive, and you move on from there. Like, so then, yeah, they just give the ball off. Bears did a lot they didn't even do a whole bunch of different things, by the way, in this setup. They just, at this stage, they just started running the ball at people. And they did a whole lot of outside zone. This looks closer to inside zone when you take a look at it. Bars ends up really far away, by the way. So let's see what happens there. So this looks like maybe more of a power run, because you've got these guys coming down with Bars rolling up the backside. Bars misses a sift block. That's what he's doing. He's coming over there, and now he's on the ground. But Bears tried to vary a couple of different runs here and there, but mostly it was just hit him with outside zone and hit him with outside zone again, and then hit him with outside zone again. And here, they ran a neat little power thing. I do think it was a wham block. I gotta figure out the difference between sift and wham. But then Justin's back in. He hyperextended his knee 2 minutes ago, and now he's back in the game running a bootleg. And I don't think the knee hurt him a little bit. This is who Justin Fields is, by the way, because Justin Fields I have to go back. Sorry. Okay, Brandon, I'm gonna have to just look up what split zone is. But so Justin on this bootleg, I think this is hilarious. Right here, he has the edge if he wants it. The Bears they run like 2 different types of bootleg, by the way. They run one where Kmet runs a wheel route up here, Mooney runs a post, and then they have somebody come across the field on a flat route. So you end up with the wheel, the flat, and something coming across the middle to try to clear space out. But credit to Fields, like, who is Fields? He's the guy who wants to hit the deep shot. That's it. He wants to hit the deep shot. He just wants to hit the deep shot. And how do I know that? Because Fields has the edge. There's no way Ngakoue is going to keep pace with him trying to come down the field like that. But Fields sees Cole Kmet is about to get even and try to leave on his linebacker, and he's just going to see it right there, step back, and try to make an absolutely ridiculous throw. So he basically like hits a fadeaway shot in the NBA where he resets his feet off of a quick turn backwards and fires a ball that I think he'd want it back from a placement perspective. Obviously, the ball lands out of bounds. It's not where he'd necessarily want it, but the idea is borderline hilarious that Justin Fields, rookie quarterback, plenty to work on, looks at this opportunity and says, I can hit that. And so I appreciate the attitude, the aggressiveness, right? That there are tons of quarterbacks that I have seen where all you're going to do in this setting is you're going to take what you've got. You're either going to pick up some yards on the ground, maybe, or you're going to check it down. That's the more common option to Marquise Goodwin, right? Because Goodwin comes across, and sure, he's got a linebacker on him, but we saw this throughout the Saints game. We saw this throughout the we saw it throughout the Saints game. We saw this throughout the the Packers game. Thank you, Robert Brain, in 2020, where they just check it down here. He gets hit. They get 2, maybe 5 yards off of it. But Fields decides, I'm going to just make this play and lets her loose. By the way, I'm seeing Let's Go Brandon here and there. Is that the DB? Like, I don't want to, just making sure, because who is 24? Is that, oh gosh. Yes, it is, isn't it? Man, how did I forget? Oh, gotcha. Thank you. Then I have missed it. But so, then we move on to, so he tries at this point, he tries to make a ridiculous throw, and then it is like, and then we're back to 3rd and 6 at this stage, where ball on the 36-yard line, they need to get to about the 30, right? And these were where Fields really came through, right? But so at this stage, we've got for the Bears in a pretty simple way, right? It's not as if it's a crazy hard throw in that case, but with a man in his face, because, standard Bears offensive line, they're not going to be too crazy. But Allen Robinson takes this man beater, gets right outside, throws on time. Nice. When the Bears needed a play from Justin Fields, he delivered. And it's honestly really well set up from the beforehand side. Simple stuff, right? It's not as if this isn't rocket science. They've got Allen Robinson on the move with a guy following him. So it's very obviously man defense. But as they sit there, or as they set up and get ready, Justin Fields makes the throw. It comes out when it should be. And there you go. Exactly like you're saying, Ryan. These are key 3rd down conversions that ultimately kept the Bears' drives alive. They're simple enough, right? I don't want to act as if these are wild, or as if they were any more than just plays when the Bears needed them, right? Does this make Justin Fields the 10th best quarterback in the NFL? It didn't, but it was what he needed to do. And as a rookie, good enough, right? He ends up winning 20-9, so it's not some offensive, hit fest, but you get the idea. Fields came through when they needed to. There were a whole bunch of 3rd downs where I would say Fields had to have it, and he did. And so here's a nice running play, outside zone again. Herbert making a really, really, really solid read. These were exactly the sort of thing. Oh yeah, this is James Daniels' big hit. Bang! He hits a full-on spine buster. This is awesome, right? Take a look at this. I hadn't seen it from the truly wide angle just yet. So he tries to jump. I don't know what he's thinking, hurdling James Daniels. That doesn't make any sense. But he tries. And so at this point, he then gets a hold of him right here, drives him straight into the ground. The WWE couldn't have done it any better. 52 is just rolling around oh my word. So let's take a look at James Daniels from this one. Gets out into the open field and just plants the guy. But really, or the guy I really want to pat on the back here is Khalil Herbert. It's a simple little run, right? These are the simple outside zone runs that Khalil Herbert was basically drafted for, right? Simple, it's just outside zone, and he basically has to decide at the moment of the handoff: am I going into the C gap right here? Am I taking one of these B gaps, or am I trying to cut back up the backside? And here, Khalil Herbert immediately picks up the middle, and he makes this run look easy. You know, it's a hole that's going to close pretty quick. Like, just to pick this up, credit to Herbert. If he doesn't go through the hole pretty much right when he does, this thing closes. Like, if, say, any running back, right? If Damien Williams, if David Montgomery chops their feet too much right here, this hole could have very easily closed or become the sort of thing that the running back just bumps into the back of his guy and picks up 3 yards instead of 9. But Herbert gets through so clean right here that these two players and this one right here really don't have the opportunity to get into the backfield. And so Herbert's able to race all the way out for, I think, a full 9.5 yards. And exactly, Eric, like, let's take a look right here. It's just gorgeous stuff. Simple outside zone run blocking that the Bears have just gotten better and better and better at as Herbert then races out. A lot of this is helped out by the fact that the Raiders' defensive tackles are not very good. And we don't need to pretend that they are. They're not. But these were exactly the kinds of runs that the Bears needed to have in this stage of the game. But it's cool. So then they just kept pounding the ball. Like, Khalil Herbert makes fun little decisions here. Like, as somebody who's seen, a good bit of running backs, but watched a lot of different stuff. Like, this is so fun. And somebody mentioned Wilkinson doing a good job. He does a very solid job of watching the end down right here. I love Khalil Herbert's running style. It's just very north-south. Basically, like, pick a lane and go. Chops his feet, keeps his speed up, basically, and just gets downhill. It's very, very nice. Somebody mentioned if Bird blocked, it's a TD. Let's take a look. Yeah, if Bird was a little quicker to mess with 39, he might. He might very well get in. But I do think that it's probably a pretty much like he would have had to either react faster or have, I don't know. Always hard to know whether like the wide receiver is even supposed to be like in the play. You take the 6 to 10 yards. But so let's see. Somebody said Mustard pancake. Hey, there it is. We take those. Chase, if Wilkinson is an upgrade over a Fady, you won't be saying it in 2 weeks. Like, I don't want to pretend that basically, I don't think Fady's very good. And I don't think Wilkinson's very good. Yeah, no, Andrew, it's not a pancake. But, for Mustafa, it's probably a pancake. It's as close as I think he'll probably get. But so, Bears try to run the ball. Don't get much, right? You see this plenty. They get the ball into the 5-yard line, and in this case, it's Mustafa that gets troubled, let's call it. Watch Mustafa right here. He's got a tough blocking assignment because he's got to get in front of his guy. They call it a reach block, but he does not get there. And I think Whitehair doesn't give him a ton of help, but either way, the defensive tackle just runs right through the defensive line, and not awesome. But Bears don't get much. Ball again at the 5. And I think this is, So this was where we talked about how the 6 offensive line formation kind of gave as good as he got. And in this case, they basically just use all these bodies to just try to wash everybody downhill and create an opportunity for Williams to just get to the outside edge, make a one-on-one play. And he does. Like, this is great. But so let's see. Yeah, here they basically just get a whole bunch of bodies right up in front of these guys. So they get, let's just do a quick freeze frame at the point of the handoff. Bars kind of just stymies the guy. I would say, because I can't tell which edge rusher that is. It looks like it's Crosby. You can see a little bit of an 8 right there. Crosby does a great job getting penetration, and Mooney does a very, very, very solid job just pushing his guy downhill. But Bars holds him enough for Williams to get to the outside, and I love the move. I mean, who doesn't, right? This is a silky little spin move on a defense or on a DB that just doesn't have a chance. I mean, this is cool. But so, yeah, I do think Bars gets a nice little hold right there. Looks like inside zone. I agree with you. But so this was one of those, This is just a nice play. Like, this really is. Grant, either Fields needs to learn how to spin from this case or just let Williams do it. But this was nice. This really is the kind of play where I don't want to sound too much like a DB homer, right? Because I can be. But defensive backs in this setting, like as soon as you get to, here it is, this point, Bears fans have learned that Kyle Fuller will make this tackle, and Fuller's kind of struggling right now, but that's neither here nor there. Like, Bears fans have seen Kyle Fuller or Peanut Tillman or Tim Jennings, for crying out loud, come up and make these kinds of tackles where you end up with a DB there, boom, sort of thing. But that's not normal. Like, almost any DB can't hit this. And so these kinds of moves where the running back seems like, ho, he just embarrasses the guy. I mean, yeah, but what was the DB going to do? Like, how do you stop a running back at full speed to make, or like when he could go in just about any direction whenever he wants to? Like, credit to Williams for making the guy miss just like he's supposed to. But exactly like Brandon defensive download here saying, it is wild. It is crazy when DBs make the tackle at all. And as much as everybody's saying Kindle Vildor, Duke Shelley makes the tackle, I don't know. Not these ISO tackles where the running back can set you up and go a different direction. Like, this is silky smooth. It's really good. Make sure you take a look, by the way, at how Williams sets it up with a quick step to the left right there, where you're going to see step out, chops feet, spins back in. Here it is from the back end, or from the back angle. Again, like he tees this DB up. And exactly like Shondell's saying, when it's a defensive back versus a running back, the running back should win the duel. Yeah, he dead legs him hard. Apparently anybody can make that tackle. If Pat McAfee can make that tackle with a swollen knee, right, after trying out for the Bears, apparently. But so, yeah. Then at this point they go into like a 2-minute offense. That's just sort of sad. I don't want to talk too negatively of it, but it's definitely not the grandest. The Bears basically have 14 points at this stage of the game, and then they punt. They just try to do a whole bunch of different things. Oh, man. Talking about the kicker being the most consistent part of the team. No kidding, Case. I mean, they really have hit the point where I think that the Bears have talked themselves into, just about anything under 50 Cairo's going to get. Like, credit to Cairo Santos. Not only was he a franchise record setter last year, but he's kicked the ball really, really well. Bears basically try to do a whole bunch of, I don't want to call it too boring, but the 2-minute stuff is always weird because you end up with defenses where functionally everybody's playing some form of off coverage and you can get just about any out route or quick curl for free. So you end up with stuff like, there it looks as if there's a little bit more, let's see. Because I think not a great block attempt from Peters here. Corey Robertson, thanks so much. But so, at this stage, I think Peters kind of loses his guy right here. It's Yannick Ngakoue. He's going to get some, right? But so, Mooney doesn't get crazy open either. Whatever. Like, it's 2-minute drill. You take the incompletion, you move on from it. There's a sack coming up, though, that we do kind of need to talk about, because the Bears hit a neat little run here on, 3rd and 2. Again, it's a run in the 2-minute drill. So, you take it as it comes. The defense is going to concede this every time because they're giving away a first down, sure, but they get the running back down in bounds. Bears don't have any timeouts. There's not a lot they can do about it. This is a good trade for them. But there's a sack coming up. Lester, I'm sure you remember it because you talked about it on Sack Watch, and I agreed with you. I'm practically going to parrot what Lester says if he's still in here because Bears come up, they spike the ball, and then comes maybe the weirdest play that the Bears ran on offense, at least from what I saw. Right? But so, let's see. Bears run a basic out route with Jimmy Graham. They're going to get a whole bunch of things right there. But I'm not 100% certain that Justin Fields nails his footwork correctly. Because the way that you see Jason Peters blocking, I don't think he's lost his guy, per se. Let me see. If 80's not in this play,
or because I think Fady's out, but Wilkinson isn't doing much. Like, that doesn't matter. I think it's Daniels whose guy gets down. But the impression that I get, because you see Jimmy Graham wide open over here, is that Justin Fields probably dropped about 2 steps too far. Like, it's just a guess. I don't really know. But if you watch Jimmy Graham is basically going to run a quick out route with these two picking for him. And I think if Fields stops right there, Peters is trying to watch the guy behind the quarterback, but instead he takes an extra pair of steps back, and Peters is like, "Oh no!" And he gives up a hit. Now, great, you talk about him being 10 yards back. Yeah, 9.5 yards is about normal for a quarterback drop. But I basically just wonder whether he turned a 3-step drop into a 5-step drop, and if he did, it would be on him. If he didn't, I don't know. But it looks to me when I take my just initial look, with Graham having already broken and Fields only just getting to his drop, like, I think he took that extra step, ends up paying for it, and God, he gets smoked. Like, there are some of these sacks where it's like, oof. But so, yeah, he's a rookie. Like, it's fine. These are the kinds of plays that you live with. But man, he got hit a lot. And the hits he took were not like, let me just set you down nicely kinds of hits. So, but let's see. 7 and a hitch. Yeah, it's not a 7-step drop. That's for sure. But so let's see here. From there, we'll move into the second half drives. Where Bears start the drive out, just running the ball. Juice makes another nice little play. Like, again, he's a one cut back, but this is standard one cut magic, right? Where you just end up with, he takes the handoff, everybody running outside zone, and just decides, you know what, cutting it up. And there, like 8 yards, right? I think these are fun. Like, these are exactly the kinds of runs that I'm like, yes, more of these. Just quick, everybody washing their guy down. Guy cuts out the backside, 8 yards, easy. And yeah, Ron, we'll talk about the special teams in a little bit, I guess. But so from there, let me see. Ooh, what was my note on this one? I had something. Oh, yes. On this one, I think that the Bears try to do like a quick snap thing, and I think it confuses James Daniels. It's 100% a guess. I know nothing. I'm just going to show you what I can see. But so the Bears, let's see. The Bears try to do this quick snap magic, right? Where they go from huddle to snap. All right, let's get lined up and let's go. And you're going to see everybody step to their right except for Daniels, who takes a quick step into the left and seems to realize, oh gosh, I need to get out. So once you got to this point, look, I don't know, but I'm looking at everybody stepping this way except Daniels, who steps in towards no one. And this defender right here ends up with leverage on Daniels, which practically blows this run up because you're trying to get something over like this way or there, and instead you got a defender in your face. Not great, not ideal. And Herbert just takes what he can get. But yeah, instantly. Yeah, no, actually, it wouldn't surprise me if that was a Nagy play call. I don't want to pick on too much. And whether it was Nagy play call or a Nagy idea or something that kind of just comes from where he is, he loves trickery. We all know that, and it did not work. Here, Mustipher loses a one-on-one matchup. If there's one call that I am not a big fan of, it's 3rd and 1 dives. Now, granted, they can work. They can work just fine. Because the Bears, this is like a 3rd, and I think it's like a 1.5. I think the line to gain somewhere around there. I'm going entirely off of memory at this point. But so you end up, and I agree with you, Adeptus. It's not Nagy every time it fails, that's for sure. But so it's more just the idea, right? Because of the trickery. But I like the laughing about it. It's just a funny joke as much as anything else. But so we end up with Whitehair and Mustipher. Whoever it is, they like, ooh, interesting. You think it's Whitehair. Oh, that makes sense. You mean because he basically turns him inside. Like, Whitehair hits him so hard that Mustipher, who's trying to take him outside, loses his grip. The guy's able to back right into it, and then they get nothing out of it. I think that there's more you could do at this point on things like 3rd and 1, even if kind of like defensive downloads getting at that you're just trying to get that 1 yard, and instead Whitehair decides to try to make it a big old play. So maybe there's an element of like just stick to your duo assignments. Watch what James Daniels is doing, for instance. Instead of breaking away, he's just sticking with his guy, trying to help power out that 1 yard, whereas Whitehair's completely turned his guy back in, and his back makes the play. Like big old stop by number 90's back. But he sticks the run and then immediately falls over. Bummer for him. But yeah, when 3rd and 1 doesn't work, it hurts, right? Like those are exactly the kinds of plays that you look at and you're like, oh, it hurts me when you run what feels like the most basic call from 2005 and you can't get the yard. But I don't know. Like it's always easy in the moment to be like, don't run the ball on 2nd and 10 because it doesn't work, right? And then it works one time, fuels the next like 8 runs from 2nd and 10. But I don't know. Let's take a look here, because now we'll move on to the next drive. Let's see. I do think, Rahul, that they used to have a lot more tells than they do now. I haven't studied enough to have picked up on what they were, but in 2019, 2020, you better believe that I thought that they did a whole bunch of kind of telling on themselves one way or another, and it wasn't great. But things are a little better, especially now, as they try to do a lot more of, I don't know what this is, putting like Grant and Herbert back here in the backfield, because they haven't done a whole bunch of 21 personnel, but they're just trying to generate a quick throw to Allen Robinson, and it does not work. Elon, oh, I'm sorry. Are you wanting to watch Pat O'Donnell? Is that what you're looking for? Are you wanting to see? Are we trying to get some MVP conversation going as O'Donnell just lets that thing loose from the, what is this, the 20 to, wait, Pat shoves a guy? Are you kidding? O'Donnell 16. Let's see it. Everybody's talking about it. I'm going to honor what's going on in the chat. So let's see. Oh, Pat getting a little into it. Shocked he didn't get hit with the taunting call. Like, look at this thing. Look at this. Bang. Punt goes off. 15 yards. Easy, right? Really nice. Or what is that? I don't think it's a 60-yard net punt, but I always think it's wild how much leg these guys can get. But yeah, a little bit of juice out of your punter. Physicality, right? So let me see, because I wanted to take a look at this. I can't tell at this stage, by the way. Maybe they being the Raiders, just saw this one coming, because the corner gets a great break on this. But whatever it was, this does not work, as they try to have Mooney on the deep curl that feels like it should be wide open, and it's really well timed up from Fields. Like, Fields loads to throw, and Mooney is by no means Grant, don't get me started. But so Mooney is by no means out of his break at this stage, but the cover 3 corners breaking back on it, and Fields' throw ends up tipped away. It's a good throw. Like, you get the, like, well, what am I going to say at this stage? But it is interesting to see Jonathan Abrams, 24, no, that's not Abrams, it's 29. But either way, like, they saw it coming. Nice play by the defense. We'd be really excited if it happened in our favor on the other way. But I got no problem with that throw. Just puts the Bears 2nd and 10. They pull somebody across. Quick handoff. And this is the kind of thing that obviously Herbert isn't going to be able to just magically get out of. Like, when he doesn't necessarily have anywhere to go with the ball, I don't think he's the world's... Ooh, wait. I am intrigued, though, because it kind of looks like there's an opportunity here to run. This is where live shows are always goofy, right? Because I watch this and I'm like, okay, so run up there. What's going on? What does he see? I'm really curious as to what he saw that made him maybe just a linebacker, that he didn't want to deal with that, and tries to therefore go that way. But interesting decision. Wouldn't say it works. But, yeah, the whole 6th offensive line with Alex Barr's thing, it was an experiment, you know? I don't necessarily want to act like Alex Bars is the worst football player to ever play, but I do think that he's kind of, yeah, sure. I don't know. But whatever it was, it didn't work for anybody. Here, Fields. So I loved this play, by the way. This is one of those silly ones, right? Where as a film analyst, you're like, it didn't work, but I'm obsessed. So the Bears are basically trying at this stage, like let's take a look here at what the combination is. Let me make absolutely certain I know what's going on. So believe it or not, you guys, you're never going to believe this. By the way, Allison, the chat says bless you. But so, because you sneezed.
I straight up did not.
You didn't?
No.
I don't know what you guys are hearing. But so, anyways. Let's see here. So the Bears run a curl. A curl. It's a curl on 2nd and 10. And I think that they're trying to pull him down so that they can open up a window for Mooney. But so here it looks like pressure flushes Fields out. There actually might have been a quick throw opportunity there once you got this window because he's a little bit open. But they're running a curl to try to pull this defender down. Either way, pressure has completely flushed Fields out of the pocket. And I love the concept here that Fields just tries to make a play. Like, now you can decide, whether Fields should just run the ball. Maybe. It's not like I think you'd be wrong if Fields could just take this and take a whole bunch of green grass down Fields. It's not necessary. Again, Fields 4.4. These guys, not 4.4. Could he get the edge? I think he could. But I love the idea that Fields decides to try to just create something downfield. As a passer, Fields is awesome. Like, I love the aggressive. Let me see. Yeah, so I love the aggressive throwing attitude that Fields has when he comes and says, okay, I've got a wide receiver, one-on-one, man, or like his man has his back turned. Let me see if I can't just create an opportunity. And Robinson gets an opportunity to make a catch, just doesn't come down with it. But again, I love the concept that Fields wants to throw the ball. Like, from a thinking perspective, I really like the idea that Fields looks at this play and he wants to make this play downfield. And when you watch the throwing trajectory, that's a chance ball. Like, it's not necessarily a guaranteed, but this, all things told, is cool. Like, I'll take it every time. You probably want Allen Robinson to you probably want Allen Robinson to get it, to just grab that ball. Exactly. Like you said, I think it's Grant. Grant says it's a great ball, but let's see. Yeah, I agree, Akusai. Watching the end zone cam, it doesn't necessarily feel like Fields had just free grass. This is exactly why it's always great to watch from two angles. But you probably want your wide receiver one to come up with this ball. Like, this is one of them. So those where you're like, ooh, maybe we catch this, and agree. DB does a good job getting his hand involved in the first place, knocks his ball away. But maybe, just maybe, Allen could catch it. Either way, I appreciate Ravi, of course, happy to. I appreciate Fields' attitude. I think this is the attitude that'll pay dividends, right? Where he sees the opportunity, he sees a potential play here, and had Fields hit this, we're talking about, let's see, so that's basically where they snapped it from. We're talking about a 20-yard gainer, right? Like, this is super cool. It's a tough play all around at this stage, but so we've got I want to see the protection, because I do think that there is. Okay, so we've got a blitz coming here. Like, the protection does not do well. Damien Williams doesn't necessarily light his guy up, and that's Jonathan Abrams. He's been all over the field, I feel like. Yeah, exactly. Basically, Grant, I just wanted to see, like, how bad is the protection, and it isn't good. Like, if Fields was going to hit this ball up the field, because remember, he's got the chance, he's probably wanting to be a little bit better protected than Abrams right about in his face. So credit to Fields' instincts for getting out early as opposed to, getting sacked. Obviously a bummer when your pocket can't hold, but I really love the energy that you get from attempts like this that You guys are saying it. I can't help but agree that I think that there is, what's the word? Like, I think that Allen Robinson's losing money. Like, I don't necessarily think these are the kinds of plays, certainly that endear him to Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy, where does he have to come up with that? Like, let's calm down. Is it not Jonathan Abrams? Man, I've been playing too much Battlefield, apparently. But so, yeah, Abrams is a really nice, flexible player. I appreciate it. But so, Dylan, it will remain a question of whether or not the Bears' pocket can hold. Like, all the way through any of this, right? Can the Bears take deep shots? Can they protect for the deep shots? You tell me. And so, if they can protect for him, I think they're going to certainly try. But at this moment, if you threw 5 men at the Bears, it's pressure immediately. And that's not great. Davon, I think we're pushing it a little bit at that stage when we say Allen Robinson's not a number 1 wide receiver, but I think saying he's playing well or he's playing poorly is perfectly fine. Like, I don't mean to draw a finicky line in the sand. That's just my 2 cents, but I do think that Robinson is certainly, I don't necessarily think he's disconnected. I made that argument at one point, and I don't want to go back down that road. But I do think that there are a couple of these plays here in the early part of the season that I want to see Robinson come up with, that he came up with in different parts of last season, certainly the season before that. And right now, with that $21 million number hanging over his head, Mooney, again, has Mooney looked like the better player? Might be a little bit of a stretch, but they've looked comparable, and that's not necessarily what you want. But so, somebody asked about the Packers before we go too deep, because I know it's like 11:20. We take these when we get there, right? But so, I think that the Packers game will be really interesting. At this point, the Bears are playing with house money. If you want to make the argument that the Bears beat a Raiders team on a bad night, you're right. You know, like, probably not. You're probably onto something when you say that. But at the same time, the Bears get a Packers team where either Kevin King is playing and Kevin King's weakness enough, or Kevin King's backup is playing, and that's saying something. I mean, there's enough players missing. Like, memory serves, didn't the Packers play their last game just this last week with 1 of their 5 starting linemen? Like, the Packers are hurt. The Packers have a lot of things going on that they've got to deal with. Not only are they pretty beat up overall, but they've got Devontae Adams, who's incredible. I'll never say anything bad about Devontae Adams. And outside of that, they've got all the guys that aren't Devontae Adams. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Alan Lazard was a really great UDFA. I was shocked he didn't get drafted. But when he is one of, thank you so much, Mina. I hope it's Mina. But so, like, there are a whole bunch of things that I would look at, or like players that I would look at on the Packers roster, and it's like it's Rodgers, it's Adams, it's Aaron Jones, and it is they're kind of grasping at that point. Like, I think Bakhtiari's hurt, isn't he? Yeah. Oh, you're naming people that are hurt. Yeah. So they're pretty beat up, and that means that this game is winnable. Now, are they going to win? Aaron Rodgers is still the quarterback. You won't catch me dead saying that the Bears are going to beat Aaron Rodgers. I've been down that road. You can't push me down that road anymore because I am hurt. Like, that part of my life has hurt me so many times. If you want to let me be on a dramatic soapbox, I have watched Matt Barkley almost beat the Packers. I've watched Jay Cutler almost beat the Packers. Caleb Haney almost beat the Packers. Like, Josh McCown try to beat the Pack. You get the idea. Like, CV7 says it well. Like, we lost to Brett Hundley, for crying out loud, in a Packers uniform. Like, I am just at the point where I would tell you that they might win this game. You could win this game. If they don't win this game, that's the expectation, you know? But if they do, that's awesome. And it's huge. Because the Packers should have lost last week. Alfredo, thanks so much for jumping in. Like, Adrian, that's well put. As soon as I hear Bears Packers, I just duck my head. Like I would tell you as I look back or as I look at this game, like a whole bunch of people in the chat are all basically saying like you can beat this Packers team. There's a lot of things that could go right in this game for the Bears. The opportunity is there with a hurt Packers team that's going up against a Bears team that's finding a little bit of footing, that's playing solid defensive football, that's able to run the ball like a little bit. But at the same time, the Packers are mostly weak in the secondary, and unless the Bears can block, which is tough against anyone, unfortunately, like unless the Bears can pass block, they're not going to be able to take advantage of a lot of those secondary issues, given that Fields has yet to have a game over like 209 yards, which is not being fair to him because that was a 17 attempt game. It was crazy productive. But at this stage, the Bears are going to have to pick their shots and they're going to have to hit them. So could they win? Yes. Would I predict it? Never. Not anymore anyways. Rodgers has beaten me up too many times. I mean, for crying out loud, we can joke all we want about it, but is anybody surprised that the Packers were able to somehow voodoo out like 4 missed field goals or whatever it was? Jaron, thanks for jumping in. Like the Packers devil magic runs so deep that the Cincinnati Bengals had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to win that game, and they didn't. I mean, so we'll see. Like, I think the Bears are going to trot out the same standard defense the same standard offense that they have started to run here. Under center, like play action stuff where they're going to do some shotgun here and there, but mostly this under center, play action, maybe a drop back here or there, outside zone, run the ball, try to just grind out points and win 24 to like 17, which ironically would be the same score as the last time Mitch beat the Packers if they pulled that off. But the Bears aren't trying to score 27 points, right? Like the Bears aren't even trying to score 34 points. They're not trying to let the game go that long. They want these long, methodical drives, I think anyways, because they certainly have this problem where once they get up about 2 touchdowns, they sort of shut the offense down. Like, I'll just keep playing this and we can watch it as it happens. But the Bears got to a point where, thank you so much, IMT1. That was so kind of you. Thank you so much for donating. Seriously. No idea how much that helps. But so, yeah, you end up with, I totally agree about Rodgers, by the way. But so you end up with a whole lot of like things or situations where it almost feels like the Bears offense goes, okay, let's protect the ball now. And we'll see. I don't necessarily think that sort of thing's going to work against the Packers. I love this throw, by the way. These are the sorts of throws where, don't get me wrong, it's not complicated. It's a curl route, right? Well, nothing crazy. And somebody asked about whether we're going to break down the Mooney throw. You know we are. We're getting there. But so these sorts of quick little drop and throws, like quick play action hitter, throw the ball. It's high, sure, but it's on time. And and A-Rob's able to make the catch, pull it down for a nice first down. Like these are the sorts of timing things from Fields. I'm excited to see them. They're fun. And those to me are the biggest signs of growth or comfort. It's closer to comfort at this point. Let me see. Akusai, you better believe I could perm my hair with the amount of curls that the Bears run. If my hair gets long enough, it curls on its own. Gosh, don't dig up pictures of me in college, because I was like, what is it from the Addams Family? Is it Cousin It? Is that it with all the hair? But so yeah, like all they let me see. Oh gosh. Yeah, no, I had a feeling that everybody was going to just go try to find it. But so Adeptus, we are going to get excited for for when Fields does the simple stuff, because we've seen him do the hard stuff. Look at it. Another curl, by the way. We can make fun of all the curls all we want, but like check there's just so many. It's always funny watching yet another little curl route, right? Hey, go for it, Elon. I knew what I was saying when I said don't. You can't say don't, right? But a quick curl right here where Fields is just going to take a look. He sees Kwiatkowski's got his back turned. Good old Nick Kwiatkowski doing the Bears a favor on this one. quick yardage. But the little stuff helps set up the bigger stuff. Like once you can do the quick hitter for 6 yards, 8 yards, nothing, like little things, then the fact that you can hit that 45-yard deep shot over the middle, like that stuff helps. And so we've seen Fields hit the big one. Now it's just a matter of doing all the little ones right. And here's another 3rd and 1, which was wild. But so, yeah, I agree, Grant. There's an element of flexibility that is nice. But the Bears just kept trying to make this 6 offensive line thing work. Here they tried 7, which is hilarious. Like, I thought this one was funny, by the way, where the Bears bring on a 7th offensive lineman. So now they have Isaiah Wilkinson, or they have Elijah Wilkinson. They have, who's a backup, by the way. So they've got backup, starter, that's James Daniels, starter, Sam Mustipher, if you want to call him that. I'm kidding. But so they've got Cody Whitehair, starter, Jason Peters, technically a backup, but we'll call him a starter, Alex Bars, who's a backup, and Arlington Hambright. because for some reason Arlington Hambright's going to make the difference, right? Like what we really needed on this 3rd and 1 was Arlington Hambright, right? Like I don't want to laugh too hard at it, but I know Brandon Robinson and I were talking about this after the game, where you load up with 7 offensive linemen and you run the ball up the middle. What is the defense supposed to think you were going to do on 3rd and 1 with 7 offensive linemen on the field? And you really wanted to roll the ball out, right? You really wanted to pick your, I don't know why my camera's flashing like that. Oh gosh, thank goodness it stabilized. Probably because I shook the desk. But so, throw it Hambright. That's awesome. But so, like, you really thought that you were going to roll the ball out with 3 backups and 4 technical starters. Technically 4 backups, if you want to count Peters. And you're like, why do they think this would work? This blows my mind, right? Like, I don't know why they thought that somehow Arlington Hambright and Alex Bars, who both get owned, by the way, on this play, with James Daniels pulling for them, was going to be the answer. As Bars gives up the inside, it's just a mess. It's just a mess. And so, yeah, like this was definitely one of those plays where I was like, why are we running 3rd and 1 up the middle? It's not better from here. The joke about Alex Bars being the 8th best offensive lineman with Cole Kmet ranking above him is hilarious, by the way. But so, yeah, you could just soak this one in. It's a good play by the Raiders D. Like, I would consider this a scrappy stop if the shoe was on the other foot. But it's just it's beyond predictable. Basically, like the trouble here is that when the Bears get predictable, they tend to get bad because, I'm not attempting to disrespect Peters. Bido Bean, I would tell you that Peters might be our best offensive lineman right now, which is a little hard to swallow, but he really is. Like, when Peters is on, he's the best. When Peters is off, but the same could be said about Daniels and Whitehair, so trouble. But so, like at this point, what I think is goofy about this play call is that when the Saints at this point, unfortunately, Case, you're right. When the Saints decide that they're going to load up and that they're going to run the ball, right? Just to pick a team, or the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They've got the offensive line to where everybody goes, oh gosh, what are we going to do about this? Because you got a whole bunch of guys, the Browns are another good example, who could just grade the road and win one-on-one matchups, right? And on the other hand, you end up with the Bears, who have a whole bunch of guys that I'm not 100% sure that Arlington Hambright to this point it makes the roster on some teams. He's on the Bears roster because we couldn't find another left tackle, I guess. But so, we got Bars and Hambright, who are somewhere between backup offensive linemen and practice squatters, and they're on the field, which only tells the defense more what's going on here. And I don't know. Like, I don't want to stick on 3rd and 1 too much, but predictability is something that the Bears can't really do. They, believe it or not, it's possible to be just unpredictable enough to where when you keep running the same plays, right? Outside zone left, outside zone right, with some split zone and the occasional inside zone or trap block, like that's just unpredictable enough to where it can keep working. Whereas when you declare on 3rd and 1, right, that, hey, we've got 7 offensive linemen on the field in a goal line setup at the 40-yard line, what do you think they're going to do? And so, soapbox over. Let's take a look here. So then the Raiders drive. The Raiders started to sustain stuff at this point, but the Bears get the ball back. I think we're in the 4th quarter now at this stage. Did I miss a drive, or is this Raiders drive just really long? Let's see. Oh, no. It's just really long. Okay. So then they get in the end zone. And then this happens. If memory serves, this is the 2-point conversion, right? No, it's not. That's just the is this the one that got DPI? Oh man. Let's see. Thank you, Elon. And she did. Super exciting, by the way. Where she graduated with her master's. But so, yeah, then they hand the ball off, get in the end zone. This, by the way, was... So this is the stuff that I could do. I actually am. I'm cooking up a video on Eddie Jackson specifically because this play is so smooth where he just jumps up, strips it, and just runs away with it. Like you're saying, Adeptus, like if you watch Eddie Jackson, if he had pulled this off, somehow just yank, grab, go, that would have been so cool. Like, would have been awesome. I mean, it's an extremely athletic and recognition-oriented play anyways. Like, you watch the rest of the defense, not to pick on one thing, like, too much, but Eddie Jackson is such a heady and recognition-oriented player that when John Jacobs goes up with this, notice, like, there's 10 other defenders in this case that are not watching for this move, but Eddie Jackson's already got his head up, and he jumps just about with him to take the ball away, grabs it, and goes. Whoo, that's cool. Like, that's one of those where, I don't know, like, it's exactly like you're saying, Grant, like, it just barely crossed goal line based on the last time that somebody told me what a goal line was, and then we get a really nice max sack on this point, but it was one of those plays that not a lot of guys in the league are going to make. Like, not a lot of guys are going to just try to jump up and make just a snap judgment play like that, try to steal a fumble out of somebody's hand. But it doesn't count. Oh, well. Khalil Mack makes up for it off of a absolutely vintage sack. And I don't care if they call it a sack. Like, he just rips around the edge and pops Carr. Like, this is awesome, right? I can't help but agree, Joseph, at this point. But about the concept of, I think that the breaking the plane thing can be a little on the easy side sometimes, but that's just meh. But yeah, Mac rips right around the edge, like Darren's saying, says, "Hey, bud," makes his kids proud. Like, I love the fact that, by the way, they let a little bit go. Like, Mac and Carr were clearly jawing at each other the whole time, but so like, I can't help but agree. Case, talking about the rules, like, I know if you ask Allison, she thinks the touchdown rules are garbage. She's like, I respect the game, think everything's great, except for the part where you tell me that poking the ball across the line and getting pushed out the back of the end, or like getting pushed out the other end, is a score. So she's hardcore. I'm not that hardcore, but I do think it would be awfully neat if you had to kind of score it like a try in rugby, where at least you have to end up in the end zone. But that's just my 2 cents, right? If you touch the pylon, I'm fine with that, by the way. Like, going out, the whole touch the pylon thing, those are great, exciting, carry risk because you can't drop the ball. But, meh. Everybody, dump your opinion in the chat. But, yeah, the fumble in the end zone touchback rule is dumb too. Like, just spirit of the game doesn't, or what is it? It doesn't fit, right? But anyways, that's just because it never works that way outside of it. Like, I get the trouble is, so to soapbox a little bit, because I don't know. I'm going to. Sorry, everybody. But so to soapbox a little bit about the rules thing. I know when I talk ever about how the touchback in the end zone rule is kind of stupid, a lot of people push back and they're like, the defense has nothing. Like, the defense doesn't have anything. Why are you taking that away from them? And I'm like, let's give them something else. You know what I mean? Like, I would, let's see. But so there's a whole bunch of stuff that I would look at anyways. And it's like, let's not make it quite as easy to just break the plane. Again, if you did a rugby try kind of thing where the running back has to get into the end zone and a foot down, even if he just like leaps and sticks it in there like baseball, right? Something, right? You know what I mean? Maybe the ball's got to cross the plane and a foot's got to go down. You're done. I don't know, but you don't have to make it to where the fumble rule just functionally changes, right? Because normally a fumble goes to the last team that had it, unless it's in the end zone, where for some reason it doesn't, right? And that's another one case. I do think it's funny that you can, the football breaking the plane is a touchdown until it isn't, and the ball never entered the end zone, but the receiver caught it in the end zone. It's, like, I don't know. Everybody can, like, 100% have the opinion, or like have an opinion. Feel free to disagree with mine on the rules stuff. I completely understand anybody that just says, I don't know, leave it like it is. But so I do think, thank you, BB Cheeks, awesome, like love having you here too. But there's a ton of things that you could look at from a rules perspective that you would say, I think you could shift things around. Like, I do think that a play like what Jacobs just did, right, where he leaps over a bunch of people and barely gets the ball over the plane and then pulls it back, he didn't get in. You know what I mean? But, But so, anyways, back to the Bears offense. They did, I love it when they run it of 11 nowadays, 11 or 12, and this was close, by the way. Like, it is kind of wild just watching the way that Justin Fields throws the ball, or when he throws it deep, and he's even throwing this off his back foot because he's worried about this edge rusher. You want to talk bad habits? Maybe don't throw it off your back foot all the time. It's clear he doesn't want, or he's trying to avoid hits. And he's been beaten up this game, so cut him a break. Like, I don't want to act like I'm destroying a veteran 6-year quarterback that's doing a problematic, like, mechanic, but, that's not great. Even so, at the end of the day, it's all about placement, and he gets it on A-Rob's fingertips. Very hard catch. Like, have to make this so clear that is an extremely difficult catch. It's not a good throw from a mechanical perspective, but even so, P. Diddy, great having you on. It's wild to me how close he is. Like, that there's a whole bunch of this stuff that, yeah, exactly, Brano, rugby try. But so, anyways, I would tell you that this is the kind of stuff that, as a Bears fan, still gets me excited, because even Fields' poor mechanical throws that his quarterback coach, like John DeFilippo, is going to be like, come on, you can't seize up with an edge rusher right there. Even that is in the neighborhood, and that's what you're looking for out of a quarterback, which is neat. So protection it's not excellent, but it's fine. All things told, I think Fields could have stepped up if he wanted to. I think that's going to be a neighborhood or an area of his pocket footwork that's just going to improve over time, is that right now he's so focused, it seems like, on the throw itself that, exactly, Grant, he's not drifting, but I do think he's so focused on the throw that right now he's very static in the pocket, and we'll see. Like, he's got so much stuff. Ooh, do you, Bacon? Thank you for reminding me, because this is the kind of stuff that without the broadcast call, you forget sometimes, where I think they tag A-Rob's guy for holding, if memory serves, because there's laundry that definitely comes out. Yeah, right there, he holds A-Rob. You can see him buckle over. So the throw may have been perfect after all. Like, after all that stuff, the throw may be absolutely gorgeous. So this is one of those things where you're like, Rook, what are you doing? And yet A-Rob definitely loses about one step. And I don't know about you guys, I'd say he's about one step away. Like, it is fun. It is fun. You get a little warm when you watch Justin Fields throw a little too often, because man, oh man, really good. Let's see. Oh, cross line. Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, PJ. Always so kind. At that point, yeah, Mooney comes across. Joseph, thanks for subscribing. You guys are awesome. But so at this point, let's see. They run the ball. I'm trying to get to the big play, right? Because there's a new one. Did you start it, Case? Did you start this new thing? Or are you stealing it from Adeptus Serpentis? And Adeptus, is that a 40K thing? Are you going for a 40K vibe? Or am I just picking up the wrong vibes at this stage? By the way, here yet again, thank you, Adeptus. Kind of you. But so, let's see. This is yet again, Fields just wants to throw long. And don't get me wrong, he's kind of got it. I had a feeling, Adeptus. I'm more of a Mechanicus guy myself. That makes a lot of sense. 40K plus paintball. Thank you so much. Oh gosh, is that limit 1 too? But yeah, I don't own it. I have it drawn up, played through TTS, but that's neither here nor there. Thank you so much for subscribing, by the way, Adeptus Mechanicus. But anyways, back into it. So this is a throw that I think Fields can hit, maybe should hit, because he probably puts a little too much gas on it. But so, oh yeah, for the Omnissiah, for the Emperor, are they the same? Are they different? You tell me. But so, I think Fields can probably get this, give it another shot. He puts this ball a little more behind Kmet than I think he wants to. You probably chalk this one up as a mistake. But either way, this is like the first time that I've actually seen the Bears throw the intermediate route on this stage. Like, the amount of times I've seen them run the levels concept and they don't get it. Like, they just throw short specifically. That's it. It's been hilarious. So this is one of those where I would boom fire it. And you want this one back. Exactly like Brandon's saying. That's one where you're like, you want him to get that. And I don't think I need to explain that too much. He's got Kmet here. Credit to Kmet. Okay, so a lot of people are dogging on Cole Kmet, as sometimes he earns. Just, I'm not trying to fight, but if there is a way to use Cole Kmet, get him running in like one straight line. Thank you so much, Marcel. Unbelievably kind of you. Like, this is, if you want to get the best out of Cole Kmet, have him run basically straight. Because I would tell you that anything that involves Kmet turning hard, he basically turns into like a round route. And whether you like that or like, usually that's not going to destroy a defender's hips one way or another, who generally knows what he's going to do, because his hips aren't like, they're not super flexible. Basically, you would consider him a stiff-hipped guy, but Kmet in a foot race is Kmet at his best. I mean, it really is. It's the sort of thing where right here, for instance, you just see him friggin' haul. And Chef Juju, thank you so much. But so as he just runs, I mean, I don't want to give like too many people at too many stages go through and they want to declare a player like terrible versus super duper good. And in this case, Kmet is at his best when he can just run in a straight line, and that limits the routes that he's going to be ideal at. I think Adam Fields could have thrown it sooner. He could have just thrown it better. There's a whole lot of thing. You know what I mean? Like, he could have thrown it. I think the longer he waits is better. Frankly, you could even make the argument Fields could have waited. He probably needed to throw it right about there. Like, I would tell you that if he hits it there, then Kmet can touch out of bounds, because it's great to want touchdowns on every play. But you take about, like, once you get to about a 20-yard gain, you're like, good, you did it. And then I actually don't know the flag. But so what did happen to oh my gosh. What is that? What happened? Wow. What do we have going on here? Did you guys become zebras? Like, look at that. Let's see here. Dude, talk. Somebody type. We're fixed. All right, we've gotten out of Zebra Town. But yeah, we really got late night there, didn't we? Like, it really. But so that was hilarious. Packers Dark Magic, Voodoo. I love Khalil, or I love Herbert's burst in general. I think that there's a lot of cool things to find here. Like, let's see, on this specific run, obviously it does not go super well, but it looks like, oh no, is it Whitehair again? Y'all, I gotta be honest, like, if there's a player I've been just finding myself wanting more and more out of, it's Cody Whitehair, who loses his man here, and so the cutback lane isn't available, but it's more that Cody Whitehair, I think he gets paid more than the whole rest of the line. Like, you'd have to fact check me on that, right? But it's like Whitehair is the person who I would say you want to stabilize everything, and Cody's been fine, maybe, I don't know. Like, it's been a real bummer. And then here, this is gold. Okay, so everybody wants to credit, and I think that this is cool, Fields for making a great throw, and he does, right? And so this is an awesome throw, right? This is the 3rd and 11. I do want to point out, so, okay, we got any hockey fans in the chat? We got any hockey fans? I'm a Dallas Stars fan myself. So, Luke, thank you for subscribing. Feel free to be like, Blackhawks! Yeah, Blackhawks, because I understand Chicago, so on and so forth. Big hockey fan, and the main reason that I bring this up is because one thing that I've talked about for forever, right, with my dad and my brother, is that behind every incredible save, like when you YouTube all those crazy good saves, right, where a goalie just absolutely robbed somebody, is a shot that's not great. You know, like if the shooter in many cases hadn't shot the ball directly into the middle of the goal, there's no way for the goalie to get over and make the play. That's not to say that with a wide open goal, every shooter should shoot top corner, but I think you get what I'm saying. What I'm trying to drive at here is these defenders do a terrible job. They do a horrible job. Like, you've got 5. Oh, totally. I'm not trying to pick on shooters and goalies in this case, but I use it to make a point of, like, Mooney does a great job throttling down, absolutely, but the Raiders give this up in a way that should just never happen. Like, we're looking at a fence defense, right? Where you've just got a whole bunch of guys that are just trying to cover, like, the jurisdiction. Everybody just shove yourself in here, make it tough for the Bears on 3rd down and 10. And they still let it happen. I mean, this guy right here, Travis Gibson level grass guarding, where they're just, ooh, did he do a great job guarding that grass? Like, it's hilarious. Kwiatkowski at least kind of understands what's going on, but he doesn't get there in time. Nobody gets there in time. And Fields fits the throw in, but like, yeah, I mean, like, it's the kind of thing that I would look at. It's funny you say that, Elon, about, like, on yet another curl route. Yeah, right? Like, you didn't expect them to run curls. Credit to Mooney. Mooney does an awesome job in this case of making this not look like a curl route. Like, credit to him. You watch his body language. Mooney sells this like crazy. You could make the argument this is a better play from Mooney than, like, this might be a better play from Mooney than it is from Fields. It's a very good throw by Fields. But Mooney has to sell a curl route that everybody's just sitting on. You know, like, watch specifically, you're going to see Mooney dip his head, right? I love this. I used to act in school. I was one of those annoying theater nerds, right? But so this kind of thing, whenever I played wide receiver, which was a short stint, I could consistently get guys to bail, because when you do throw your head down like that, it makes it look like you care and you're trying to go deep, right? And so you end up with Mooney on this play just jetting out of his stance. He dips that head right there, and everybody, like, apparently they all thought he was going deep because he fools them. Like, credit to him. The DBs own that grass. He's trying to wave. Oh no, it's not caught. But yeah, I mean, not good. Like, this is let me see. Somebody talked about pass pro. So it's a great throw too. Like, massive credit to what Fields is able to do, because he puts the ball exactly where it should go and with the pace it needs to go there. He checks, he figures out Mooney's going to be open, he throws it as Mooney's turning around. You can see it, buzzes the ball nice and low to where only Mooney could get it. Like, that's great. But yeah, it's honestly, Adeptus, I think that a lot of people do a little bit too much sassing about 5-man coverage or 5-man protection, because it's 5-man protection against a 3-man rush. So it's not so problematic. But yeah, exactly, Case. You're picking up on it, right? Where it's not a good safety play. Like, that's one of those where he's just frozen solid, and you better believe the fact that Quit beats him to it is not good on his part. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, great throw. Big play on Fields' part. And 33, I wouldn't say he's getting cut, but that's a blown coverage on his part. And it's one of the only reasons that the Bears are able to then continue advancing down the field, go collect a field goal. But so, yeah, I'm glad that, by the way, we have become a great grass guarding chat, like anti-grass guard. But so here, Fields makes a great throw. I can't tell if this is a good route or not by Kmet. That's going to sound so silly, right? Let me see. Oh, why they don't run play action passes compared to the Lions game. Timothy, they kind of try to sometimes, and then somebody blows it in protection. The Lions didn't pass rush well, right? But so, Adam, thank you for asking. Okay, so imagine you're playing Madden. That we're gonna explain grass guarding to the people who may not know, because that's a great point, Adam. I really should have talked about it. But so, the concept of guarding grass is basically, instead of deciding that you're going to, let me kind of draw out the zones that it looks like they're playing to some extent. So it looks like they're playing something like, and I watched the play like 3 times, right? Really focusing on 2 guys. But so it looks like they're playing something kind of this, right? And so instead of the concept of guarding grass is basically as simple as, instead of watching the receivers, whatever they're doing, and matching your zone to how you can best defend those routes, which can be as simple, by the way, as saying, okay, I'm sitting here, I should probably watch the curl, because as this play, you know what, I'll start the play and you can see what I'm talking about. Like, the defenders have to make snap decisions that are really complicated. In this case, this guy is watching Fields, right? He knows that the Bears are sitting here on 3rd and 11, right? And so he sees everybody's running some kind of a go. All right. So he's probably vertical. He's probably vertical. He's probably vertical. He's probably vertical. And you know, it's the Bears. So somebody's probably going to curl. Right. But you also know, as 33, that you've got a whole slew of people behind you that have your back. So maybe what you should do is say, okay, so I'm going to take away this underneath threat because I can. Right. So at this point, since nobody's coming to him, how can he make himself useful? What can he take away? And so instead, he just decides he's going to sit in his spot. He's going to guard his grass, right? Because he doesn't sit here, because he just sits still, the curl route stays open and the grass ends up guarded. But Mooney's not. So the grass was covered. But unfortunately, the grass so far is, I think across the NFL, the NFL grass is it's been targeted somewhere between 80 and 120 times, and it has yet to make a catch. So at this point, you want to leave the grass open if you get the opportunity to do so, and you want to cover the receivers because they can hurt you. So that's the kind of play that you look at, and you want to see the DB do better if you're a fan of the Raiders, because you've got to make that happen. You get the idea. But so I know I sort of turned it into, you gotta make that happen, but simply put, it's the DB's job to basically look at this. For instance, there are plenty of situations where this guy is, if you actually watch him, I think he's sitting the Robinson curl, Like he's thinking, okay, Robinson might curl. If he doesn't and he goes deep, my teammates got him. But me, I've got to make sure that if Justin Fields tries to hit Allen Robinson on a curl route, I'm picking it off and I'm taking it to the house. And these guys over here are more just thinking man match. They're like, oh gosh, what are they going to do? But I'm just going to sit here. I'm going to stop the curl route. If they take me post or whatever, Justin's just going to have to hit it. Because like if you watch them, if Kmet didn't stop, 39 might have been in trouble. Or not Kmet, that's Graham. But if but he just sort of takes a guess, right? But you get the idea. Hopefully, Adam, because it seemed like you responded earlier that it made sense now. May have been an over-explanation. Now you get the idea. This is something that, especially across zone defenses, watch for it in the Bears. You do not want to see a DB caught out nowhere, just doing nothing. The idea is that they need to go find something to do or find something to stop. Even if nobody comes towards them, it can be as complex as saying, okay, Darren Waller's on that side of the field, so I'm going to stop a potential crosser because Roquan Smith, good as he is, can't stop everything all the time. Maybe Gene, he was a spy, but you would expect him to be a deeper spy at that point. Maybe he was told, you got to watch the spy, but I tend to doubt that a spy would line up that far off the field. But you'd just be surprised, as silly as it sounds, how often people in the NFL make mistakes here and there. Like, yeah, Adam Graham catching a 60-yard bomb would have been ludicrous. But so this was a nice little play. I love the ones where they fake one way, go the other. It's simple counter stuff, right? But we saw, like, here's a fake RPO where, again, the line's basically going to look like they're pass blocking, and then they end up handing the ball off. And because of that, they're able to catch the defense in leverage issues. And so here's Bird making a block, by the way. It's a simple block, but so you remember that Damien Williams play we talked about where the wide receiver just had to do something? Right here, Bird does something, and Williams is able to make a play out of it against Jonathan Abram. But so, yeah, this would, or like, these are the kinds of plays that we want to see more of or if you're a Bears fan, because in this case, like, it's not the leverage or the fake so much that I'm looking at. It's the wide receiver attempting to make a block and coming up with one. Right, where Bird doing anything against 24 helps. In this case, Bird forces 24 to pick a lane right here. Williams takes it outside, and because of that, he's able to dipsy-do this safety, turn it into about 3 extra yards. But so, exactly, name refinement. So somebody mentioned what a spy is. Just real quick. A spy is basically a designated defender who sits and watches usually the quarterback. So most of the time people abbreviate QB spy to spy, but in this case, when you do hear spy, all it really means is a designated defender assigned to watch a quarterback run. So normally you're going to see him sort of drift towards the middle of the field, and if the quarterback starts to roll this way, he moves, and if the quarterback starts to roll this way, the spy moves that way to just try to deny a running lane. That's it. Man who looks like he's guarding grass but isn't. Yeah, usually they're about 3 yards off the line of scrimmage, so they're not trying to be necessarily like in the middle of defensive coverage, but you never know. Adam, honestly, I think it's as simple as saying execution. Talking about the running game, by the way, it's as simple as the fact that they distilled everything to outside zone. It's their second year of running outside zone, and the Bears' offensive linemen are just not bad at it. Like, I think it can be that simple. It seems like it, because their running backs are all solid, by the way. It helps when you've got Montgomery, followed by Damien Williams, followed by Khalil Herbert. Like, you can make the real argument that Khalil Herbert should start, and that's cool. Like, I don't think anybody's necessarily going to disagree. I think Williams is a little more versatile. But thank you, by the way, Tony. Super kind of you. Every little bit helps. You have no idea. But so, Goldman's made an impact. I would definitely say that. Here is a perfect example, I think, of the difference between Herbert and... wait, are you about to tell me that Jimmy Graham makes a play? No, this is Kmet. Kmet has a solid block, though, here. So... this is, in my opinion, the like probably the biggest difference between Khalil Herbert and David Montgomery is that if you want to run an outside hitting run, you can. Because if you take a look at this, Herbert gets this. The only option is to get outside. Generally, Montgomery has struggled a little bit with getting outside, I would tell you. But Herbert has the juice to just keep grinding and go pick up the roughly 5 yards. It's nothing crazy. It's not some huge play. But let me see, because somebody talked about Jimmy Graham making a big block. Oh, excuse me? Excuse me? Jimmy Graham hitting, what is that, 2 blocks? You could tell he's excited. I hadn't noticed this. Great call out. So here's Jimmy Graham right there on the end. He comes through. He's going to hit 34. He's going to tabletop 34. And then he's going to keep going. He's going to pick up 96. And he's going to drag 96 all the way over there. That's hilarious. That's awesome. This is the best play of Jimmy Graham's life. He just spikes 34 into the ground and drags the other guy forward. That's awesome. But yeah, so then they, let's see, man, no kidding. Like, Jimmy went for it there. And hey, not every run's going to work out. You know that. You know the whole room went, whoa. At this point, I don't know who blows this block up, but it looks like, who would have guessed it would be Sam Mustipher? And granted, there's some of this stuff that, like, it's hard to tell anymore. Like, yeah, Joe, we did, but I would tell you we could go back, but it's 12:04 and we haven't done defense yet. But we can honestly skip through some of the defense. Not that it's not cool, but more that the defense is more of like a gist thing. And I know everybody wants to focus on the offense, but like the most complicated part about the Mustipher saga is that I can't tell anymore whether I should expect them to whether I should expect the Bears to be helping Mustipher and that makes it Whitehair's fault, or whether I should just pin it on Mustipher because Whitehair in this case helps out his man. He gives him a good chip, basically hands him off to Mustipher, but 90 wrenches Mustipher down anyways and goes and makes the play. So you tell me, I would probably pin it on Mustipher, but it's like just a limitation at this point. We're like 8 games in a row with Mustipher. You want to count preseason? It goes up to like 11 of Mustipher being troubling at the very least. But so, yeah, you take a big deep breath. I totally agree, Adeptus. It's a good play by the defensive tackle. Absolutely. It's more just that it doesn't feel like Mustipher necessarily does much of anything most of the time, which I'm not trying to, let's see. It's funny, Jordan, even as he's played these defenses, I think he's just looked better. You know what I mean? Like, his floor was so low that he comes up to like, and everybody goes, wow. And that's the thing, right? Turmoil said it really well, where, yeah, Tumultuous Titan, he is playing like a UDFA. I don't think this is Mustipher's fault. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds like we just go bong, like Mustipher, ring the Mustipher gong, but that's not the point, right? It's like saying, oh, I got suited up to play coverage and got beat by Devontae Adams. Do I suck? Yes, but why am I starting? You know what I mean? That's sort of my point. But so, yeah, and then here's Cairo Santos. Shout out to this. Mustipher is in his second year, for the person who asked. But so, let's see. How long is this? It's like a 47. But man, he just drills everything, it feels like. But so, yeah, the trouble is, Jordan, is that I feel like average defensive tackles play well against Sam Mustipher, and good defensive tackles eat his lunch. Like, what the one that I look at and I'm most shocked by was that Rams game where instead of putting Donald on Mustipher, they said anybody on our offensive or on our defensive line could beat Sam Mustipher. So I'm just gonna put anybody, or like we're gonna put Donald on Whitehair and go from there. But again, that doesn't necessarily mean that this is Mustipher's fault, right? Like, Mustipher's a UDFA with a UDFA body type. He can only put so much weight on his frame. It's not his issue, per se. I'd say he's a solid depth center. all things told. He's just been sold as an all-pro. And that's the problem, right? Like, he's a zone blocking center, and let me see, I was reading your comment. Right. Oh, I am not trying to sleep on a bunch of the things or a bunch of the guys in the Rams defense. It's more to say that instead of quote unquote exploiting their best matchup, they were like, we've got guys that'll do just fine. But so, exactly, Adam. A UDFA plays like a UDFA, and the only person surprised seems like it's Ryan Pace. Like, that's the problem, per se. But so, the Bears, let's see. Yeah, Bears get a stop on 4th down. Big time. Like, then the offense comes back on the other end. There's a bunch of cool stuff to talk about. I love this by Sean Desai, by the way. 4th down, and if you take a look at the stunt that they try to pull on this is just calamity. They're like, okay, we're going to have Quinn run inside out. He's going to run across. Max going to come down. 90's going to come all the way over. They just want to create a mess. And Carr steps through it all, but the sheer concept of working, I think that's Blackson, all the way around the end with Quinn cutting inside and so on and so forth. There's so much of this weird stuff that Sean Desai's willing to try to create just chaos that I really appreciate it. And it's more than just that, by the way. Like, even better is the fact that the Bears then run like pattern match zones on the back end of it. It's so cool. Like, take a look at this. The Bears are sitting in a 2-deep set that tells you nothing, by the way. Why is everybody obsessed with 2-deep? Why do I love 2-deep? It's because you could run anything out of this. You want to run cover 1 robber? Be my guest. You want to run cover 3 with a man free and stick him up on the, or like have him creep up to the box or something like that while this guy drops back into this zone and 33 Jalen Johnson drops back into that zone? Go for it. You want to run true cover 2? Okay, you can. You want to run quarters? Go for it. Like, you've got the ability with 2 high coverage sets to just shift into anything, right? Like, you can call whatever coverage you want, and it will allow you to just switch into things. But so, Adam, you asked what's the defense or what's the disadvantage of this defensive set. So traditionally speaking, this one specifically is that you don't have a whole bunch of guys deep. So the disadvantage would be that if you ran a bunch of vertical threats, you're going to create a bunch of true foot races, right? So if you had Brian Edwards go there and Darren Waller comes across right there, he goes up there. Oh gosh, that's a terrible drawing. Let's see if I can't connect it, turn it into an arrow or something like that. I didn't, but it'll do. And then Renfro occupy that file. Now you've probably got Renfro and Waller and Vildor in true foot races. Now that'll take a little while to develop, but like, why don't you just stack a whole bunch of guys? This is called mugging the linebackers. Why don't you just mug them up on the line of scrimmage all the time? Because theoretically somebody could just run right past them. Why do people not play 2 deep? A lot of times it's to try to add an extra guy in the run defense. It's called loading the box, right? You'll send a safety down. Think Landon Collins over there is he still in Washington? Somebody in chat, let me know. But so, like, a lot of times what you used to see, and the big reason that you saw a whole bunch of cover 1 or cover 1 and cover 3 was so that you could originally back in 2000 2005 load that box up, right? And Landon Collins is your classic strong safety that honestly you stick him in the box, he can do anything. I mean, he's just good safety, period. I love Landon Collins. And he played Tariq Cohen phenomenally when the Bears played Washington so long ago. But those are the sorts of ways that a lot of times people will use this. And a 2-deep setup is more traditionally anti-pass. You're giving up a little in the running game. You're allowing 3-yard runs to become 6-yard runs sometimes. But at this point, oh man, iGhost. It's so funny that everybody says that because I'll tell you what, I think Eddie Jackson played a phenomenal game. Like, you watch the way that he worked, look at that. Okay, so this is something that's going to be really simple, right? It's going to look outstandingly simple, but Jackson's about to switch one route into another route, and that is so unbelievably hard as a coverage person. So he drops off, and he's basically trailing Darren Waller while watching Derek Carr, but gets his eyes over to see the crosser coming on what looks like a mesh play. And he's going to pick up the meshing route and pass off Waller to what looks like Kindle Vildor. And as not Vildor, actually, he's going to pass it off to Travis Gibson because that's the assignment. Like, at this point, you see Eddie Jackson then come in and cut off 39, who's coming over. And when he tries to roll his route back up, suddenly he's double bracketed. And Carr's like, well, where the frick do I go with the football? Like, there's so much that Eddie Jackson does and did in this game as a coverage safety that's just hard. And it's recognition, too. It's split-second decision-making that if you get it wrong, you're embarrassed. Like, he's able to pass that off. And passing those off is hard. It really is. But in this case, Eddie Jackson being able to be where he is turns what could have very well been Kindle Vildor getting beat into a 4th down stop. And nobody would ever credit him for it. I mean, I think Deptis said it really well. Like, you're exactly right. We watch the broadcast, and when you see Eddie Jackson, he's done something badly, right? Like, when you see Eddie Jackson, he's missed a tackle, quote unquote, or he's given up something in coverage, which might have been somebody else giving something in coverage and Jackson just trailing the play. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that Jackson does that's so high level that it takes something away and you never see it, because the quarterback doesn't throw the ball. Like, a lot of times, Eddie Jackson makes a play and it turns into a sack, and the sacker gets the credit, as they should, right? They sacked the quarterback, but you don't look down the field and see that for instance, Jackson like rotated over and took something away. I mean, I agree with everything that let me see, like, exactly case. If like when Jackson, I wouldn't even call it like truly gambling in this case. I would say that like the complex part here is that so Eddie passes it off to Waller, and you could say right here that if Carr feeds the ball to Waller, you could say that's Eddie's fault, or you could say, why is Travis Gibson just sort of standing near him but not on him, right? Even there, what's he turning around for? What's he scared of, right? Like, this is the simple stuff where I think it's so complicated, right? where Gibson turns around because he sees Waller bait him up the field, and to be fair, it's a really, really, really good move on Waller's part as he just shakes totally loose and fools Gibson into that. Did I say Travis? Yeah, it's Deshaun. But Jackson is reading the play, and like any I would say like any quarterback, every once in a while somebody's gonna read it wrong, right? And every once in a while Eddie will make a poor read. It's gonna happen. And the trouble is, Jordan, you talk about him being a difference maker. Actually, I think that's the complicated part, right? The trouble is that when you look at Eddie Jackson, people are like, I want $15 million value. And every single other player on the football field, we could talk about any of these freaking players right here. Anyone but the ones I circled. He's going to end up in ISO situations because he's a cornerback. He's also a cornerback. He's going to end up in ISO situations. Defensive linemen, you see them in the broadcast. They can make plays against the run. They can make plays against the pass. Like Roquan Smith, he's a linebacker. He'll either make a play in pass coverage that everybody's going to go, nobody could have done that, or he's going to make a play in the run game. Safeties, they either don't get thrown at most of the time, or they pick up for somebody else, blah, 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 blah. Like, the trouble is that exactly like, kind of like Adam is sort of hinting at, the complicated thing here is at one point, I remember in 2019, Eddie Jackson went from, I think, 5 interceptions. I'm going to go entirely off the top of my head. Eddie Jackson went from an interception and touchdown machine in 2018 to like 1 interception, maybe, in 2019, and his coverage stats were better in 2019. Like, he was a better coverage player that year. Just no one threw at him. Like, nobody threw at him at all. And like you're talking about Jordan, I would tell you that like a lot of those other safeties that you're talking about, the Harrison Smith, the Amoses, like the Minka Fitzpatricks, those are the incredible tacklers that have a lot of box attitude. Now, granted, I am not a student on Minka. I'm not going to comment on Minka. I'll let Brandon do that. But a lot of the guys that can play really well as a strong safety, for instance, are like the kinds of guys that aren't going to get near as criticized as the Buda Bakers or is it Justin Simmons? Is that it, Brandon? Like the true free safeties are the guys who just get blasted in the media. Like the free safeties get flat out hate sometimes. Minka is amazing. I'm not trying to come after Minka. It's more that safety is such a misunderstood position in my opinion. Well, yeah, thank you, Isaiah Simmons. But so it's like there's a whole bunch of stuff. Trey Boston, I think, is another really solid free safety that as I look through, I think Jamal Adams fits the bill. Seattle hates him, and he gets a lot of hate for doing some things where like he'll just trigger so early. He shows up at a play that's not his fault per se. He just got there so early that an adjustment happened and left him in the dust. Now, does that mean he's not worth what's the word? Like, does that mean he's not worth 2 first-round picks? I probably wouldn't have paid first-round picks. Like, probably wouldn't. You know what I mean? That's a ton for a safety. But Brandon might strangle me for that later. Like, I think safeties are awesome. I also think that defense in general is just tough to assemble. Like, and I think that when you have, in theory, an impact safety and a bunch of poor corners, like when you've got Kendall Vildor and Duke Shelley and Alec Ogletree all in your coverage set, and Deshaun Gibson, frankly, you can ignore Eddie Jackson when you feel like it. You do not have to care. And that's the yeah, thank you Brandon. That's the sort of thing that I look at, and it's like, you want 2 good safeties. The fact that the Bears have paired Eddie Jackson with Deshaun Gibson is a bit of a shame, because you saw how good he was with Adrian Amos, and that's not an accident, like, in my opinion anyways. But that's just my 2 cents. I think Tumultuous Titan, that they kind of have. You're asking about whether they can move Duke Shelley to box safety. Thank you so much, Barry Bueno. I think that they have sort of limited his role. They've made him a flat defender that attacks downhill, and that's it. You know, like I think it's interesting to watch Duke Shelley because he doesn't play near as much pure coverage as he used to anymore. The Bears got conservative here. They basically ended the game at this stage, but that 3rd and 11 pretty much tilted the field, and then it was over. The trouble is, Jordan, you're absolutely right that the Rams gave that up for Ramsey. The question is, what happens if and when they run out of capital? If they don't win the Super Bowl this year, how do they reload from there? We'll see, because they've got Ramsey, who's amazing, and Donald, who's amazing, on the same field, and a whole bunch of other really good defenders that are still on that field together. But at some point, the bill comes due. And so I'm really curious to see whether this whole let's trade our picks away for proven players thing ultimately works. But I don't know. I am T1 too. I agree. I personally think that if I was going to, and they are totally different positions, but even so, I would tell you that if Eddie Jackson was Troy Polamalu, this is going to sound silly, but if Eddie Jackson was Troy Polamalu, then Adrian Amos was that Ike Taylor behind him. Not the same. That's a stupid comp. They are completely different players, but think of it from the perspective of Adrian Amos was amazing at being exactly where you needed him to be, and Eddie Jackson was great at being where you never thought he would. I hope that makes sense. But Adrian Amos was the guy you could count on to be downhill when he needed to be downhill, and back in coverage when he needed to be back in coverage, and in his cover two hole when he needed to be in his cover two hole. Like wherever Amos needed to be at any point, he matched the route, he got downhill, made a tackle, he would do whatever he wanted to. And then just as the quarterback in a pressure situation had a 3rd and 10 in front of him, needs to take a snap and just fire the ball into a space. Oh my gosh, what is 39 doing there? Like there's a whole bunch of that sort of stuff that right now I don't get the impression that Eddie Jackson has as much opportunity. Now, one guy I love, I can't talk enough about how much fun I have watching Houston Carson play football. It sounds so silly, right? Like talking about Houston Carson at this point, but he's just really good in coverage. I mean, he for who he is as just kind of a backup dime guy, he is spry. He's willing to do stuff. He's assignment sound. Honestly, just anybody in the chat, do we have any idea why he's not in the mix for nickel corner? Is that a stupid question? Like it is shocking to me. Oh yeah, like DeAndre Houston Carson had a pick against Carolina last year in much the same way. He's just where he should be. Like he seems like a student of Fangio in that setting where he goes to where he that makes sense, Brandon, that he's just a true zone guy, basically, that like he'll play his zone well, but he's not a one-on-one corner. I could see that easily. But yeah, exactly, Grant. They've just seen a ton of stuff. Let's see here. I bet I can find it. Right now we are searching for, if you can't tell, the yeah, he did. He ended the game against the Bucks. Like DHC's called game quite a couple times. Let's look for the pick, and then we'll talk through some fun defense stuff because I think it's cool. Chances are he's not taking Gibson's place just because of the downfield hitting. That'd be my guess. Let's see here. Ooh. No, this is a punt. Let's see. Money. That's always a good answer. The DHC pick is gorgeous, and CBS screwed us, by the way. Like, oh, this was just sad. Like, as somebody who... Okay, so one thing that the Bears really seemed to struggle with was that their corners seemed to get lost a couple times. Like, for instance, this happens, right? So I was talking with... Thanks so much, Jerry. Super excited about it. So here we're looking at a coverage that I literally don't know what they're doing, right? Like, I have no idea what they're doing. Is Jalen supposed to carry the man upfield? Maybe, right? Is Gibson supposed to attack downhill? Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. You know what I mean? Like, I think they being PFF think that he's supposed to carry the man up the field with Roquan coming over there to guard the flat or Gibson coming down to guard the flat. But either way, Jalen basically peels off, and he did this twice where he peeled off on pretty much this exact same kind of combination. So then Edwards gets downfield. Gibson and JJ being in the same place, bad. If you ever want to wonder about defense, this is what you're looking for. One person. And here the Bears had actually dropped off Robert Quinn in a combination that I think is really fun. And PJ, it could very well be a lot of times the linebacker, especially when you're dealing with somebody like Waller, but a lot of times that safety will trigger down to try to take away a short curl of some kind or a floater into that area and leave the corner one-on-one downfield. But it could be a lot of things. Vass didn't know. Coach Vass, who I talked to last night, specifically thought this was on Jalen Johnson. So know that there's a lot of thought that says it's there. But so Carr lets this go, and this is just such a brutal drop. It's just so bad. I feel like this is up there with that Saints Wims drop. I mean, maybe not necessarily the situation, but this one just about broke the Raiders. Like, that was rough. Like, if he didn't drop it, Ryan, he probably gets tackled right there. Like, and it would make sense to me, by the way, Josh, if it was Jalen, because a lot of times you're going to want that corner to carry the route. I think that this throw has to be a little better if it was going to be a touchdown, but all he's got to do is just catch the ball, for crying out loud. But it would be a huge gain. Get the like Raiders right back on their feet. Instead they're punting. So bad. Let's see. Which Robinson drop? Tumultuous. Because I do feel like there's been so many Robinson targets. Picking which one is hilarious. Like, I don't know what you mean. Let's see. Yeah, Carr's making a tough throw. It's got to be here. Yes. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so this is the Houston Carson play, I think. So one thing that the Bears did a lot of, and let's see, where is he? Where's Eddie? He's got to be somewhere. There's Eddie. Okay. So they've got Eddie down in the box. They did this a lot throughout this game, by the way, was that they did not respect, if you ask me, they didn't respect Carr's ability to throw down the field at all. Like, not really. They wanted Carr to throw down the field because they would consistently put Gibson and Bush, Gibson and here it's DHC in the back end, and you've got Eddie Jackson trying to figure out what to do about Darren Waller. Say what you will, I know everybody was looking at this as Roquan Smith is going to man up Darren Waller, and that is not what Sean Desai did. And hey, I'm just saying, if we pull up, let's see, you want to know the absolute hidden impact of Eddie Jackson? Let's punch Waller stats. Nope, this didn't work like I wanted it to. I'm going to be really honest with you guys about it. So I was expecting Waller to have a much bigger dip in this. He didn't. But I do feel like Eddie's impact is, I love doing this stuff live. That's hilarious. But so the Bears definitely, general vibes, wanted to make Carr try to throw beyond this line. They kind of played him like Mitch Trubisky, as silly as that sounds, that they were going to put Ejax on Carr or on Waller, try to make Waller beat him. Like in this case, it's a double man bracket, right? It's like Waller is just an absolutely crazy guy, like so good. But in this case, what you've got is Eddie Jackson and and this is really beautiful, by the way, like beautiful coverage. Let's see, who's he passing him off to? It looks like Gibson. So exactly, Case, I was thinking the same thing. Looks like the Bears are going to roll into a cover one with a man underneath right here, one whole rat, exactly. And so what you've got is, from a conceptual perspective, because I think this is really cool, right? Like, Eddie Jackson is sitting here with what's called outside leverage, because all he's sitting there thinking is, in his eyes, and what is basically going on with, so what Desai is thinking is, how do we guard Waller? I'm going to have Eddie Jackson on his outside shoulder, and he's going to pass Waller into a safety for anything deeper. So if you've got Waller on a deep corner, he has to go literally through Eddie Jackson, who can kill his momentum. If he goes away from Eddie Jackson, there's a man where he's supposed to be. You'll notice that Vildor does not get this luxury. He does not get a pass off, but the Bears are so focused on taking Waller away on this specific case. Like, Gibson's got the short side of the field. Beautiful little pass off here, by the way. Renfro's wide open. But Carr also sees that, who's this? Is this Duke Shelley that's gotten beaten? Let's see. It might be. Yep, it's Shelley. Of course it is. But so, sorry, Duke. But so at this stage, you've got Duke Shelley playing. I don't know whether this is considered trail or not. Somebody in the comments could say something. But so Duke Shelley is behind what looks like, is it Edwards? It's not. It's Ruggs, isn't it? Let me see here. Who's 7? Man, I have no idea who 7 is. But so it's Zay Jones. Man, that's a while ago. But so Zay Jones is wide open, and credit to the pressure. Angelo Blackson. Silly as we talk about, Angelo Blackson is part of this just like revolver chain of just good defensive players that are all these defensive linemen don't give the offensive line a break. And so because of that, Adam, it's funny you say that about a perfect throw. I think all he has to do is put this throw more on the line. But because the pressure forces Carr to lift this ball, basically, like you can see the ball comes out way, way higher than he wants it to. And credit to DHC, he's broken on it really, really early. Like, DHC is already moving. At this point, the throw's a little long, just a hair long, and then bang, he catches it, turns it back upfield. Like this is pretty Range by DeAndre Houston Carson, who comes absolutely out of nowhere. And you want to know how often CBS showed the replay of this? 0 times. Like we never got to see Houston Carson actually run and get this ball. Instead, we just had to see him catch the ball, which is great. I mean, sure, it's part of the interception that matters, don't get me wrong, but it never ceases to amaze me how in a world where all 22 is becoming more and more popular, conversations exactly like this is more and more popular. Like these are the kinds of plays, or those are the kinds of replays that I was like, you gotta be kidding me. But so yeah, really nice pressure by Blackson right here to get rid of the ball. Gorgeous pass off. Remember, it's funny because like the primary reason that, so all of y'all are saying like this is the player we want Eddie Jackson to be. If this was Eddie Jackson, he doesn't throw the ball. Like it's as simple as that. There's not a reason that Eddie Jackson can't make this play, but you need somebody to cover Darren Waller because Darren Waller is the easier option. You don't want DeAndre Houston Carson covering Waller right there. Like I only point this out because what's gotten complicated in this case is that like if Eddie Jackson became a guy in 2018, I've got this perfect clip of Stefon Diggs on the Vikings, right? Where he runs a route and he's wide open, butt naked open. But Eddie Jackson is like 8 yards away from him and Kirk Cousins looks somewhere else. He looks straight at Diggs, looks straight at Jackson, and looks somewhere else. Eddie Jackson scares people. Like he does. That sounds so silly, right? Because Bears fans do not like Eddie Jackson. But Eddie Jackson has freaked quarterbacks out since 2018. And so now the Bears, I think credit to Sean Desai, because what he started using Jackson as is his ultra versatile Swiss Army knife that can try to help take away the best threat that an opposing team has. In this case, you know what? If you're never going to throw at Eddie Jackson, he's going to sit on your favorite target. And DeAndre Houston Carson, who has more range than he looks like that's exactly the play that he's going to go for. Like it's the sort of thing that I would tell you, in my personal opinion, if that's Eddie Jackson, Waller gets the ball. Instead, Jackson's coverage is able to force is able to force Carr deeper than he wants to go. And because it goes deeper than he wants to go, boom, right there, pick. It's beautiful. Like, it's cool. But so, yeah, that's my take. But so the trouble is that, like you're talking about, let me see. Yeah, exactly. Like mosquito repellent, not fly swatter, is a great way to put it. One thing that I'm going to talk about in the in the video that I'm trying to draw up is I've decided on this concept that I personally call dead zones, right? How big is your dead zone as a player? And what a dead zone means to me is when you theoretically look at a player in coverage. Let's go back to a more like a wide formation, right? Let me see. Oh, Eddie Jackson absolutely had a down year last year. Like he gambled way too often. I think he got sick and tired of not getting thrown at. And so he tried to force a couple things here and there. But anyways, back to the concept. Take Roquan Smith. Basically, how wide is his range? How wide is his dead zone? If a quarterback looked at Roquan and a player was here, is he open or not? Right? Like if a player looked at Eddie Jackson and take Travis Gibson, right? And there's a player right, let's say here. Is he open? Yes. Like It's the sort of thing where I would look and I would say that Gibson's dead zone is closer to that at that range. Or let me see, in Eddie's case, his dead zone, according to what quarterbacks seem to view, is very large. Same with Roquan's. People don't like to throw at Roquan unless he's turned around and roboting or something like that. Like, Roquan is another one of those players that people don't want to throw near. Like, he'll just mirror stuff that he has no business mirroring. And so this concept, in my opinion anyways, of like dead zones helps me watch Eddie and other safeties. And DeAndre Houston Carson has a bigger one than he should have. But so Colin, I'd have to go back and digs it up. But so the key here, the other thing to remember is that there's two major tackling types, right? Like say that there's a running back running up the sidelines, right? Where you've got him, let's get to a wider angle. So envision for a second that we're looking at a running play, right? And you've got a running back taking the sidelines, okay? And he's trying to get up there. Theoretically, obviously, you want your free safety to attack down, hit the running back, bang, no gain, right? But most of the time, that's not all that realistic. These are running backs. We talked about it earlier in the show, but running back versus DB, advantage running back, huge advantage running back. So a lot of times, you talked about how Eddie Jackson throws his shoulder. A lot of times, all you'll see the defender do in this case is, so Matthew, it's funny you talk about that. You want to make the tackle as a defense, right? So a lot of times what these defenders will do, especially on running backs, is that they will jet down to this player's outside shoulder. That's the key here, because their goal is, okay, you want the sidelines? I will hit you. But most of what I'm really trying to do here is turn you inside. Like, there's a play that I know got a lot of play for Eddie Jackson missing a tackle in this game. I don't know where it is. Brandon, if you know where it is in the game time, let me know. I'll find it. But Eddie Jackson turns the running back into the defense, and the running back gains 0 yards from the point where he breaks Eddie Jackson's tackle, but it's viewed as a missed tackle because we track tackling stats instead of, like, gains, losses, coverage stuff. You get the idea. I'm not trying to necessarily cape for him. I'm really not. Eddie in coverage is special. Eddie as a tackler and a run filler leaves something to be desired, for sure. Like, he's a true free safety, in my opinion. I think you're saying that well, Ryan Maui. But there is an element of his coverage stuff that I think is getting lost because at least right now, there's some good stuff that he does. Because Sean Desai, I thought, was super creative and super aggressive on how he went about how he went about basically just trying to set things up at this point. Let me see. This is a great play by Quinn, who, by the way, is absolutely insane. Like, Quinn right now looks like he's 27. Like, he rockets off the edge for a run stuff. Are you kidding me? Like, this isn't in his profile. He wasn't a run defender, for crying out loud. Are you kidding? Like, in this case, he does a straight up edge move to tackle the running back. Robert Quinn is playing out of his mind. Like, he's just crazy right now. But the Bears loved to mug these fronts up. They didn't want to give anything away, right? They were trying to make absolutely certain in their case that that they were going to try to confuse Carr as much as possible. And I think they got away with a ton of it. In this case, like, check this out. So it's going to look as simple as they triple teamed Renfro, and they kind of did. But the better way to think about it is watch the way that the Bears defense moves from here to take away stuff over the middle, right? Like, in this case, you've got Ogletree moving back. Eddie sees him and is going to go cut him off. Like, in this case, where Eddie's going to space, he's already looking, I think he's looking for the ball. No, he's not looking for the ball in that setting. Like, he's just going there to run him over. But so, yeah, CJ, I get you there. But so, yeah, this whole Bears defense was so focused on taking the middle of the field away that these kinds of throws became, like, I think that these were where the Raiders and Carr were making a lot of their money, so to speak, and they didn't get much off of these. Carr had next to nothing particularly easy. I would even tell you that it was an objectively poor day from the pass rush, all things told. But at the end of the day, like, the Bears got home enough, in part because their coverage. Somebody said that they basically had at one point and you better know it, Young. We're gonna go. Somebody said at one point that the Bears had the perfect coverage for something. The whole game kind of looks like that. Like, check this out. 10 guys, right? What are they going to do? They're going to cover it flawlessly. You've got Eddie Jackson playing a deep drop, and this is where things get complicated, because what's Eddie doing over here? Well, actually, Vast told me, right? It's a complex coverage set that we would just never know because we don't have to see it this way. Like, check this out. So Eddie is basically going to drop off because when you look at this, what do you do about Waller? Who's covering Waller, right? In this case, who's got him? Do you know? I'll give you guys a second. I'll give you a second. Absolutely. You got your answer? I'll talk about it. But so the answer is everyone and nobody. Like, the trouble is that you can't just man match Roquan to Waller from here. Like, that's ridiculous. You're not going to do that, right? So who's covering Waller? Is it going to be Duke Shelley? Or that's Kendall Vildor? No. Is it going to be Duke Shelley? No. It's actually Eddie Jackson. So what you're going to see here is Eddie Jackson is going to defend anything Waller brings over the middle. As you watch Eddie's drop, watch his eyes right here, right? Where he's going to drop off the line and he's staring directly at Waller, figuring out exactly where he's going. Because if Waller does anything to come over the middle, that's his guy. It's not Roquan. Like, Roquan will fold right over there. But, it's Eddie. Eddie's sitting here watching the crossing routes from Waller specifically. So Waller doesn't do that. He instead decides that he's going to run over there, which is great because that's exactly where Kendall Vildor is. They've set their defense up at this point where Duke Shelley pushed his guy inside, or Kendall Vildor pushed his guy outside, and so Tashawn Gibson picks up him, Kendall Vildor stuffs him, and these two crash downhill to take out the tackler. Like, it's nasty. It's nice. Now, the whole defense is great here because they stuff everything. Like, Jalen Johnson, mano a mano's the guy over here. Trevis Gibson gets him. Everyone's covered, and it's a third down defense where there's just nowhere to go. Tackle, punt. I mean, it's gorgeous. And obviously stuff like interceptions and forced fumble is going to be how everybody thinks that a good defender is a good defender. But it's little stuff like that. Like, basically think about it this way. Where does the value come from with Eddie Jackson, right? Like, where do you get the value? How many guys are going to be able to find Waller and get to their space dropping off the line of scrimmage? Like, as simple as it sounds, how many defenders do you trust to pull off the primary element of the disguise? Because Darren Waller's such a dangerous threat on anything that I'm drawing up, any of this stuff, any of that. Darren Waller is so dangerous and has killed so many people, or so many off defenses, because he's friggin' 6'3" and runs a 4.4. Like, he's just incredible. So, well, you say Harrison Smith, there are a lot of safeties that can do it. They're all very highly paid. Like, it's not an any DB thing. You don't want Duke Shelley doing this. You don't want Kendall Vildor doing this. You don't even want Trevis Gibson doing this. Like, this is the kind of stuff where Eddie Jackson is useful. Like, this is where he makes his money. And obviously, it's literally not, like, in the broadcast at all. And so that's what makes this whole conversation around Jackson value so complicated that you end up with. Thank you, Young. We're back to ASMR Bears. But so, let's see. No kidding, right, Censor? But so, there's no backside help for Johnson at all. But you end up with, like, this cover guy who's just dangerous. And take Vass's opinion for what it's worth, by the way. So in this specific case, what could they have drawn up to attack the Bears better here? A personal opinion, all they would have really needed to do, I say all they would have needed to do, it's not fair. It would have been tough anyway because this defense was ready to go. I think you probably could have tried to do a little bit more to attack specifically these two. And it's not for lack of trying. They just, I think, expected a little bit more of a man bunch instead of the pattern match zone that they ran with. I think if you had tried to maybe overload the middle, that you could have had something, screens, running the ball, are other options that you could have had, believe it or not, against this kind of front. But yeah, Duke's not fooling anybody. Like, he's on his back heel. I think another thing you might have been able to do is if you had jammed Waller over there and Renfro, you might have been able to get Duke Shelley specifically, like, on kind of an ISO of some kind. But I don't know. Like, yeah, Ruggs running deep on Vildor. Only reason that's covered is because he's sitting over there. It's a really nice play. It really is. So then, going on to the next one. Vass does a whole bunch of good stuff on this, by the way. It's over on his channel, Run Vass Opinion, and he talks about it. You want to hear more Eddie Jackson magic? Like, that's where a lot of this comes from. It's cool. So then they tried to use screens. They did. They put together a really nice drive here, by the way. Let's see. I think it's probably the case, Young. Like, as we really get to it, the Bears are going to have to catch some breaks, and they're going to have to stay healthy at key positions if they want to even win 10 games. But everybody else is getting bitten by the health bug a lot worse than the Bears are, so you truly never know. Like, if a whole bunch of the, like, things just work out for the Bears, they could absolutely get away with stuff. It's just a matter of seeing how that happens, basically. Yeah, I think 10-7 is bold, but they basically just need to beat the Vikings, the Lions, and the Giants, which, hey, any given Sunday works both ways. But exactly, Adam. I mean, you never know. So this is where I would tell you is the trouble that the Bears have to deal with, is that at the end of the day, the Bears still are playing. And the most complicated part about Kindle Vildor dialogue, this is going to sound weird, it's that Kindle Vildor is not as good as Bears fans seem to want to think he is. Kindle Vildor is also not as bad as analysts like to make him out to be. He is a depth corner. He's a depth corner. I think we all agree. He's a depth corner. Like, and he makes some plays here and there. But so, let me see. Run Vass Opinion. So run. The key is Vass. But so, like, it's the complicated thing about Vildor is, like, on this play, for instance, Vildor gets fooled off of the smoke action and then gets beat over the middle. Like, at this stage, Vildor's way out of position, but he got beat off of something, like, or off of a tough play, kind of, and then goes from there. Honestly, Ryan, it won't surprise me if Desai runs something very similar, where, Brandon, you chime in. I think they're going to just try to take away as much Davante Adams as they can. They're going to try and force Rodgers to beat the Bears with somebody else. The trouble being, he's been able to do that forever. And Davante Adams is extremely hard to take away. But, I don't know. Like, I think that, or I don't even know if they'll do a ton of true disguises, but I think that they'll run a whole bunch of games. Let's see what happens here. Quick look over there. So, you asked at one point, what could the Bears have done? Or, oh, wow, we backed up too much, didn't we? Because this is still the same screen. Great. Let's see. Yeah, I completely agree, Case. I mean, Gibson, Vildor, Shelley, Ogletree in the same defense, and they're a good cover defense. What? I think the Buccaneers are going to light us up. I think a lot of people are going to be like, what happened? But it won't surprise me if the Buccaneers, who have everything, anything they could ask for, would, like, let's see, or that they'll be able to light the Bears on. Just arson. But we'll see. Yeah. I would hope that it's anybody but Adams that beats the Bears. So they had a couple of true blown coverages here. Watch Eddie Jackson on this play specifically. This one's hilarious, in my opinion. So you can see Eddie pointing already. Whatever happened on this play, like Eddie's pointing already, like, who the frick has this guy? I can't imagine that there weren't some expletives going on right now, because you can see Eddie, whatever was supposed to happen, whether it's that the corners were supposed to bump to each other's routes or something else, like Eddie's pointing, and he immediately, like, he even throws a second hand in there. He's like, what are we, no, and then just waves it off and goes and makes the tackle. The Bears dealt with some busts in this game, and that happens. It happens on all sorts of defenses. Basically any defense except whoever the Bears offense is playing tends to bust a lot of coverage, and I think a lot of that is because the Bears schemes don't really challenge a lot of defenses. It's like curls and goes most of the time. But so yeah, the impression I get is that somehow coverage here just got totally busted, and whose fault is it? Who knows, truly. But yeah, this is one of those where you're like, I have no idea, but somebody screwed up. Exactly. The question then becomes, like you're saying, Brandon, because let's see, he probably does get in Vildor's ear. Let's take a look. So he pushes him out, turns around, and he's yelling at, is that Shelly? Because we've been following him. Yeah, he's barking at Shelly specifically and gave him the old clap. So I don't know what Shelly was supposed to do. I bet Shelly was supposed to stick with the flat, for crying out loud. Because you look at the way Ejax is playing, and he's got his eyes on the guy Shelly sits with. But yeah, so then Duke runs over there. I think Jackson just lets him go, but bleh. Either way. But so yeah, that's fun. I think he was. That's what it looks like, Joseph, anyways. Where he's supposed to drop, and then Eddie gives him an earful. Which is super interesting. This is another thing that I feel like never gets covered, right? Where then they're talking about it afterwards, and you never see any of that stuff, but you can catch some of it on the All-22. It's fun. Yeah, so Case, that's a good question. I don't know what Gibson thought he was stopping, but he's really deep. Like, really, really deep. But so, so it'll look like it's on Jackson, but Jackson clearly knows what's going on, and he doesn't look like he's covering anybody, because Duke's trailing the guy that he wanted to. He's like, what are we doing? It's, in coverage, it's like a net, right? And if your teammate creates a hole, you can look like the hole because you tried to adjust around that. I don't know. Obviously, it's going to sound like I'm caping because I'm not a defensive coordinator. I don't know their playbooks off the back of my hand, and I can't, like, just tell you exactly who's and what's and where's, if that makes sense. But think about it like, imagine you're on a soccer field, right? And your teammate, like you're on defense, and your teammate picks up your mark, and so you don't have a mark, right? And so when that guy scores, who was supposed to be covered by your teammate, somebody goes, well, you weren't marking anybody. What the heck were you doing? And it's like, well, I was just trying to make myself useful because my teammate took my mark. I hope that makes sense. But that's going to happen a lot of times with safeties in particular because they've got to adjust to the corner. But anyways, Gruden did a solid job of adjusting to that first drive because this was, I would say, the Raiders' best drive of the game from here. And so one thing that Desai will do, and I think this is probably a little too pronounced, if I could be honest, but you will see a whole lot of defensive linemen that get dropped off to cover the flat. The idea is that why would I sacrifice a cover guy to do that when I've got a perfectly decent outside linebacker that can make this work? Gruden was an offensive guy. Now he's out of a job. The trouble is that Travis Gibson versus Hunter Renfrow, not a matchup I think any DC would like. So that, yeah, that's just him getting caught in the wrong spot. But pass rush finally gets home after a little bit. Man, Angelo Blackson, number 90, just shows up all over the place. Like, in this case, there's an aspect of Jeremiah Atacho coming right on in. Kyrus Tonga getting home. A whole bunch of people bumping bodies right there in the back end of the line of scrimmage. But they get the ball out there. Let's watch a little more because we can just soak in some defensive tape. And like you're saying, Brandon, what was it that you were telling me that, hey, here on this stream, you can actually see the plays instead of it just being choppy and just trying to take guesses? Not against anything. But still, let me see. This one's a nice little play, I think. I can't remember what goes on, which is why I'm watching it. They just end up with a nice hole here. Let me see. Oh, this is hilarious. So why does this open like it does? There's a lot of reasons, but I'm convinced, at the very least, that part of it is a boot tag. So I have no inside knowledge on this. I am guessing. I'm truly guessing. But a lot of defenses will call a shift, where basically everybody is going to just shift inside. Think of it as like outside zone blocking, like on offense, but the defense is doing it. But one thing that I've seen, and anybody who knows, Carlos, thank you so much for jumping in. But so one thing I've seen a lot of is that on these under center handoffs, a lot of times whichever way the quarterback is facing, that defender, or like that edge defender, basically whichever one's on the backside of the run. So in this case, with a big slant going that way, it would be I think that's Quinn. But a lot of times they just attack downhill. Now granted, this is a general rule, right? But this is why you see a lot of these PA boots defended as well, because he sees him, he's watching the handoff. The whole line is basically chugging this way. So he's thinking, okay, well, if Carr keeps it, I'm going. Oh yeah, it is Ogletree. Good point. 44. But so they get a nice play. Like they did. Remember, for as creative as Desai's scheming is, there are plenty of times where people will beat them. That's gonna happen. But then you end up with gorgeous plays like this, where if you watch this, like you've got, again, I think that's not Darren Waller, is it? No, that's just Brian Edwards. But these two do a beautiful job of just absorbing the coverage and basically playing through it. Roquan gets his hands right up in Edwards', right up with the ball. Is gorgeous. It's nice. Roquan's ability to turn and run is insane, by the way. Like, I know we know, but this is just nuts. It's just bananas. That's just, it doesn't belong. It's alien. You send the outside linebacker right there. You've got a true free rusher on Carr. So you tell him exactly where, you're going. And exactly, I mean, who's that? Grant Lake saying it? 100% open. 100%. They absorbed that bottom curl, quick. Well, then again, always hard to tell. Ball's in the air. So every time the ball's in the air, it's going to move everything. But A-Rod's back is great at defense. Adam, I'll save you the going through it. I think Roquan probably interfered. Mario D'Ambrosio, thank you so much. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a ticky-tack call. I wish it wasn't interference, but they call that nowadays. I mean, if it was against the Bears, I would be looking for the flag. Even if I don't know. It's, let me see. What is this? Is it not a pass rusher? Am I silly? I could very well be. Who is it? You could say that's not a pass rusher all you want. That's Khalil Mack. Desai likes to line him up in weird places. Just like we saw Travis Gibson out there in front. He's just going to go zoom. But so either way, great play on Roquan's part. Speaking of Roquan, let's see, we're at 10:33. Remember that. We'll come back to this. But there is one play we have to talk about because it's just dumb. It just doesn't make any sense. Let me see. That's to put that pressure on Carr, Case. I'm trying to see if I can just visually recognize it when it comes. Is it in the first half? Might be. Give me a second. Because it's insane. Decide looks awesome so far. It's one of these. Carr. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, so down in distance. It's 3rd and 1, right? Here's the ball. Here's the line to gain. Okay? And the Raiders with freaking Derek Carr, who is not the picture of mobility, right, is going to run a read option. And when he does, Khalil Mack just completely ignores Derek Carr. He says, not a chance. Never going to happen, right? No way. 100%. And so, like, you end up with Mack, or Carr looks at it, and you can see him hesitate. I don't think this is like 100% designed read option, and Carr pulls it because it's wide open. This is so open. Anybody should be able to get this. Bryan Edwards has a very solid block on hand, and oh my word, Roquan's ability to track is absolutely crazy. This is so bananas. No, that's Mac. That's 100% Mac. But check out Roquan right here. Just runs, grabs Carr, and flattens him and dislodges the ball. But like, so check this out, because this is where it's bananas when you watch from the back, right? So Carr directs the running back there. He pulls it. Watch where Roquan is. Roquan has sucked up into his gap. He's 100% ready to try to stop this 3rd and 1 from here. Like, and it's very standard, linebacker thing. But so then Carr pulls it, and Roquan has to track and beat him to the spot. And Carr has so much space. Goodness gracious, as Roquan breaks away from the tackle, catches up to Carr, leaps, gets him, yanks him backwards to stop the momentum altogether, and dislodges the ball. Absolutely bananas. Just a crazy play. Like, it's one of those things that, like, doesn't belong just about. I mean, it's one of those where every once in a while, for as much as we talk about how, as much as we talk about how, like, you know, Matt Nagy bad, Bill Lazor good, and how everything that doesn't work is a bad play call, right? This is one of those where the Raiders had it dialed up perfectly. Khalil Mack makes what can only be described as a mistake. Honestly, this is a mistake. He left this so open, and Carr basically gave him a first down, but the Raiders had it schemed up perfectly, and Roquan was just better. Like, this really is one of those where it's like, every once in a while in the NFL, you're going to scheme it up totally wrong and score a touchdown anyways. Other times, you're going to scheme it up 100% right, and you're stuffed because Roquan Smith was on the other team. Like, it really is one of those, or like, this is a perfect example of that, where he's just absolutely bananas, and then they make a huge stop on 4th down. Adam, yes, I think so. I'm not. There are too many people that I would tell you are, like, trying to make their brand off of, like, lighting a fire and trying to burn down Matt Nagy's house, and that's not really me. I like Matt Nagy as a person. I think he seems to be a solid leader. The locker room has held together consistently since he's been in Chicago, despite a 6-game losing streak, despite a bunch of quarterback controversy, despite a whole bunch of things that would fracture a lot of Jets locker rooms and Lions locker rooms. But I don't know. I can't help but think that a Brian Dabble led team, or a name somebody, right? That like you could build a better coaching staff, and that you like that there's not as much that Nagy brings to the table that you would want him to, that a replacement coach couldn't also do, if that makes sense. Like I that's as good as I think I can get. Like the Sean Desai hire is awesome. Matt Nagy's weird and hilarious relationship with defense is very Mike Vrabel. You know what I mean? But the trouble is, I want to just call it out, right? Is that Matt Nagy, who's now moving into a head coaching role, would theoretically get his contract extended with the extenuating condition that he cannot touch play calling. Okay, but he can't fire Bill Lazor either, because Bill Lazor's the only reason he's got his job at this point. So he's not going to fire Sean Desai, because Sean Desai looks good. So does that mean that by picking Matt Nagy, you are picking Matt Nagy and Bill Lazor forever? That's not super exciting. Like, that's not good. And so I don't know. Like, I really do like Nagy as a person. I think he's gotten a raw deal with a lot of his personnel, in my honest opinion, especially on offense. But past a certain point, you got to own the results. And the results were looking a lot worse a couple weeks ago than they were now. Playing the Lions and the Raiders will help you with that. So we will see what happens from here, because they play, as you guys know, the Packers, the Buccaneers, the 49ers, they play Pittsburgh, they play the Ravens, they play Seattle, they play so many tough teams that if they somehow come out of this a 10-win team, it'll get extended. Like, it's not even a question. They just probably won't. But, you know, if they do, I don't know. Like, we'll see. And let me see. Adam, that is some awesome optimism. But so, I agree, Ryan. I think I've said this before, that the funny thing is that for a guy who is criticized constantly for being too rigid, for being too stubborn, for sticking to a system, I would actually make the argument that Matt Nagy's too flexible for his own good. I would tell you that he's tried to run the Shanahan offense, the Reed offense, like a variant of the Peterson offense. He's tried to run so many random little things and rinks and crinkles. He, instead of running an offense that they had been running with Andy Dalton, they tried to rip the whole playbook up for week 3 and just run OSU's offense with like an offensive line that was just not OSU against Rutgers, and so on and so forth. Like, it's the sort of thing where my honest opinion is that Matt Nagy, somebody said it, it's like he doesn't have a foundation he believes in, so he constantly just tries to reinvent himself and his offense and go back to the drawing board. I think he considers it a strength to be willing to go back to the drawing board, and it can often just look like offensive mush. And all we've got, like right now, is just consistency, right? And so, like, all we've got with this is a very boring offense, honestly. Like, it's just an outside zone running attack with some play action tags on it, but it's consistent, and the Bears are getting better at running it, which doesn't mean they're good. It just means they're not bad, because we know what the difference looks like. Like, that's my honest opinion on Matt Nagy right now. Is his trouble is he doesn't believe in anything, and so he tries to do copies of everything, and since it wasn't his idea, it doesn't get taught as well. But that's just my 2 cents. Is that Own Hussein? Great to have you on board. But yeah, it's interesting to see, because like Sean Desai, on the other hand, clearly has things he believes in. Can I get an amen on that? Like, there's tons of things that you can tell Desai believes in, and they'll do or they'll die sometimes. Like, he will live and he will die by it 100%, but he will But that's fine, because this is what Desai believes in. And so Nagy, on the other hand, to give an example, like his bread and butter play is like a 4-yard curl, and there you go. Like it's a complicated balance talking about Nagy specifically, but honestly, the BU thing is kind of hilarious because I think he wants to be him. But let me give you an example. The guy that Matt Nagy learned from, probably, right, is Dragon. But so, like, the guy Matt Nagy learned from runs an offense that would be considered old and outdated if Reed hadn't just remade it and remade it and remade it and remade it and remade it. So Matt Nagy's base offense is from the 1990s, for crying out loud. So when he goes to try to teach it or become his offense, I mean, God forbid, like, we all know that Andy Reid guys kind of don't get to, I don't know. The other trouble is that it feels like a lot of these guys, like, so Matt Nagy, when he comes over to Chicago, he can't bring any of the guys he knows with him because they're all in Kansas City, and that would be a lateral move, so the Chiefs will just block him, right? He's got to basically reinvent his staff from the ground up because all the guys he knows work at an NFL team, and so on and so forth. As silly as it sounds, because the other option would be like Matt Rule and Phil Snow, right? Which sometimes people forget about, you know? But Matt Rule can bring Phil Snow. He can bring a bunch of the guys that he knows and works with personally because they're all from the college ranks, and so on and so forth. Like, there's a whole bunch of things that I would look at and I would say, it's hard, and coaching's tough, and not everybody's Mike Tomlin, for crying out loud. Not everybody's Jim Harbaugh, or John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh, specifically John, which is not me trying to draw a line between Jim and John specifically. It's me talking about the special teams thing, right? But you end up with, now the Bears are running this creative, too high, like, coverage-focused defense that's making Kendall Vildor look good. and I'm not trying to kill Kendall Vildor, for crying out loud. Like, oh, no worries, censored. As long as you know, like, that's the key. But so you end up with this defense where Duke Shelley and Kendall Vildor are playing in the defense, and the defense still holds up against solid teams. This, by the way, to me, this is gorgeous stuff. Like, I love this. This is Eddie Jackson. I would say at his best. It's a little move, by the way. We're about to see something really subtle. But so, like, we end up with, like, Eddie Jackson right now is watching the routes. You can see him doing it. He's trying to figure out, okay, is this a post? Do I need to cover this? Is this a crosser? Is that my responsibility? Is this a vert? Do I, or like, I have that in that case? Like, there's a ton of this stuff that you can see Jackson even point out, like, hey, that's your guy. And so he's like, everything he does in this defense is just making absolutely certain that in this case, he's got the deepest one. So he pointed, he said, that thing's yours, I'm going. And it's cool, because this is what Eddie does. You would never put this on the broadcast, by the way. Like, let me see. Ryan, I would believe it. 100% believe it. Because there's a lot of things that it wouldn't surprise me if Matt Nagy does really wrong. And when you're not winning, you're bad. You know what I mean? Like, not winning equals bad. Done. Good. Genius. And I'm not saying that that's true, false. It's just how it goes, right? But this is the kind of stuff that you're never going to put the fact that Carr looks downfield, has a clean pocket, and just no one to throw to, right? Nobody, nope, bracketed. Like, he's bracketed. He's being, like, Gibson's going downhill to pick that up. This isn't open. Like, man, good coverage just looks like, oh, wow, what's the quarterback doing running? And it's like, just let us watch from an all 22 angle. Let me see. Had to step into the pocket. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Joseph. Like, Eddie takes away a bunch of stuff, and it's all little. And he's not normally. No kidding, Brandon. I mean, this is probably the best game I would say Eddie's played all season. Like, this one specifically, I would look at and be like, Eddie was just unbelievable in this game. It was very clear what he was doing, and his assignments were, like, well executed to the point where you end up with plays exactly like this. Like, just time it out at this point, where when you watch this, these are the kinds of things that get set up by really good coverage, where the coverage is such that Carr is still looking. Renfro's not there. He's not there. I guess you could fit the ball in this setting, but like he's not really open unless you're standing at him or staring at him. And so Carr's still holding onto the ball, and the stunt gets home a little bit. I wouldn't call it late. It's just nowadays people will look at a sack or a stunt like nobody could have ever thrown anything in that setting, and that's not true. Like, takes the snap, 1, 2, 3, ball could be out now. 4, 5, ball could, maybe be out now. Probably pushing it for a 7-step drop, but you get the idea. You guys have watched enough West Coast, like, snap, 1, throw kinds of stuff. Like, there's so much that goes into all this that it's just wild. Let's see. I don't know where we were, but you could truly watch this stuff all night. Like, the defensive aspects in this game were just fun. Sean Desai and his boys put on a clinic. Like, they took everything away, and if anything, it wouldn't surprise me if at this stage. Oh, by the way, this one was really interesting because you wouldn't believe it, but because I didn't either until I thought about like what how defense works. But so you watch this. Whose fault is this? Who blows this coverage? How does he get so open? Who is it? Chat. Who's it? Or hit me up. Come on, hit me with the answer. Who blows it? Brandon? You're not allowed. Like, I don't know if that was obvious because you know the answer. Like, who in this case blew this? Whose fault? Who was it? You do? I'm curious to hear what you think. So, what Vass thinks is that it is Jalen's fault. Believe it or not, Jalen Johnson. The concept being, because I find this really intriguing, that Jalen just doesn't guard anybody, and I don't know quite who he would be guarding. Like, I'm very curious to hear other takes. But in his eyes, Jalen basically just sits and guards nobody instead of sinking to maybe guard somebody. And I don't know what that would be in this specific setting. But Jalen not sinking ends up with Ruggs way, way open. And if anything, it made it clear to me just how crazy hard defense can be sometimes. Like, the idea would be that you drop into the flat as a cover 2 corner. So you're looking at a cover 2 setup that basically mirrors this to begin. And remember, all these routes are guidelines, right? But so that's, again, guidelines. But so the idea would be that if you aren't covering anybody, find someone you are covering. But so let me see. Case wants me to pause 2 seconds into the snap. Let's see. Snap 1, 2. Right there ish. But so let's see. Chat delay. Let me see. I think Grant, what he's saying, just to answer your exact question, is that in Vass's eyes, a cover 2 corner or basically like backside corner rules is you aren't covering anybody, figure out who you are covering, sync, potentially identify a threat. And I don't know how much of it's hindsight. I don't really know, but it just really stuck with me how hard or like how harsh that is. Because if I was gonna really pin it on anybody, like just to use an example, I'd probably pin it on the D line who allows, let's count, right? Let's just count who and how. Like, so let's see. snap. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. I don't know. If it was me, I would tell you can't give a guy 5 seconds. Like, it's a good call too. Not everything has to be somebody's fault, right? I don't want to make that out. I don't want to be that guy either, right? Where we're super zero sum, but because I could easily see, like you're saying, Brandon, that he's looking for an underneath crosser, that maybe he's thinking, okay, what if Jacobs comes back? Because as soon as he identifies that this running back and tight end are staying where they are, like, he starts to sink. You can see him sinking. He got deeper, but yeah, it's a good call as much as anything else. If anything, again, all this, I show this one not to say JJ bad. That's not the point. The point is defense hard. That something can be your fault, and even then it's not even fair, right? Like, that's the world of playing defense back. That the pass rush doesn't get home, and everybody goes, bummer, what's the coverage doing? You get the idea. But so, exactly. You guys are getting the idea. Let's see here. This is the defensive pass interference. Yeah, I think it's DPI. I don't think it's fair to them. I think it would be really, really easy, personally, for, oh gosh. Brandon wants us to watch Tashawn Gibson on that last play. I don't want to, but I'm going to have to. Yeah, okay, so we're watching Tashawn Gibson on this same play. So he's going to back up. He's going to back up. He's going to see Ruggs. He's going to wheel all the way around. And there he is in position. You could tell he's super ready. He's good to go. He is allowing the catch and not making the tackle. Up. Turns out he's making the tackle. But Tashawn Gibson, grass carter extraordinaire. And for anybody that sounds like I'm just going after Gibson, the trouble is that in a zone defense like the one that Sean Desai's running, defenders that basically pick out where the threats are is key. Like Jackson here, for instance, you're gonna see Jackson is watching the vertical, and as soon as he sees him break inside, did you see, like, oh gosh, I didn't see that at all. Like, if you watch Eddie Jackson on this play, you're gonna see him point out Gibson as soon as he needs to go. Watch this. Bang. He's already got his hand out. Like, that's your guy. Get there. This obviously doesn't help anything because Gibson's doing enough, but it is so interesting where I'm watching Eddie more and closer this game, and it's wild how often Eddie is pointing things out. He's like, that one, that's the threat. And Carr sees it. Carr could have just watched Eddie and let him direct all his throws by the end of the evening. Like, this is hilarious. I mean, Eddie's just like, throw there, and he's right. Like, that's the threat, and they let it go, and you can see him pointing there again. That's cool. Man. Big game on his part. Just watch Eddie Case, and he'll tell you where to go against our defense. And that's the other thing, Grant. I mean, you're talking about, let's see. So Grant, you talked about how Dion got picked on pretty good. I still think the reason Dion lost the job was that Lions blown coverage, which was just so gross and so ugly. Gibson never blows coverages. He's just not there, you know? Like, let's use this as an example. Does Gibson blow this coverage, or is he just really deep? You tell me. If you're an aggressive defensive coordinator, he blows it because he's nowhere close. If you're old school, well, he didn't give up a touchdown. So, and I honestly think that that's the reason Gibson's got the job. It sounds so silly. Like, exactly like you're saying, J2K. He just sits over the top and doesn't allow the score. Gibson's the guy that will 100%, he will 100% give you a 20-yard gain if he can get the tackle at 22 yards. But that's just my 2 cents. Deion Bush is a little more aggressive, but Deion Bush has also given up a lot of touchdowns in not a lot of snaps. But that's just my opinion. This isn't the last drive. This is like the third drive through. We're not going to go the whole time. It's 11 Or no, it's 1:30, and I've got work in the morning at like not long. But I love you guys. But so let's see. Exactly, Adam. No, I mean, there's more truth to that than I think folks want to admit. So this DPI sucks. I wish that personally, like, I don't know what it would look like. I wish that there was some kind of a rule that basically said you can't throw here without penalty. I don't know what this would look like. I really don't know what the rule would look like, because Carr leaves this throw so far in that it is a good objective. It's an objectively good throw, because it's either going to be a catch or it's going to be DPI. And Quan gets up in his business because he's going to take the come on, Adam. Like, this is PI, you know, because he's not looking back for the ball. He's got his hands up inside what the receiver was doing. It is a really smart play, J2K. Like, it's just a bummer to me because it's also good defense. Like, that's where I'm at. I don't like it when the offensive player leverages the rules to like, what's the word, for their benefit. I much prefer it when the offense has to execute properly instead of just jumping over the back of the defender. I mean, to give an example, one thing that I don't like is when, because he does have a few PIs like that, and then, like, this just reminds me of when you see those receivers run a go route or a stop and go route where you get like the stutter step and then they go and then the ball ends up thrown to like there, like way underthrown, and so you see exactly, or you know exactly where I'm going, Brandon, where then the wide receiver jumps back to the ball and Kendall Vildor gets a 40-yard defensive pass interference flag because he was just trying to play the guy's hands. It's one of those where, like, I feel like if the league wanted to, they could go for it, but people like the ball moving, and so they're probably not taking it out of the game anytime soon. So in this case, like, I don't know what Roquan should have done. This is kind of like penalizing him for being fast enough to keep up, but I would tell you that it helps when it goes the other way. You know what I mean? That when the Bears catch a break off of a defensive pass interference down the field, we take those. That's how it goes. Life of playing defense. Playing defense is a whole lot of getting blamed for things that you didn't do and picking up flags for being in position and so on and so forth. Like, yeah, defense hard. Exactly. Let's see here. Yeah, they started using Trevathan as like almost an outside linebacker, and seeing him in number 6 is just weird, by the way. It's just strange. But you know, that's neither here nor there. So this, ironically, I'm just gonna talk through a yawn. Let's see. Eddie what? Eddie might play, or Eddie play? Which play? Maybe. But so, this is where Duke Shelley's at his best, unironically. Like, you want to talk about one thing I love that Desai has done? He has relegated Duke Shelley in these settings to a flat defender in many cases. Because one thing Duke actually does decently well is just rocket downhill to go make hits. Like, and all he does is just sit underneath, go trigger, and get him out of bounds. It's simple. But if you remember anything that I said during the preseason, because it was rough in many cases, Duke Shelley would basically take himself out of plays and become like a nothing defender. It would be like playing 10 on 11 from an offensive perspective. You just had a man up because Duke Shelley was on the field. In this case, this has really helped because they're going to run checkdowns. So instead of committing Roquan to that, you can have Roquan cover. In this case, it looks like that might be Waller. Yeah, Adams, he was. So Roquan checks Waller on that play right there, and you end up using Shelley as more of the guy who's going to cover the check down in the flat, which is cool because it's a good use of him. Like, it's better than trying to make him your man-to-man corner and so on and so forth. Let's see. run defense. So the other secret to the Bears' run defense is the fact that, and this is with Adecho, Blackson, Mario Edwards, and Mack, backup, 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 right? The Bears don't have to play their starters most of the time, and they can still get run stuffs. Like, here they go against, like, Blackson, DE5, for crying out loud, penetrates straight through the defensive line, and from there, or I can't tell if he draws a hold, but from there, Trevathan and Roquan just clog it up. And you gotta remember that in today's NFL, you do not need to stop a run for like 2 yards or less. You're looking to stop these things for 5 yards or less. Like, if the other team wants to just run the ball and run the ball and run the ball, kind of like what the Bears are doing, most defenses will let you do it. The Rams certainly did. They held the Bears to 14 points and killed us. Like, modern defense is set up to allow 14 and only 14 points instead of trying to allow none and instead allowing 40. Like, does that make sense? Where it's not that it is built to allow points, it's built to allow the least points over 60 minutes realistically. That's probably the best way I'm going to explain it. And the fuel to what the Bears do in coverage is that these guys can stop the run. No matter what formation they're in, no matter who's on the field, they can just do it because they're good. And and they just continued to do so. Here's that 3rd and 1 stop again. Nuts. Bananas. Crazy. Like, I would tell you, Mayhem, I think the goal should be to hold Green Bay to 21, maybe 24. Like, if you can do less, awesome. Great. Like, maybe your stretch goal is 17, 14. But I do think that, like, gosh, Eddie Goldman on this play is just so bananas. It's not unusual for Eddie Goldman, but he just blasts so deep in that defensive line. Like, goodness gracious. But, Adam, until the Bears wash themselves of this Packers curse that they have, I will continue to assume that the Packers will beat them the overwhelming majority of the time. Like, I totally get where you're coming from. Against any other team, they might not be that good, or they might not be that team. But against the Bears, the Packers always seem to bring their best, and the Bears tend to be their worst. So we'll see. I hope it does better. Ooh, we've got a. Oh yeah. So here's we've been going on an Eddie Jackson rant. Eddie Jackson gets his nose dirty. Like, Tashawn Gibson's the one in the back. Eddie stays alive, stays alive, and gets involved on the tackle. Like, but yeah, you get the idea. Case, I agree. 15 minutes, absolute max. Anything else would be borderline. Just crazy. Does timer work? Let's see. Is it a noon game? Man. When you can just push these guys to checkdowns, like, it's just so strong. Oh my gosh. I love this. So, you watch this kind of play, and you end up where, so everybody drops into what looks like it at least starts as some kind of like QQH kind of thing. But as 87 heads out that way and stops, it looks like then he darts to pick up the back in the in the flat, and Roquan ranges over to pick up 87. So, actually Gibson does. But so one thing that I think is cool, right? And you'll see this a lot, is that if you watch Alabama's defense, which is probably the most complicated and best defense in all of football, period. Like, NFL defenses are not that complicated. They're not. That might sound weird to a lot of people that don't know the college game particularly well, and I only know it a little bit, but Saban's pattern match concepts are so cool, and they're so tough, but man, there's a reason that Alabama's defense has been just so good for years, and it's well known what they're doing. They'll just out execute you in it. It's great. What you'll see is teams will start out in zone, right? Because you saw it. This started as a zone, and then you end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Somebody on everybody. The match coverage, basically, Adam, in a nutshell, is like a nutshell of what match coverage is from the snap. Here's a bunch of guys clearly in zone, maybe man, but he's clearly in his zone. He's in his zone, so on and so forth, etc., etc. And then as the play plays out, they match their zones to what the route is. So say that Kendall Vildor, or this is Jalen Johnson, say that's his zone, right? But his guy goes vertical. Well, is he just going to pass him off to nobody? That would be ridiculous. Instead, he's going to match his zone to the coverage and turn into a man assignment as he basically walks that guy across the field. Does that make sense? That's a very light explanation of it, but that's the gist. It's pass offs. It's the ability to pass somebody off to somebody else, but also accepting a route into your zone. It's the ability to say, that's a vertical, he's my guy, and I go. Now, Adam, I mean, all this stuff is stuff that, like, not explained. People have finally figured out what an RPO stands for instance, but that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that things like nose tackle, like, there are some people that doesn't know what a nose tackle is. I've got people that ask me here and there, what's nickel defense? And it's like, oh man, like, you forget how much of this jargon and how much stuff a lot of people just don't know. And so I don't mind anytime you ever have a question. Like, I'm more than happy to. And I'm trying not to wake my wife, Gibson. She's in the other room. And so I am trying not to wake her. But also, that's the exact kind of thing that makes me say, you know, it's 1:40 in the morning, but so. No, I totally hear you. And cut blocks are illegal now, which is even funnier. Oh, man. Check this defense out. This is sweet. So they did a ton with Eddie Jackson up on the front, where they were just like, let's see. They did a ton with Eddie Jackson up on the front of the line, which is absolutely insane. So he jams him, he passes him off, but also stays on the underneath because he's passed him off to here as, or like zone. Everybody's covered. Man, they just gave him nothing easy. Like, in this case, what's Jalen Johnson's job? Is that on, oh my word. Jalen Johnson one-on-one on Darren Waller by himself. And does he hold here a little bit? Probably 100%, but he gets away with it, and the throw is just a little long. Yeah, it's probably open 100%. Let's see. So Desai's game plan, if I had to guess, I'll let this roll while I talk about it, because that's a good one to end on. Ryan Maui, what are we doing, right? Bill Lazor's game plan is do what we are doing. That's simple, right? My guess would be that his goal would be to say, okay, I am going to just keep running the same outside zone stuff that we've been doing with play action. Like, our run attack is working. The Packers aren't very good at stopping the run, so we're going to just continue to run our stuff and go from there. By the way, this is an absolutely insane play by Quinn. Like, I think this is a screen that goes through, or that goes past him, but watch him work his way back to the play. Like, whatever Quinn did, whatever we did to Quinn to make him this motivated, keep doing it, because this is ridiculous from a 32-year-old. But so, yeah, anyways, Lazor at that point, I think, is personally going to just Oh gosh, wait, yeah. So let's see, Roquan versus Renfro. More like third and Roquan, am I right? So this is one thing that makes Roquan really special. It's not just his lateral movement. Like that's neat, right? PEDs would make a lot of sense. But so it's also Roquan's ability to stop. Like here, he recognizes that Renfro's going to turn on him, and so when he does, he's just there. Like if Renfro had theoretically caught this and just rolled all the way through, like yeah, okay, he might beat Roquan. Like Renfro's a faster receiver, that should happen. But Roquan knows how to play the break to where when he tries to go back in, which is super common because you want that access, Roquan will just play it. So credit to him. But anyways, back to the game plan. I expect that the Bears will try to target the Packers corners some, but I really think that they're just going to try to run the hell out of the ball. Like, thank you so much, pocket QB Lamar Jackson. You got a point. But so anyways, I don't think that the Bears are ready to trust Justin Fields with like the bulk of the game plan yet. I don't think they want to. They want to let Justin be their shot taker, but they want that running game to be the bread and butter. Imagine like a pseudo West Coast outside zone Tennessee Titans. That's the Bears' offensive ideal right now. Like just hand the ball off a lot and like hand the ball off a ton and then let Justin Fields bomb the ball. Matthew Washington, thanks for jumping in. Awesome. But so that's my guess. 100% is just hand that ball off, create those play action opportunities and throw it deep when you get a chance. Like don't be stupid with the football. Create some deep shot opportunities, hit those deep shot opportunities, and keep gaining 5 yards a rush, and just keep gaining 5 yards a rush. And where they'll have to struggle is third down, 100%. Like I think that the Bears are going to be I don't want to use the word brutal, but I do think that third down is going to be the Bears' weakest area because that's where an opposing defense will often bring out their best coverages, and that challenges the Bears to bring out their best plays. And I think that most defenses' best coverages are better than the Bears' best play, if that makes sense. So if they could stay out of third down where they become predictable, I think that helps them. So what's the situation to stop the Rodgers offense? It's going to be hard. But basically just take Davante Adams away best you can. Now, that's always easier said than done. Like, you think you've taken Davante Adams away, and then he runs a bubble screen for 40 yards. Like, I think that, yeah, exactly, Grant. Play action's not convincing. On third and long, it doesn't help you. But so, I do think that the Bears are going to have to figure out how to block anybody. But they're going to have to do that the whole season. Like, that's not news. And so the Packers with Preston Smith, Zadarian Smith, and Kenny Clark are going to have to, and I can't remember, is Zadarius hurt? But, shutting down Aaron Jones is just sort of part of it, right? I'm still a believer in shutting down Aaron Jones is closer to the phrase shut down the Packers run game, which is more offensive line based. And they've had so much offensive line turnover that they might actually do that. But you've got to take Adams away because Adams and Rodgers by themselves will beat you. Like, they'll beat most teams. And so I thought he might be Zadarius Smith, that is. Like, at this point, I think the Bears have a shot. These teams are more even than they should be. They really are. They're really more even than they should be. It's just a matter of whether the Bears can shake off this malaise that has plagued them forever. Like, honest to goodness, I think that saying JJ on Davante is a wash is being incredibly kind to Jalen Johnson. I love Jalen Johnson, and Davante Adams is just one of those built different guys. So Brandon asked, am I taking the Bears up 4.5? I will tell you right now, I couldn't pass on the Bears up 5.5 in Vegas. And I don't think this is one of those where as soon as I pick the Bears up okay, I'm going to take the L. I think the Bears will keep it close. I think the Bears might just pull a win out. Might being the key. That's my 1:47 in the morning thought. But I'm going to, in tally site, officially take the Packers with that 4.5. Because the moment that I actually pick the Bears is the moment we lose. I'm sure you guys know the feeling. Like, nobody start Fields in fantasy for crying out loud. Like, nobody. Like, nobody do any of that. Like, bench Allen Robinson, play Devontae Adams. Like, we have got to funnel as much juju in towards pro Packers as possible, or else it goes the other way. Look at all the devil magic in Cincinnati just the other day. Like, it's, let me see. It would be a really good upset pick. I mean, the Packers are so hurt, and honest, did you really trade him because of his blocking, Brandon? Because that's hilarious. Like, let's see. Yeah, I mean, it'll be really interesting to see what actually happens, because I'll tell you right now that my honest opinion is, here's where I'm at. Okay? Now, if you know me at all, Brandon's gonna laugh behind his keyboard. Like, I'm an eternal optimist. There's nothing I can do. I can't shake the feeling that the Bears might, because that's the thing, sports money. The Bears aren't that hurt. They've lost Hicks. They've lost Ifedi. But Ifedi has been so poor that moving to Wilkinson is like not losing anyone at all. Like, and so Hicks is a loss. It's a bad loss at the Bears' best defensive position. Like, the Packers, on the other hand, have lost a whole bunch of starting offensive linemen, which is never easy. Oh, Monty, another huge loss. I don't mean to walk that back necessarily, but at the same time, Damien Williams and Herbert are awesome. So the Bears have lost a whole bunch of positions on, or a whole bunch of depth positions. But so the Packers have lost a whole bunch of positions they need. This, by the way, is, I thought you were going to tell me it was the missed tackle. Jeez. Okay, so here's the bit, right? Let's see. So here's Eddie Jackson. I want you to watch Jackson and Duke Shelley. We've already talked about how Duke Shelley's a good trigger guy, right? That he triggers to go hit at that point. But watch this. So, shoot, that's Ogletree. Watch Jackson and Shelley. Jackson, Shelley. So the key here is that Jackson stops at this point, and watch for when he starts breaking towards Waller to go make this tackle. He's off and running already, and Carr hasn't thrown the ball. Like, at this point, Duke Shelley is beginning to stop. Eddie Jackson has already figured out that's where the ball is going. The ball is not out of his hands, and Jackson's off and running. So by the time the ball gets there, Jackson is ready, and he and Shelley basically just, that's beautiful on Shelley's part as well. But as soon as this happens, you've got two DBs to where they've given Waller nowhere to go with this football on, that's the line to gain, way over there. But so, crappy line too. You end up with a beautiful shoulder through the hip tackle, and bang. So, I think that if I had to pick score prediction. Okay, so back to the uber optimistic thing, by the way, because I do want to finish this. The Bears beat the Raiders. They picked a good week to do it, but they beat the Raiders either way, and so they're 3-2. They catch the Packers on a good week, because I just find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe, y'all, that after a week like last week, the Packers bounce back to better. But, I mean, I don't know. I could somehow see the Bears winning this game, being 4-2. A bunch of Bears fans will immediately crown them. They'll say, they're amazing. We're going to beat Tampa Bay. It's going to be huge. And then we're going to just get annihilated. We're going to get annihilated in Tampa Bay by the Buccaneers. Like, annihilated, crushed. Then we're going to play the 49ers, and we're going to get beat. Like, beat normally, not huge beat, but beat nevertheless. And so then a whole bunch of people will kind of take a deep breath, and they'll be like, okay, so the Bears are 4-4, and then they go to Pittsburgh, if memory serves, and that game they might win too, maybe. Like, that's gonna be a grinder. But the point is, if these Bears want to go to the playoffs, which the difference between them being 7-10 and 9-7 is games like this Packers game. Really, like, it is that simple, right? It's games like the Raiders game. It's games like this Packers game. Like, I would honestly think that, let me see. Pocket quarterback, what do you mean? Maybe. That would be hilarious, by the way, Brandon. But so, let's see. Like, a ton of Fields jerseys in North Cal. Ooh, interesting. But so, yeah, it's, to me, if the Bears are going to have that magical run story, a win like the Packers would be huge. Like, it would be huge. It would be a game that you're not supposed to win, for instance. Let's see. So, when you're playing with a lead Adam, the other team throws more, by the way. That's the general gist. Like, they throw more, so you could dial up more pass rush stuff. And when you dial up more pass rush stuff, you can go after him. So, hey, hang on, Duke. I hear you, but that was a different team. Like, I understand it was basically the same in that concept, but, like, my honest opinion is that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that the Bears beat on a Thursday night is not the same as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that they'll be playing next Sunday. And I hear you guys. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that the 49ers game, if they do beat the Packers and then they lose to the Bucs, everybody's going to pick the Bears to win against the Niners. It's why I think they'll lose. Like, I think that Lance will play better than everybody wants to, and people will be like, how in the world? What the heck? Like, how do people, you get the idea. Like, I would personally think that you could end up with a whole lot of storylines. I don't know. I just see it ebbing and flowing that way, I guess. But we'll see. Like, I don't think that you can ever look at a football team and just say, wow, I think the Bears are going to win every game that they're relatively close to the level of the other team. They're going to lose some. And it wouldn't surprise me if they lose to the Niners, just sort of grit and determination and all that jazz. Like, saying, that's the thing, J2K, saying we'll win versus Lance easily, I think you're being a little, like, I don't think you're quite crediting Lance enough. Lance is extremely good. I love Trey Lance. I really do. Like, I think that comparisons, for instance, like Trey Lance to Mitch Trubisky are ridiculous. I don't think they could be more different, honestly. But, yeah, I hear you. I think that San Fran can be overrated for sure. But if the Bears beat the Packers, they're going to get overrated too. People are going to be like, oh, Lance. Or not Lance. They're going to be like, the Bears, Justin Fields, amazing. Oh. But so, yeah. I mean, we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what happens either way. Case is right. It's 2 a.m. So, it's 2 a.m. We should go to bed. I should go to bed. I've got to go to bed. So, you guys are awesome. These streams are getting longer and longer. They will be the death of me, unless you guys help me go full time. But there's my plug. You guys are amazing. Bear down. Hopefully they beat the Packers. That would be super fun. If nothing else, tell your friends. Come back next week, Wednesday night, 9 p.m. And it's true case, unfortunately. But so, thanks so much. Let me know whatever you want me to see. I'll see what I can do. next Wednesday. Talk to you soon. GG's, everybody. Good stuff. Bear down. Yeah.